Frankie Guarini and the GOAT of the Expo, Sammy Swindell, outside row number 4. Hunter Schoenberg, Parker Jones, row number 5, Carson Bolden, and Wout Hoffmans are row number 6. 7th row, David Camfield Jr. and Team Ez. Bradley Fazard was the last of the lock-ins. Jason McDougall, Gary Taylor, Brad Sweet, KJ Snow, and CJ Leary make up the rest of the lineup. Of note, Schoenberg was the other car that had a tire issue that was disqualified by the Chili Bowl Nationals earlier, so that car will not be in the field here for this. It will be a maximum of 19 out there.
Couple of rookies trying to contend for Chili Bowl Rookie of the Year in this field. Reese Nowatarski on the pole and Harry Stewart in the 2nd row. Have to try to at least get to a B to be in contention. We do have a couple, the other 2 drivers in contention are, I believe, in B feature number 1. So keeping an eye on the Rookie of the Year watch as we'll get this one lined up. And if you look through the field, boy, a lot of good heavy hitters again, and a lot of drivers looking for something to prove after issues on prelim night.
Carson Bolden's 2nd ever midget race.
Wow.
Right now as a rookie here at the bowl. Him and Nowatarski, some of the notable rooks in the field, and we'll see how they end up.
Speaking of mindsets, wonder how Ryan Timms is doing today. Obviously, we heard the frustration last night. If you had watched on FloRacing on social channels or the content pieces, able to catch up with both Ryan Timms and Gavin Miller after their incident in the feature, and Ryan Timms is not he's gonna have his elbows up the whole night. He always does, but it's gonna be interesting to see what he does here and have to rebound and try to get himself back in contention for an A main spot.
Little international flavor in this one between Harry Stewart and Wout Hoffmans. Team Ez did not make it back to the building. Birth of a child today.
Yeah, congratulations. Him and his girlfriend welcoming a child to the world, and had to quickly run to the airport, I believe, last night. So we wish them the best. Wish you were here, Team Ez, but congratulations. Meanwhile, back under the green flag we go with our first D feature of the night, looking for 5.
A.G. Garfield coming to green. Ryan Timms, big wheel stand, but before anything else happens, the yellow flag comes out. We'll try this a 2nd time. Possibly with a new front row.
I was about to say, nobody stopped on the racetrack, and unless it's the old debris caution, I would expect to see Terry let us know if we have a new front row.
I feel like we've seen worse starts.
Yeah.
Reports of debris on the front straightaway from the production team. Thank you, guys. So, a 2nd try.
Oh. If it was a muffler, I'd be surprised not to see someone get sent off.
It'll be pretty evident relatively quickly as to who wouldn't have the muffler on.
It seems like that's kind of maybe what they're looking for. We're still under yellow.
And one going up the ramp. Is that Nowatarski? It is. So Reese Nowatarski.
Wow, pole sitter.
Yeah.
So maybe that was the culprit.
Shuffle everybody up on the inside row.
Harry Stewart will take that. He'll be the new pole man as you look at the muffler being collected.
Tough way for your bull to end.
No kidding. So Harry Stewart and now Ryan Timms, your front row. As Edwards will line up inside row number 2, and we're under the green flag yet again.
Traffic jam into 1 through the mid-pack. Stewart lifts the front end up. Timms straightens it out mid-corner, but gets back to the gas pedal and will lead the first lap. Top 5 after 1 is going to have to take a complete reset because Brad Sweet slows up to a stop in turn 3.
It's been an odd Chili Bowl, Clinton, for the whole RMS team. Just doesn't seem like they've had it.
Yeah,
between him and Baston even too.
Right, never got clicking on all cylinders, it doesn't seem like, and just, you know, I don't know the balance in those cars ever got to where these drivers need it to be to go out here and compete, and not the only team we've seen that out of.
You don't hear the smart teams here talking about engines and horsepower. The 2 things you hear them talk about, what they're searching for, balance and grip.
Yep.
And you're right, just never seems like Brad has had an abundance of either. As talented as he is, he's managed to keep the car going forward, but they're still hunting.
Third time, maybe is a charm. Stewart and Ryan Timms lead him in at 1 and 2. Careful, several up and over the berm on the inside. As they'll drag race into 3, and now Ryan Timms will cut across the nose and lead lap number 1.
It's almost just sheer force of will from Ryan Timms. The car, I don't think the car is perfect yet, but boy, is he driving it so hard and making it around the racetrack. He'll continue to lead. That is Sussex the third, up and around the top of the green car. Going for second with Stewart, fourth and fifth right in behind him. It is Edwards in the 3P, Edwards-Drake version. And Frankie Guarini, who's been trying to get around the top. Guarini now getting big-time pressure. Trevor Klein trying to steal that away from him.
Yeah, Klein has been really good on the bottom all Chili Bowl. He's going to now go to the top side, this time right behind. I believe that's the 80 to 63 of Guarini, and unfortunately for Klein comes to a stop as just got caught up right behind Guarini, who jumped up over the cushion, and that was the battle for the transfer spot with Klein approaching.
Treacherous-ish cushion. We'll watch it again. Here comes Guarini, sails it in, hits it wrong. Klein climbs up and over and comes to a stop.
If only his right rear didn't get caught in the Nerf bar, I thought he maybe could drive out of it, but locked the rear tires up, engine shuts off, and now Trevor will have to do it the hard way from deep in this field. He's gonna line back up 17th. And you can see him shaking his head. Tough break for the driver out of Mooresville, North Carolina, Millbridge Speedway track champion a couple years ago. So Guarini will hang on to that 5th spot. That moves Carson Bolden now in the catbird seat of being on the first guy on the outside looking in. As far as our transfer cars, McDougal still slotted in what will be 15th, Leary in 16th. So a lot of work still to do, and as everybody's single file now, lights are out, coming back to green with 11 laps left to go in our first D feature. Sussex, good restart now to the bottom, gonna try to challenge Ryan Timms, but Timms gets a full head of steam into turns 3 and 4, bottom side, and well, 3 and 4, how about this? Drake Edwards making it work, trying to get up Harry Stewart. That's for the 3rd spot.
Anybody you can put in your rearview mirror right now that you don't have to try to pass again is a major benefit. Edwards down on the bottom.
Got one around in turn 3, and that's Jason McDougal.
He had not made great progress on this, although 14th with some time to go. Timms, Sussex, Stewart, Edwards, Guarini, and it's now Sammy Swindell. One spot out on the outside looking in. iBock replay once again, and here's how it happened.
Looped it around on the bottom. Don't know if he had contact, hard to tell.
Yeah, it's tough to tell with Drake back there.
Was complaining of problems in his steering before, but multiple reports of little assistance for J-Mac.
Curious to see how aggressive Sammy Swindell gets. We commented all Chili Bowl how good those cars have looked for the first time in several years. Going to a ripper this year as down the hill they go. Ryan Timms, Stevie Sussex, Harry Stewart, Drake Edwards, and Frank Guarini.
Wasn't a great restart for Sammy, but he's going to get a second shot at it as KJ Snow is facing the wrong direction coming out of corner number 4. And one upside down, and Brad Sweet continuing to have a challenging run.
Brad out of the race car already, and good to see. Interesting spot, though, where he was at as compared to where the initial yellow for KJ Snow was, and Brad's looking for somebody. All right, hearing there is more to the story, possibly with Jason McDougal. As you take, and McDougal being put up the ramp. So we talked about the contact potentially in 3 and 4 with Jason McDougal. Well, here in 1 and 2, Boogie,
boy.
right rear. Oh boy. All right, well, there you have it.
Guys, head on a swivel top of the ramp.
Uh-huh.
Both teams will be up there, and it won't take too long.
Brad's just going to take the ride back, so looking forward to a big year for the Big Cat and the whole Kubota High Limit Sprint Car Series team coming up in just a couple of months. It's 9 laps still to go in this one. Plenty of time for some movers and shakers. Gary Taylor up to the 9th spot from the E feature, as Brad sits in the work area. See Lacey Doyle there, and yeah, she just said up the ramp.
Let's go. All right, guys, team number 2 coming up ramp. We've got action on the track. See if there's any off of it.
9 to go. D feature number 1.
Tim's figuring it out. At first, starter 2 didn't look so great. He has really turned it on from there.
Nice move to the inside for Drake Edwards to get up underneath Harry Stewart, and Stevie Sussex to move himself into that 2nd spot.
Frankie Guarini is 5th. Sammy Swindell is at 6th with Carson Bolden and Gary Taylor. Sammy just trying to find drive. He finds it there.
If Sammy could put 3 good laps together, he'd have a shot at it. Just always tight down here at 3 and 4.
Talked about how twitchy his race car was too earlier in the week, and
struggling to find that feel that he wants.
He's got company too. Carson Bolden is there, but again, that's outside the transfer battle. 5 laps to go though. Inside that transfer battle, it's gonna be Stevie Sussex and Harry Stewart going at it for 3rd, and Sussex had the drive, but there goes Stewart back around the outside.
Not a whole lot of time left.
Sammy's closing in though.
He's been better on the bottom of 3 and 4 than he was up and around the top, but he's lane blocked unless he's gonna root Guarini out of the way.
Not time for a lane change there. He's better on the top of 1 and 2.
Ryan Timms gonna see the twin sticks in the air.
2 to go.
Here comes CJ Leary past Sammy Swindell, looking to make a move on this final 2 circuits.
Now CJ's got the Ally 55 ribbon. May have an opportunity. Leary, late charge here from the E main, trying to get around Frankie Guarini. White flag's out. He may already have it. At the line, he's got it by a nose. He'll drive off at turn number 2, and Leary, but that's going to come back.
Oh, who had it at the line?
It shows Leary.
Did.
So with the majority of the field through, it should stick, and now plugged into the inside jersey barrier.
Carson Bolden's 7th car.
And Carson was
up there. He had been in 7th.
Yeah.
And starting to fade. Faded back to 15th, lost scored lap. All right, CJ Leary grabs the final transfer. We'll get green-white checkered style coming up as soon as the lineup's right. So Bolden, see if he can fire back up and join at the back of the field and get a finish.
Timms, by the way, was way out in front. He hit that curb on exit of turn number 4, launched him into the front straightaway wall, and it left a giant tire mark down the front straightaway, and he had to run the bottom. Gave him a little pucker factor moment. So even though you're out front, you don't think he's driving hard? Yeah, exactly.
He had over a 4-second advantage before that yellow came out.
Caution lights still on around the Expo Raceway.
Official up here by the top of turn number 4. checking things out. Not sure what he's looking for.
There we go.
Make his way back down.
All right. Does Frankie Guarini have a counterpunch to CJ Leary's late charge, as Leary's looking to make it through 2 here in the late part of our elimination mains, as Timms will lead him back to the green flag. It's a 2-lap shootout. Drake Edwards, though, was thinking about the lead. And there's Leary wanting more. Oh, man, got pinched to the outside by Sussex. Will go to the inside. White flag is out. Leary's got another spot. Here comes Frankie Guarini. Stevie Sussex now. You've got a bullseye on your back. And around the outside, 2 for 1, KJ Snow. What a move. Final corner. Ryan Timms going to win it. And how about that for KJ Snow? Was 7th on the final restart. He takes home 4th.
He just sold out on the high side, huh?
Yeah, that was incredible. We're talking about a car that's had balance and been so consistent all week long. KJ Snow in that 8K has been extremely good.
Leary sneaks in there in that 5th spot after having 4th, but wow, Timms, Edwards, Stewart, Snow, and Leary moving on to a C main.
5 drivers make the night program there. That is cool, and that's one of those last benchmarks of, all right, I want to run after opening ceremonies. 5 more drivers will do that coming up here in D main at number 2. As we have 15 more laps and 5 more guys moving up, 15 more heading home after this. Whew.
That was cool. I need to go back and see just, I mean, he came out of nowhere, KJ Snow.
That traffic jam on the bottom to middle of turn number 1, KJ went all the way up and around, and he just had a clean path and cut a great lap to do it. Timing was right. Snow, good race car driver, good race car. And it all added up. Let's go talk to KJ Snow. Chris Moore's got him at the top of the ramp with the K1 Race Gear interview.
Yeah, thank you, Caleb. He's got a fired up crew, and why not? 7th to 4th on the final lap. Could you dream of hitting the top any better for 1 lap?
No, I'm not very comfortable in these things, but I guess it didn't show out there. I had a couple bad laps, and I was kind of beating myself up, but I knew I just had to clean it up. And, you know, the Beast and Hard A, Panther City Resources, Brock, you know, just everybody that's helped me, that believes in me, and happy to be in the C main. This is the furthest I've gone, so let's see if we can go 1 more and get to the B.
All right, keep your chili bowl rolling, man. Good luck.
Thank you, appreciate it.
There you go, KJ Snow putting on a show in the final lap. Earl?
We're going to move it. Yeah, let's go. Let's do it on the move. CJ Leary started 20th. Man, this car really came alive at the end of that race.
Yeah, finally got the car sorted out where I could rip the top hard. It was fun racing with my good friend Jason McDougall there in the back. Alex Bowman puts a lot of work into this, and we're going to give it 100% and, you know, see if we can make it. We definitely deserved to run 3rd on our prelim night, and had a guy ruin our week, and we're going to try and make up for it. So thanks to all these guys for helping out all week, and see where we end up.
Guys, CJ Leary, he's not only on the move out trackside, he's on the move back in the pit area.
And so is our cam op Kevin, man, doing the backward shuffle.
Hey, listen,
wow.
We have a lot. We got the best cameraman in the business in this building this week. And I mean, our boy Kevin up top here, as we said, we've been pulling him, we've been pushing him in this area, there, and that, and he's doing an incredible job.
Yeah.
Blake said it best. Kevin's a badass.
Yes. To that point, one of our cameramen here, Dean Mills, his mom, is watching tonight. She's watched like 95% of the laps of all these broadcasts, and
wow,
she's turning a very special number. I can't give that number away publicly, but Dean wanted to make sure that I acknowledged Bev for all of her watching at that number that she's about to turn. So, huge race fan, probably one of the biggest Kyle Larson fans on the planet. So,
happy early
hi, Bev.
birthday.
Yes. Here it is, D2, last chance to make the night program for Garrett Williamson and Spencer Baston, Michelle Decker and Michael Pickens, Alex Bright, Nick Drake, Ethan Mitchell and Mario Klauser, Chase McDermott and Danny Wood, RJ Johnson, Arizona version, and Andrew Deal out of Caney, Kansas. 7th row, Kyler Johnson and Caleb Montgomery, Steven Shabester, the last of the lock-ins, and then the move-ups from the E, Shelby Hinton, Carter Sarf, Zach Weigel, Briggs Danner, and Kyle Jones. Loaded D main event with only 5 moving forward. Of note, Alex Bright had to borrow a arm for that car, and that arm came off of, I believe, the Ty Gibbs Chad Boat Industries entry. So Dunlap Performance wanted to share out a big thank you to CBI for help there.
Super cool.
Yeah, you mentioned loaded. I've gotten several tweets. They're like, wait, what do you mean this is an E-main? I thought I tuned into the 40 lapper. It's like, well, welcome to Chili Bowl.
Could as well be.
Anywhere else across the country. I mean, as far back as, even some of the F mains have been pretty dangerous.
So the drivers in these D mains came from positions 15 through 20 in their preliminary night A features. Again, a good chunk of guys that DNF'd, had a problem late, got caught up in a mess, whatever it was, and then when you're up to about 15, 16 place, some guys whose night just didn't go as well as they wanted to when it came a main time. But it shows you where the talent came from, and there is a lot of it.
Here's Alex Bright. Saw the right side arm guard. A different color than the Clue.com scheme he has for the Dunlap Performance Group. Saw Nick Drake as well, now carrying the banner for Troy Klein after Trevor Klein's incident in his feature event last time around. Garrett Williamson put on a show in his prelim night. Unfortunately got caught up in a late incident.
Future outlaw Garrett Williamson. Inside row number 1 for him. Spencer Baston. He's going to turn this thing around. It's got to start right here. Preliminary night winner last year. And it has been underneath the standard of what Baston would hope for. But get through this D, start picking some cars off in the C, and anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if it's going to be around the top side here. I mean, I've got my eye, too, on Ethan Mitchell. Lil Bundy, I mean, he lets it rip around the outside. Doesn't matter.
You can have your eye anywhere because Pickens was so good last night before he stalled it.
Lights out, coming to green. Our second and final D feature before we get to the night program. 15 laps, top 5 to the C.
Good start. Williamson getting that nose ahead in the corner that he needs. Got to the cushion, and Pickens stuck the bottom, something serious, to the point where he shows a nose, drives underneath, and Pickens on the very first lap has got the lead.
Yeah, Williamson back to second. Baston, here he comes, starting to reel back in. Garrett Williamson, Michelle Decker in fourth, and Nick Drake, your top 5 as of now. As you look back to that battle with Williamson, and here comes Spencer Baston to the bottom and across the nose.
He wants second spot in a hurry. He's got it. Williamson cannot get back underneath him. Coming out of 2. Can Spencer ride the rim? He can. He's got second, and he's going to try to get to Pickens and run him down.
Alex Bright waiting in the wings there as well in the 5th and final transfer spot as Ethan Mitchell got around Nick Drake, so they're going backwards. Bright now trying to challenge Michelle Decker, doing an absolute excellent job trying to hold on to that 4th spot.
Alex Bright, new team for him this year, trying to be the missing ingredient for putting a car into the A-main event. Nothing would mean more to them. As Williamson getting squirrely in front of Decker, it's allowing Little Bundy to get up and around the top and challenge for a transfer.
Yeah, he's going to go high, wide, and handsome here as they're just absolutely stacked up in a train on the inside here into turn number 3. Alex Bright up the hill, contact with Mitchell. They stay in it, and how about Ethan Mitchell now is going to get dive to the bottom, but Chase McDermott got around as they again just nose to tail, nowhere to go. There goes McDermott up and under. Michelle Decker, caution flag waves.
Oh, that huge move from McDermott is going to get negated by that yellow flag coming out. Decker just around the bottom, and that's where she has been all race long, but to the point where it had plugged that line. Unless you could drive around her, you weren't getting underneath her. McDermott, the one guy who found space, but ill-timed yellow flag for him, and now slot him back another spot.
16th to 9th for Shelby Hinton on the move in the Clat number 4.
And that's Weigel from that same main right behind Hinton. All right, so let's look at the incident for the yellow, and
Wow.
All right, so right now Pickens is still in place. They might call that an inadvertent flagman's yellow.
Seems fair enough.
Yeah, I would think so. We saw one of those earlier in the week too as well. They were pretty quick on the trigger.
Of the many resources we have, we are not clued into the officials radio channel, so that is one discussion that we are not a part of, nor are partial to. Don't get to hear it. We got to find out with the rest of you guys. He's got second still and the lights are out. Pickens, Baston, Garrett Williamson, Michelle Decker, Chase McDermott is 5, with Bright, Little Bundy, Drake, Hinton, and Weigel rounding out the top 10 behind him.
9 laps to go. McDermott in the hot seat in that 5th and final transfer spot. We're back under the green flag, and Pickens to the bottom wants the lead.
Baston says, nuh-uh, mine now. Driving up, around, and away as here resumes that battle back and around the final transfer. Decker up high, walking down low on McDermott.
Michelle Decker saying, you want to go around me, you got to go the long way, and absolutely got speared there from McDermott. You don't think these drivers are anxious? Now 6 laps to go, trying to get around Michelle Decker.
Big move for Shelby Hinton there to get the outside of McDermott. That's going to be the difference in him transferring and not.
Shelby Hinton hanging it out here on the outside of the Expo, 5 laps to go.
Hinton's got 4th here. Bright has got 5th, so it's the getaclue.com white and green car in the 5th position as we said. He's gone to the bottom to block. It's Little Bundy up and around the top, and Decker hoping for a mistake down low.
Yeah, she's still rolling the bottom there as McDermott continues to hound. I'm surprised McDermott doesn't just jump to the outside. They're racing hard behind. Carter Sarf coming into the picture as well. There's Little Bundy.
Oh, caution, guys. Turn 3 and 4. McDermott's turned around.
Oh.
McDermott got in, I believe, behind Bundy. Or, excuse me, Carter Sarf, and climbed over Carter's left sides and spun it out.
They were all jockeying for basically 6th on backs. If you look at the IBOC replay, McDermott just straddling the berm there on the bottom. That's Decker to the right of your screen. And into view. Oh my goodness. Went up the racetrack. Let's see from this angle. Just got caught in the slick.
Shelby Hinton up to 3rd. Not done yet.
No. Shelby Hinton wants to win this thing.
We have seen...
Shelby Hinton has the fastest lap of the entire race.
Well, we have seen that team and that car put together soup runs before.
16-3, and the Rowdies letting them know they see what's happening here. Trying to get a couple more. Every position matters.
He's got the car speed to get Pickens here.
Lights are out. I don't know that Pickens realized we were going back green there, guys.
Down to the bottom, Pickens with a shot for a second, and Baston spins the tires coming off a 2. Meanwhile, there's Bright knifing ahead of Williamson for 4th. Williamson down to the bottom, and he's now in the rocking chair position. So Little Bundy.
Oh, big move here for Shelby Hinton. Caught Michael Pickens. Pickens just barely burped the throttle. Fire one back in 1 and 2. Really good battle here for the 2nd spot. As those cars have pulled away, coming to the white flag for your race leader, Spencer Baston. But transfer battle's not over yet either.
Yeah, Bundy got him. So Ethan Mitchell up and around the top. There's Sarf carrying the berm the whole way around to get a run on Bundy. Bundy down to the bottom. Williamson up and around the top for the final run into the C main event. It is Mitchell gonna hold on.
Wow. Carter Sarf ran the apron line in 1 and 2 to try to get it to stick. But Bundy hangs on, man. Ethan Mitchell. So it's Baston, Pickens, Hinton, Bright, and Mitchell moving on. Sarf 1 spot out in a valiant effort from the E-main. But Shelby Hinton, the big story in this one, 16-3.
He's now put a couple of them together and goes to the night show. As that is it for D main events here at the Chili Bowl. We'll get ready opening ceremonies and the pole shuffle in some order should be coming up next in the program. Then we go into C's, B's, and driver introductions before the A main event. NOS Energy Drink ramp cam, and should be some very excited crews, including that of Shelby Hinton, who had a shot at second there. He didn't get a really good exit off of the top of turn number 2 when Pickens got him back, but at the same time, okay, one bad corner, no big deal, especially when you're back up into a third place transfer out of 5. So a lot to build on there for them. Spencer Baston finally looking like Spencer Baston as well. That was nice to see.
Yeah.
In the 2-seater, by the way, that's Caitlin Larson in the back seat.
Oh,
Get
boy.
to rip it.
Too bad we don't have Owen here in the booth. He could commentate. He was down here earlier.
Well, while Mom goes out and rips laps,
Yeah.
if you guys want to jump over to the FloRacing social media, we did a... Oh, we are? Okay, hold on. All right, I'll hold that then.
Jake's
We got some cool content coming down the channel.
Jake's trying to run the Larson line here.
Nice. What are you doing, Jake? My husband invented this line,
Yeah.
right? He is... Oh, yeah. He is getting up and on the ledge. Nice job, Jake Rosario, taking Caitlin Larson for a spin.
Well, especially now with Owen in the micros, cool experience for her to kind of get that experience of what it feels like. I'm more than certain she's probably had her fair share of 2-seater stock car rides, but here at the Chili Bowl, that's pretty cool. I wonder if she'll shotgun a beer afterwards.
Oh, my.
Maybe save that for later.
So long as she doesn't pull an Earl.
Good deal. Cool for Caitlin Larson to be out there in the Donnie Ray Crawford Legacy Foundation 2-seater, awarding scholarships every year.
And by that, I mean completely finishes her shotgun without spilling anything on the floor or claiming it was done before it was.
No party fouls here, that's for sure.
Earl. Flying A Motorsports pit cam showing a very busy back. And the front continues to have a stream of people wandering through, wanting to see whatever they can amongst the top guys. Of course, here to your left, very front, that is the Keith Kunz Motorsports stable of cars, which still has, I don't know, probably 10 cars left on the night.
Yeah.
There's a lot that
Pretty
are still
incredible.
active, that's for sure. On the right-hand side, a little quieter because they've already locked in 3 to the A main event. Right across the aisle is the Mattwood Racing group with more still to come in that. Meanwhile, we need to kick things up top. It's a K1 Race Gear interview with Blake Anderson.
Oh, you got Shelby Hinton here? Shelby? Not dead yet. Nice run.
Yeah, before we rode down the ramp, my dad, funny enough, and it stuck with me. My dad said everybody in this pit area doesn't want to quit racing yet. So I figured I ain't got nothing to lose. It's go or go home, you know. Man, I'm giving it everything I got. Bob doesn't get enough credit for how good that car is. When we have it right and we have a good racetrack, I mean, that thing is lights out. I mean, not that I'm doing anything spectacular, but like that thing's a rocket right now, and I hope here in a minute for the C's, I know they're going to do track work, I'm sure. I hope we have the same good racetrack, good curb, you know, because not everyone has the car to run a curb like that, and that's what kills people. And that, like, as soon as they go to the bottom, that's free lane. Yeah, when I got to, like, we had that restart, and I was in like 9th. I kept telling myself, I ain't dead. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. I didn't expect to get to 3rd. I figured I'd get like last transfer, but you know, 3rd's more spots. Get to start on the outside now. I'm looking forward to see.
Man, we've seen that Terry Clatone, Bobby Strange Ford do some special things in this building before, and I think you're knocking on the door. Congratulations, Shelby.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, like I said, I got to give all credit to Bob. Bob knows what he's doing in this building. The last 2 years we always struggle until the B main, and then A main feature time on a prelim. We always get tangled up in something moving forward, and I I mean, at least I get to show it on Saturday.
The pride of Double Louisiana stays alive, guys. Bob East hustling back to the car to get it dialed for the C-Main coming up in a bit.
Thank you so much, Blake. And we did get some breaking news in the previous D feature. That first one, you mentioned Ethan Mitchell was the 5th and final transfer spot. Actually got docked by Chili Bowl officials 2 points, or two positions, for passing before the cone on that last restart. So Carter Sarv is going to be credited with the 5th and final transfer into the first C feature, or the second C feature, I should say, coming up. So a little bit of news there, as we heard from Shelby Hinton what a run that has been. Hey, gotta give this guy a shout out.
This guy?
A lot of people have been tuned in across the country, across the world, from their homes. I think we've got our first check-in from Daytona and the Roar before the 24. Scott McLaughlin, IndyCar Series driver, has us on the pit box of his Trackhouse entry there. They're running the Corvette. He, Connor Zilich, Ben Keating, and SVG, and I guess they're doing practice right now. But Scotty Mack, thanks for tuning in, bud. We'll see you next week at the Rolex 24.
I like it. We got some track prep going on right now. Opening ceremonies has not yet begun. It'll be a little while off on that one. What was it that I saw? Pole shuffle. Pole shuffle coming up. We are doing the head-to-head time trial style pole shuffle once again. So it'll be 10 versus 9, 9 versus 8. They're going to get 3 laps of the drivers timing in against each other. Best lap wins. So, and that is how we're doing the pole shuffle this year. So, not in years past, we've had one-on-one racing, we've had group racing, etc. This version of it means you will start no worse than 1 position back from where you drew. So it's a really good deal for your guys like an Emerson Axum, who drew the 5 out of that first group. He's not moving any deeper than outside row 3. So it's great news for him. Also means guaranteed front row starting spot for Kyle Larson. Larson drew the 1 last night. He will start no worse than outside row number 1 when it comes time. All depends on who he's going to be going up against. So pole shuffle coming up after a little bit. And again, it is going to be head-to-head time trial style for 3 laps. We need to take a time out. Track prep is underway. Opening ceremony is also due up after just a little while as you're watching our live coverage of the 39th annual Chili Bowl Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink here on FloRacing.
Go harder, faster, stronger with Rod End Supply. Whether you are running industrial, farming equipment, or a race car, Rod End Supply has the assortment of rod ends, radius rods, and specialty products that will help you lead the field in performance. Our superior design means our rod ends last longer and perform better, giving you the edge on the track and saving you money. Contact Rod End Supply or order online today at rodendsupply.com. We don't just sell them, we race them. rodendsupply.com. Serving the racing community for over 30 years.
Since 2009, we have been working hard to give our customers a real advantage. Engineering starts by designing components using advanced 3D modeling software. We then manufacture prototypes, test them, race them, and refine them. Ultimately, turning these prototypes into better suspension components that make your race car faster. From concept to completion, we do it all under one roof in Brownsburg, Indiana. We take pride in every step of the process, from initial concept to putting the shipping label on your order. Our dedicated staff of racers is here to help you win. Everything we sell is backed by the best customer service in the industry.
Race Car Engineering is your single source supplier for all your racing equipment. Dirt, asphalt, drag strip, street rod, or off-road. Their experts can keep you on the track and in the lead no matter what type of racing you do. Hundreds of brands, thousands of parts. Find them online at racecareng.com or call them toll free at 800-882-7231 and make sure to ask for your free catalog. That's Race Car Engineering, 800-882-7231.
This year, we actually get to race.
These guys are sprint car drivers, stock car drivers, drifters. Here, they're going to drive something that requires a different sense of discipline.
It's a group of 12 guys who are really good at driving race cars.
Team NOS Zero Sugar. Team NOS Original.
Team Sonic Sour. Team GT Grape.
We're not sure how these cars are going to drive.
Let's go racing.
This is what you save your lunch money for. Welcome to the High Limit Room.
Things continue on here at the SageNet Center, the Expo Raceway, and the 39th Annual Chili Bowl Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink, live here on FloRacing. Caleb Hart, Chris Wilner, Clinton Boyles in the booth with you guys at the moment. Thank you so much for bringing us into your homes and letting us be a part of the best day of the year, Christmas in January, here at the Chili Bowl. Well, Christmas in January will end at some point in time, but then you get racing across the rest of the country up and going, including the Kubota High Limit Racing Series that opens things up in Las Vegas Thursday and Saturday, March 13th and March 15th. Concurrent with NASCAR weekend down there. Great weekend to make a vacation and catch some Kubota High Limit Series racing. Then they're heading over to California with 3 dates out in Central Cali and on to the south as you get the Thunderbolt Raceway coming up on March 19th, Bakersfield on the 21st, and 1 day later they head to the Paris Auto Speedway. First 5 dates of the year for the Kubota High Limit Racing Series coming up in 2025. Sounds like a great vacation weekend, right?
Oh my gosh, you kidding me? Absolutely. They did a really nice job with the schedule, pairing it obviously with, like you mentioned, NASCAR weekends, but just overall great stops on the schedule again as they continue to just beef things up. And, you know, you thought 2024 was good? Boy, 2025 is going to be massive for Kubota High Limit.
What they've continued to build out there with that series after their first year of limited engagements, and last year going full-time for 60 nights across the country. Year number 2.5, year number 3, looking really good. It is a cool field of high rollers that are going to be going up and down the highway. A lot of them still to come up here tonight as we get ready for the back half of, or the final portion of our Chili Bowl Saturday night.
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to be exciting on their schedule. Speaking of exciting, we teased it a little bit ago, actually, that we had our special guest from the Tulsa Shootout. They had so much fun being a part of the FloRacing broadcast. They said, we want to come back for more, and boy, did they bug the heck out of us.
Oh.
But, man, they are back at it again. We are pleased to give you another look at our all-star pit reporters in action, Braxton Flatt, Owen Larson, Grayson Price, and the one and only Brexton Bush.
We're taking over FloRacing pit walk. My name's Owen Larson.
I'm Grayson Price.
I'm Braxton Bush. And I'm Braxton Flat. All right, what was your favorite TV show when you were Braxton's age or my age?
Gosh, I didn't really watch much TV shows. Maybe Teen Titans or something.
Okay, what's your favorite Looney Tune?
Looney Tune? That's a hard one. Man, Tom and Jerry's pretty good.
Favorite movie?
Cars. Cars, the first one.
Nope. Nope. Okay. Maybe. Okay. All right, go right. No, not left. Not that way. What was your favorite TV show when you were my age?
When I was your age, probably Family Guy, which probably got me in trouble a lot.
All right, what's your favorite movie right now?
Still Talladega Nights.
Talladega Nights. All right, next person. Who are we going to next? I didn't see that.
Just wow, Braxton. Wow. Dude,
I tried to
come
jump
on.
over it. Not at all.
Just tie a knot.
Hey, well, Grayson, you lifted
walk.
it up for me, and I tried to jump right when
I didn't lift
jumped.
it up.
Yes, you did. You're
I don't think you cleared it.
Thanks. I can
No,
tell.
I don't think you did either.
How's your knot tying skills? Okay.
Corey, what's your favorite movie?
Probably the new Top Gun.
Okay. What's your favorite candy?
Twix.
All right. Do you think you'll make it to the A tonight?
Oh yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Good luck.
Take 5. Sure.
Make you guys feel special.
Owen, tell me about your autograph. How long have you been working on it?
For about, I don't know.
Who's got the better autograph?
Oh, me, 100%. Me. You look like you have a kindergarten. Shut up. It's a little kindergarten. No, me, kindergarten. Me, kindergarten. You can't even do cursive. Your O looks like a Q. Yeah, I did cursive O. Sure, I don't care. But your O looks like a Q. No, yeah, because it's cursive. It is not cursive. Yes, it is. What's your favorite
Candy? Anything sour, I would say.
What's your favorite Looney Tune?
Looney Tune, like Yosemite Sam, I guess. Is that a Looney Tune?
All right, we got Shotgun Sweetie right here. What's your favorite candy?
We're not allowed to have candy.
What's your favorite candy?
What's your favorite candy?
Jolly Ranchers.
Who's your favorite race car driver?
Kyle Larson.
I thought it was Corey Day.
Oh, yeah.
Or what about your uncle?
No.
Oh.
All right, Carter. Where do you, what B, are you in a B or an A?
We're in an E.
Oh boy. Where do you start?
I think 7th.
All right, good luck. And also, what's your favorite Looney Tune?
Looney Tune. Shoot, I don't know. I don't watch any of them things.
No, I want that. Wait, what happened?
Yeah, his girlfriend had a baby up in Indiana, so he had to fly home yesterday, so he's not going to be able to run his main.
Okay. Oh. I still want that RC car, though. I want the RC car. Breaking news, T-Mez just had a baby, apparently. Not T-Mez, his girlfriend. That's what I meant. Sorry. Sorry. Boys can't have babies. Congratulations, T-Mez. Congratulations. All right. And that's it for the Pit Road broadcast with the kids.
Oh,
Well,
good stuff, Caleb Hart. You never know. Kids say the darndest things, don't they?
Oh, what a fantastic segment that was. Just listening to them argue about their signatures and what was cursive and not had me dying.
No, it was good
Oh.
stuff. And if you liked what you saw, I mean, obviously, during the Tulsa shootout, Braxton did a
Yeah.
great job. And we've already pretty much, I think, inked them to shootout deals next year.
Yeah,
so
exclusive to Flow
Yeah,
Racing.
exclusive to Flow.
That's
That's
right.
right. So stick around for next year's shootout coverage.
We should be having a blast with that. That'll be very cool. Nice to get them on the show, right?
Yeah.
Good job by all 4 of those young men. Congratulations again to Timez's girlfriend and Timez.
So we need a poll now. Did they do a better job than our all-star pit reporters Earl Hoon Jr., Blake Anderson, and Chris Moore? I mean, that's tough competition right
I don't
there.
want to put up 100-0 poll. That would be terrible, right?
Not much of a pull, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I believe the boss man's saying we're going to go a quick timeout. So we will take a quick break, and we'll be back. It sounds like pole shuffle cars are rolling their way into staging. That's coming up in just the blink of an eye here on our coverage of the 39th Annual Chili Bowl Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink here on Flow Racing.
Welcome back to Flow Racing's live coverage of the Chili Bowl Midget Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink. Gonna do a little mini pit walk to start things off. We'll have a big one later on here as we're getting ready for the pole shuffle. But one cool thing I want to talk about, this Kyle Racing side panel off of his car, Paul Silva, they're gonna auction that off, and all the donations going to Chase Johnson, which is very, very cool. Right now, you can come and bid at the stage right now. The top bid is at $800, so you just got it up here about 10 to 15 minutes ago. Also, Earl Hoon Jr., the 50-50, over $100,000. So that means 50-50 winner taking home 50 grand. You can go to chilibowl.com/50-50 if you're in the state of Oklahoma. Buy those tickets now. Let's get that to 100 grand to the take-home share. You have a special guest.
Yeah, here's another cool story. We've been talking about it all week long. Bobby Moore is here with me. Natalie, his beautiful wife, is behind the table, wheeling and dealing, but people could come here to the stage, just in the staging lane, read their story. First and foremost, on behalf of everyone here at Flow Racing, we are so happy to see you here back in this building.
Man, thank you so much. And thank you to all the fans and all the people that are coming by and saying hi to my family and I. From the bottom of my heart, it really means everything.
For maybe the fans that don't know, your story's here, but since we got you, you guys were involved in a pretty nasty motor vehicle accident during the summer.
Yeah, my wife and I were just on a Sunday cruise on the Harley, and unfortunately a car pulled out and struck us both. It was pretty catastrophic at the time, but luckily we're still here and able to work, and just, you know, we're happy to be alive.
All these beautiful paintings are up for bid. We got a couple that are sold, which is absolutely amazing. And brother, keep up the great work and give me some ideas and thoughts what go really in the back of your mind and be like, I want to paint that like this or this drive or here. Give me like the planning process.
Well, you know, when it first started, I would kind of look at pictures and get ideas that way. And then as it grew, I really just kind of make them all up as the week goes on. Before I kind of prep them all, do a lot of the background work. And since watching you guys so much of the shootout, I like to incorporate y'all in the background a little bit, in the flow background there, in the booth. And then on the latest one here, you guys are in the background in the Brian Gabinski booth back there. It's just a lot of little things. The more I watch you guys on the program, the more I study the stadium and things like that, the more I can get in and involved. And it's crazy how much I actually learn about all the cars, and not only from how great you guys do talking on air, but just attention to detail. The better I get at painting them, I've got to study them and pay attention to things, because a lot of those old ones I'm missing some very important parts, and these mechanics are definitely quick to let me know.
The amount of detail that you put into all these paintings is unfathomable, dude, and it just keep doing the great work. And you also have a barcode up here, a QR code that these guys can scan and possibly do something for you guys as well. Yeah, this is my Instagram. It's at Bob Dylan, and then we've got a GoFundMe. It's somewhere up here. And if you're feeling, you know, generous, by all means, thank you so much. We've had so much support, and the paintings are all doing very well, and I just can't thank the Hahn family enough for letting me do this every year, and thank you fans for showing up and showing out. This is the greatest event of the year, and you guys are doing a great job. Thank you so much. Bobby, you and Natalie keep on keeping on, my man. Yes, sir. More.
I love
awesome.
The paintings.
I love the paintings. They get better every year.
Incredible.
Folks, if you are here, come on out to the stage right here in the pit area.
Absolutely incredible talent.
All right.
Let's mosey, Earl.
Yeah, let's
mosey.
mosey.
Our staging girls getting photos, man.
Here's our little mini pit walk that America wants.
This is just the little appetizer.
A little app, yeah, okay.
Little tease.
Now, all is calm now up in this area. This is where they bring the cars down.
There's Dominic Gordon. Let's talk to Dominic.
Yeah, let's talk to Dominic.
Dominic won a 360 race at Skagit. Dominic, what's the plans this year?
Hopefully we can get up on the wall just like we did at Skagit and pull off another win.
Yeah, we're excited to see you. You've been fun to watch. You had a good season. It's fun to watch you progress as a race car driver.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Dominic Gordon, he's in one of the Bioman cars. Holly Holland's over there selling t-shirts.
Selling merch.
She's keeping busy. She was really busy at Shootout with Driven. There's Alex Bright. Alex, you're staying alive. Good job.
Yeah, just did what I needed to do there. I mean, Shelby Hinton was probably the show of that one. He was ripping the top. I need to start running like that, but not being in the car for a while and just getting the trust back into Dunlop's car, getting a good setup for there, that helped a lot. So I'll have to step it up here in the C main, and can't thank Brian and the whole crew enough and get a clue. So we'll see what we can do in the C main.
All right, good luck. Earl, what were you looking at?
His haircut. I mean,
Oh.
what? Well, kind of, sorta. You did cut it all. I don't know if you want to take your hat off or not. But I was just, it's, man, nice and tight in the back there. See, I like a high and tight with a 00
You're
in the back. You
unique
know what I
bird,
mean?
Earl.
I do 000 every day. So,
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
God love you, Alex.
There
Good
goes
luck.
KTJ.
Hey, KTJ, how's it going?
He's got the same haircut. He's got the same haircut.
Hasn't changed in years.
him in to cut his hair like that.
There we go. You'll find that speed, right?
The old Donald Trump for a while, and we couldn't do that.
Yeah, it's aerodynamic.
Yeah, it's a lot cheaper too.
There we go. Good luck.
Good luck.
Well,
Kevin Thomas Jr.,
Earl,
you're going to.
Okay, who are we going to go interview?
well, we're getting ready. Actually, got to send it back here because they're getting ready to go.
Let's go do Brady Bacon. He's right here.
All right.
Where's Brady? Randy Hannigan. Oh, oh. Oh, you got robbed, Earl.
Come on. Come in here.
Corey Day just.
Randy just opening the pits up to everybody.
Yeah.
Brady. I hijacked the Flo interview. What are we going to expect out of you here in this next race?
Well, hopefully better than we've done earlier in the week. So we've had a little trouble with our car, just handling, especially when the cushion gets big and kind of low like it has been for Thursday and Friday. But we start 5th in the C, so I anticipate us getting out of that for sure. And then the B features here are crazy, so anything can happen, and they take 7. So it's definitely feasible to come from the C and get to the A from the B, because they do transfer so many cars, and people start getting a little impatient usually when it gets close to the end, and you might see a couple wrecks.
Yeah, you can see that in the format, but I mean, you've got a lot of experience here, and going forward, I mean, you're going to be the guy to watch. You're going to be the show. So my personal is going to be you. You're the guy. I'm gonna pick you to go through this, and these guys are gonna have to pick somebody else.
Okay.
Yep, we're rolling.
There we go. Thanks, Randy. Thanks,
Earl,
Brady.
They got Mecum Auto Auctions on in there.
Yes.
You know where to find me in Brady's trailer.
Yep. So, guys, cars are on track. Take it away.
All right, guys.
Randy must have picked Brady in his dirt draft.
Got him in the pool. Yeah.
Had to give him a little pep talk.
Well, Cars on Racetrack, your 10 lock-ins here for the pole shuffle. Only 10 guys qualified for the A main event at the moment. Coming out to the racetrack, getting a little engine heat.
Take a look at Logan Seavey, last night's winner on Hard Rock Tulsa Casino qualifying night. Said arguably the toughest prelim of his 4 career prelims was last night prelim win, that is, having to fight through traffic and a tricky racetrack and an absolute dogfight at the front of the field.
They had some troubles keeping the brakes on that thing last night also. Another thing, I don't know that Logan even realized was going on throughout the feature, but throughout the night had troubles with the rotor trying to come loose and wearing and just kind of feeling funny. So complete rear end change last night for the Swindell guys. They were here super late getting that taken care of and trying to be ready to go for today.
Thursday's winner, Tanner Thorson on racetrack, your Chili Bowl champion from 2 years back in 2022. Look out, Brenham Crouch, nice save coming off the corner. Crouch took a second place run to lock in. Kyle Larson in the 1 car, Monday's feature winner, and the guy he took it away from, runner-up on Monday, Shane Golovic. Yellow lights blinking on. These are just hot laps, as you can see up on the screen. Seavey grabbed the quickest lap in a very, very brief hot lap. So it is Seavey out top of the charts as they're all going to roll into the center. And then we will go 10 versus 9, 9 versus 8, or the winner of 10 versus 9. They'll then take on 8, we'll then take on 7, etc., all the way up to the field until we are done. Into the infield we come, trying to space out just a hair, give himself some room. We've got Brian Ward in the infield to monitor, report, tell us everything that's going to be going on. Here come the crews.
That's
Air
right.
bottles in hand.
Just open the floodgates and they're all going to come over. So I'll just try to kind of take a peek and see if I can see any major adjustments.
First matchup will be Crouch versus Pursley. That is our 10-9 battle. CV goes off third, so he is guaranteed to start no worse than fourth in our main event tonight. A look to his right, Landon Brooks drew the 2 pill, so Brooks will be as high as 1, no further deep than 3.
I have an adjustment that Clinton may be able to discuss what this would help with. On Crouch's car, on the left rear radius rod, like where a wishbone might be on a micro, they took the bolt out from the chassis and lowered that rod a couple slots on the front bolt.
Yeah, just trying to take some left rear drive out of the car. You saw Brenham get in the cushion really hard and bike up, so that's just going to free that left side up a little bit, let it, drop down and slip into the corner a little bit better. And Rizzy going there, I'd imagine he's taking some weight out of the left rear to get it, same thing, kind of settle back in, just give Brenham a little bit of comfortability up against that cushion. It's only going to get bigger as these guys go on, and I'd imagine we'll see them all qualify around the top.
Jason Pursley there getting locked and loaded. We saw Jesse Love, his good best friend and Xfinity Series regular in the infield. Brian, what else do you see?
Well, some of the other cars that are going to run a little bit later, Golubic and Bernal have pulled over to the side, and as soon as they came in and crews got over there, they immediately put the blankets on the hoods trying to keep some heat in there before they get to go back out on the racetrack. So even just this little bit of time in between that hot lap and when they pull on the track here shortly, they're trying to keep as much heat there as possible.
Yeah, you were talking about it, Clint. It's like 26 degrees outside, and,
yeah,
and the building is cold for relatively, obviously not that cold, but it's not the 65 or 70 degrees that we had earlier in the week.
Yeah, we're not sweating inside here right now, that's for sure.
It's been mentioned that as outside the building goes in, moisture within the building changes. Are these drivers running weather stations out there? Are they adjusting fueling, any of that good stuff on the motors?
No, I don't think so. I mean, inside this little, I say little building, right? Like you're not overly open to the outside nature, and so yeah, you're not changing your fueling on your engines a whole lot, I don't think, or anything like that. And there's nothing that's going to change from if even an hour ago they checked their weather stations, made sure they were good. It's not going to change from then to now where you need to make any sort of adjustments on these midgets. If we were at Volusia or somewhere of that nature, out in California, maybe stuff would change that fast.
We've talked a lot about how drivers have a different feel for their cars and want different adjustments and have different setups on their cars. As I walk over to Brooks' car here, the same adjustment they made on Crouch's car, they went the opposite direction here, and they went up a bolt hole on that same left side bar.
Yeah, opposite reaction, just create a little bit of left rear drive. It's going to engage your left rear tires sooner on throttle when the left side of the car raises up. Tighten them up a little bit is what we would say.
Something we saw in there too is shout out to Cale Drake. He has been hands-on, not only behind the wheel running for Keith Kunz Motorsports, but in every work area that one of their cars has been in, and obviously now in the work area in the infield as these guys get ready for the pole shuffle. He has been hands-on, so kudos to Cale, Mr. Versatility, trying to help out his teammates here in the pole shuffle. As here we go. The 10 and 9 seeds, Brenham Crouch going to be the first to be pushed off alongside Jason Pursley.
Round 1 begins. Crouch, who drew the 10, has the most to gain here. He can roll all the way up 9 spots if he can make it. This is a time trial contest. 3 laps on the clock. And the green is out in the very first lap, so no warm-up laps here.
Pursley ended hot laps in 7th, Crouch in 10th out of the 10 drivers here, so see if any adjustments pay dividends as the green flag, again, lap number 1 in the books. Crouch quicker, 12.8. Make that Persley a 12.107. Significantly quicker than Brendan Crouch.
Persley, big hiccup through the corner. See what times look like here on the flip side. He gets faster at 12.049. Crouch knocked a bunch of time off, but he's not anywhere close to Dason yet. Third and final lap. Persley 11.998. Got closer.
Crouch got in the ballpark. Persley never really even put like a, overly clean lap together either. So I think there's still some time to be found for him, and he gets a second here to go to his shock knobs and try to figure something out.
All right, Ryan Burnell coming out to the racetrack, your runner-up on Thursday night.
One thing to think about, Shane Golovich's the crew chief on all these cars that are locked in, and he's in his car also.
Yeah.
Got to be super organized for the crew guys there to be able to make all the adjustments needed.
Off and running with the green flag. Big hiccup on the tires from Burnell. As times will start rolling in with Dason Persley coming off of corner number 4. Persley.
12.035, lap number 1 for Dason, and a 12.314 for Ryan Burnell. So again, Persley significantly quicker than his counterpart here in round number 2.
He's into the 11s, big time. 11.754 is Persley. Burnell into the 11.9s. One more lap around to decide it. Persley, 12.0. Here's Burnell. He needs to shave 2/10. He does not.
Guys, I said it last night during the pole shuffle draw. I said Dason's going to make some moves here in the pole shuffle.
Keep in mind that he's now has 6 more laps on this racetrack than his next competitor.
See if he can continue to just spiral this thing, get her wound up and going. As your next driver out is Shane Golovic. Shane Golovic, Monday night's runner-up, led a good chunk of that race before Larson got him late.
Yeah, I'm interesting to see here because I know Shane has been one of the fastest cars all week in the building, going up against arguably one of the best at qualifying. So be a good test here for Dason, and of course with Shane and all the speed that the Matt Wood Racing cars have had, as the green flag is in the air. Lap number 1, 12.185 for Dason, 12.2 for Shane.
Everyone watch how Dason kind of enters with his right rear above it right there. I think that's, able to create a lot of exit speed for him down the front stretch and down the back stretch.
Big second lap down to a 12.030 for Dason, still quicker by 2/10.
Golovic's really struggling with the race car here. He has not had a clean 1 and 2 yet.
Oh,
Golovic's trying to enter underneath the curve opposite of Dason, and man, you just got to hit it so perfect, and be interesting to see if anyone else can pick out that Dason's entering right rear above it.
Well, Dason's now jumped from 9th on the pole shuffle draw to potentially 7th or 6th or 7th starting spot.
Yep, Gavin Miller's turn to try to knock him off. Last night's runner-up. It is Miller versus Persley. Persley's going to get more of a run at the green flag this time. Last time he got to it a little bit late and hurt his time on the first lap. See what Gavin can do. A lot cleaner 1 and 2 than Golovic ever got. First time to the line, and that is a good lap for Persley at 11.687.
Yeah, I don't think if they don't enter a right rear above it like Dason is, they're not going to have a prayer. He's almost getting both rear tires above it in 3 and 4 right now.
Look at that, how that car handles through the bumps too as well in 1 and 2, but you're right. Right rear up and over the cushion. Gavin Miller down to a 12.128, but not even close in the ballpark, as Persley will take another round.
He's now advanced from 9, and now he'll start no worse than 6th. With a chance to advance up to 5, as now we're into the top 5, your prelim night winners. And this was the matchup on Wednesday. Emerson Axum and Dason Persley now take on each other once again. Persley getting the benefit of having run a lot of laps, having some rhythm, but more importantly, the track knowledge as we roll the green.
I was about to say, he lined up where he wanted to launch from.
Yeah, watch Emerson. He followed a lot closer so he can keep an eye on what Dason's doing.
Emerson tied up on the cushion off of turn number 2, lost a little bit of time. Lap 1 for Dason Persley. Can his run continue? 11.824. Axon with a 12.646.
Oh, not going to get it there.
No.
Emerson, big bounce coming out of 2.
Dason's full hero send right now, guys. He is
11.6.
both rears above it. Look at that.
A second better than Axon that last time around. He's going to have one shot, Emerson.
If you can pick a track to qualify on inside this building, it's absolutely hero status. Incredible stuff right now.
Dason Persley's march up through the pole shuffle continues.
It's Thorson-esque.
Yep.
I don't know that anyone's going to be able to figure this thing out in 3 laps the way Dason has in 15-ish.
And the difference is, Clinton, remember, they don't have, they're not at the staging area. They can't look at their phone and watch what he's doing.
Yeah.
They're going off the big screen, and that's kind of small to see from there.
If they can see it.
They can't see it from there.
So Thorson's turn, your Thursday night feature winner.
See if Thorson can figure it out.
Pretty smooth through 1 and 2. Persley throws down the gauntlet at 11.7.
Oh man, how both rear tires are above the cushion.
Versus 12.2.
It's just not the same.
Yeah.
You just don't get that grip and that run all the way through the corner.
White flag is out. 11.734 still the quickest for Persley. 12.2, or 12.1 I should say, yeah, 12.185 for Thorson. Tanner Thorson hiked the front end up there at 3 and 4. That will kill the end of his lap. Persley 11.693 moves on. So starting 5th is Thorson. And Dason Persley's march up the leaderboard continues. And boy, the Rowdies are getting into it as well.
I don't know that anyone's going to be able to stop him at this point.
Well, Logan's going to get a good look at what he's doing at least. No, he's not. Drives right past him. Logan says, hey, you can catch me if you want to. Because he's going to roll to the green flag first. And there goes Logan up and above at 1 and 2. So Persley's guaranteed himself a no worse than 4th place starting spot.
Dason's done it for so many laps now.
Yeah.
Got heat in his tires. I mean, there's so many things that factor into this.
Logan quicker by the narrowest of margins, 2 1/1000ths of a second. So it's Seavey over Persley by an inch. Lap number 2, Persley back to the top, 11.752.
Logan's got to get real fast here, real clean, and I don't know if that's enough. Let's find out. Got into the 11.8s, but it's not enough. Persley gets him by a 1/10 of a second.
So Seavey will start 4th. Dason Persley a top 3 starting spot potential now with what began as 9th.
Can he ascend to the front row?
Oh, this will be probably the biggest run,
Only Landon Brooks stands in between him. Brooks. Skip's getting into 3, but this is just coming to the green flag. It'll cost him a little forward drive. Something sounds different about the timber of the engines at the moment out there. I wonder if it's Brooks.
I wonder if Dason's not doing this yet. He's out of gas. Dason's out of fuel right now.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh, he's 100% out of fuel.
And yet he's still a 10th quicker.
Oh my goodness.
Well, something stopped him.
Will they let him fuel up?
No, there's no way they let him fuel up.
Even
Kyle,
if
Kyle
this
gets
runs
the pole
over?
for free.
Wow.
No. I mean, Brooks can take the pole from Kyle, but here's the thing.
Brooks is slower than Dason right now.
Yeah, Brooks still hasn't completed his run, though.
He's got one more lap to figure it out.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness.
All right, that's wild. Well, he's got to come out and cut it better than 12.6.
No way they let him fuel up, right?
Yeah, I mean,
no chance. Granted, we've never seen a 9-3 run before. Yeah.
No kidding. Oh, Landon Brooks.
Kyle's out there.
Okay,
Dason's done, right?
Yeah. Wait.
I mean, Dason was faster, but I guess if you don't finish the run, maybe?
I thought they would just let Kyle either hot lap or give him the pole, but
it's a good question.
You're right. I guess if you don't complete the 3 laps, that run's negated. So Brooks versus Larson. Larson quicker on lap 1 by a second.
Brooks's first lap was not quicker than Nason's.
No.
Oh, hey, going up to ride the wall is Larson.
Yeah, Kyle plugged the fence both ends in that lap right there.
Brooks now has a 12.5. Larson at a 12.0 and to the checkered
Oh,
flag.
wow. Holy cow. Kyle almost just junked that thing.
Well, his run's complete. And with that, after the pole shuffle, Kyle Larson gonna sit on the pole for the 2025 edition of the Chili Bowl Nationals, going for Chili Bowl Championship number 3. Brooks will be on the outside of the front row, and Dason Persley, heartbreak, running out of fuel, but hey, he's gonna start 3rd.
Fascinating how that run went down. Persley, obviously, your gigantic winner out of that, picking up 6 spots.
Caleb Hart, I just talked to an official, and they said exactly what you guys were suspecting. Got to complete the run.
Yeah, so although he was quicker and Brooks had 1 more lap, I was just curious if you're gonna let Landon run a lap to try to knock him off, but that's right, can't get all 3 laps in and negate your run, but still. What a run for Dason, though.
All right, pole shuffle is done. And different than I thought that would turn out, but fun nonetheless.
You looking at your dirt draft over there, Clinton?
No.
Oh, okay, all right. Just
No,
curious.
checking out the world of social medias, because that was nuts.
Yeah.
Curious what people have to say about, the track and how Dason ran it. I mean, man, what more can you ask? Can you imagine if we ran 40 laps like that?
Oh, my God.
Holy smokes.
Boy.
That would separate the men from the boys, that's
We are
for
in
sure.
for a treat, guys.
Well, turn 2's happy.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at those guys. They've been tuned up, and now they are really getting into it.
Guys, I got some clarification.
Okay.
I went to Terry Maddox. He said, I don't know. They just told the next car to push off. So then I went and found Matt Ward, and he said exactly what you guys had assumed. Because he did not finish his run, he could not advance.
Thank you, Brian.
I just talked to his car owner, Chad Boat. He didn't really seem too concerned about it, to say the least. I think he's probably pretty happy with the speed that they found there. And obviously a lot going to change.
It's
but
not
Chad
the end of the world. It's just more
didn't seem
disappointing because we would love to have seen that shootout between him and Larson.
Absolutely. Yeah, Chad wasn't remotely concerned.
Well, 9-3 for Persley is going to be the story. Larson has got the pole for the 39th Chili Bowl A main event, but we still have 14 spots to figure out who's going to be in that A main with him. 10 locked in. We got to figure out 14 more, and we have got 2 C's and 2 B's to help our process of elimination coming through. Opening ceremonies also due in just a little while here at the Chili Bowl Nationals. I'm Caleb Hart, Chris Wilner, and Clinton Boyles in the booth with me, and we've diagnosed everything that we have seen up into this point. Now it's just drivers moving forward. We'll have 2 15-lap, 5-car transferring C mains, and then 2 20-lap, 7-car transferring A main events still to come up after opening ceremonies here in just a little while here at the Expo, which is lining up for some fantastic A main action tonight. Fingers crossed, because it is going to be a whole lot of fun with so many stories to follow. Speaking of which, the story of the last 5 minutes is Dason Persley. Earl Hoon has got him with the K1 Race Gear interview.
Yeah, guys, got Dason Persley here with me. Buddy, you're going to start 3rd come the A main, and we were just debating on maybe what the ruling is, what it should be. Obviously, you ran out of fuel, and they told you to take it to the top of the ramp. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think we just created a new rule, I guess. I don't know if anybody, maybe even tried to play that out, but yeah, once it cut out once, I just knew it was an unfortunate circumstance, but I don't know what they could do different on that rule, because you're out there racing, and then no matter if you stop or whatever, you're always going to be up the ramp. So yeah, just unfortunate, but the CB Industries, Toyota Racing, NOS Energy Drink, Pristine Auction, 86 is on rails once again. I feel like it's almost like an unfair advantage when you're out there like that and you just get to ripping by yourself. So yeah, cards on rails. Hopefully I didn't show everyone the line a little bit too early here tonight, but nonetheless, it boosted our starting position huge, and that's what you need to do to capitalize on winning these races. So going to be a long 40 laps here, and trying to chase down that Larson car is going to be tricky, but nonetheless, I feel like we're capable of doing it, and I'm going to go out here and give it my all.
you were running a very unique line out there to where you pretty much had both rear tires above the cushion. Do you think that's still going to be the line come tonight's 40-lap A main event, or do you think you might have to switch something?
You'll probably have to switch something for sure. I mean, I think Larson kind of showed us that line, as everyone was saying on Flo. It's the Larson line. So, yeah, I was looking forward to trying to race him and seeing if I can do a little bit better than he can. But, yeah, nonetheless, it was fun, and I think it is definitely going to move around a little bit. I think we just caught that track rework when it gets on the fence. I don't think you're going to be able to do that. So, yeah, just caught a lucky break and everything, and was able to do it while nobody else was. And then looked like Logan tried to do something a little bit different than everyone else is doing, and still he looked like a little tied up there. So yeah, just felt like this thing's really good, and it fits my driving style nicely, and I think it'll be a long 40 good grueling laps here.
Guys, for a person that has ran out of fuel, it's all smiles here at the CB Industries camp, because they are going to be in the hunt come a little later on.
To the house we go, Brian Holbert.
Welcome to the 39th running of the world's largest midget auto event and the world's greatest race in all of midgets. Before we begin, we would like to recognize the presenting sponsor of this event, and a sponsor and a supporter of motorsports across nearly every genre. Ladies and gentlemen, representing NOS Energy, please welcome Lauren up here to the stage. Lauren has been an ambassador of the sport. She's an ambassador for her brand, not only here, whether it's the title sponsorship of the USAC NOS Energy Drink Midget National Championship, the Knoxville Nationals, at least a half a dozen drivers in this building. What she has built from the grassroots level for grassroots fans and grassroots racing cannot be understated. Lauren, thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we had a chance to talk to him last night, but please join me in welcoming this year's Grand Marshal, Mr. Jeff Gordon. Jeff, again, welcome back to Tulsa to be the Grand Marshal. You mentioned it yesterday. This is the redo. Mother Nature kind of kicked you out the first time, but getting a chance to be here tonight, what are your thoughts of what you have seen in your time here so far?
It's such an honor to be here and to be the Grand Marshal. It's just amazing racing. It just doesn't get any better than a short track inside in Tulsa, Oklahoma for a Chili Bowl. And man, I'm getting pumped. I know you guys are about these next couple of races and who gets into the A, and then what we see in the A main. It's going to be amazing. How about this guy, what he's done here? We were just talking about 1990 I raced here, and I can promise you it wasn't anything quite like this, and it has come a long way, and just such an incredible job to you and your family for making this happen, and it's such an honor for me to be back here and be the Grand Marshal.
Yes, but what he's not saying is the people like Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, the Kyle Larsons, and all these guys right here, Christopher Bell, the names is what's made this show right here. They're the one that puts on the show, and I appreciate it. And you are very, very deserving of this Grand Marshal.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Jeff Gordon.
You know when you're sitting at the stoplight and you hear that car that pulls up and the music's just blasting and the hood's vibrating and you think to yourself, man, that's gotta sound like shit inside of the car, right? That's exactly what I think about that horn.
Back straight away. There's ceremonies taking place. Would you please stop for a few minutes?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, is that time of the night where we'd ask that you please rise for tonight's invocation and national anthem. If you would please remove cover. Out of respect to those who serve this nation and in honor of those who have given their lives in her defense. The American flag being rolled out and proudly displayed here in the front straightaway. Yesterday we had a moment to recognize our armed forces. And we remind you, those who have served, they do of their own free will. They do because they answer the calling to protect their community, their home, and their families. Our freedoms are written in paper and pen. It is secured by the blood of patriots. Ladies and gentlemen, to our armed forces who have fallen to prop up this nation and those who would go in to fight for it today and tomorrow, a round of applause for those brave men and women. And as we turn to our Lord, ladies and gentlemen, we turn to Pastor Kenneth Hagin.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this great week of racing. We thank you that we live in this country, and we thank you for those that have shed their blood that we might be free tonight. But we thank you for Jesus Christ that died on the cross so we could have spiritual freedom. Father, tonight, as we enjoy these races, I thank you that every team is protected, every driver is protected, all of the fans are protected. And Father, as we disperse and go to our respective places, I thank you for traveling mercies upon everyone. We thank you for a great night of racing. In Jesus' name, amen.
And ladies and gentlemen, it would not be the Chili Bowl Nationals until we hear the playing of our national anthem performed by Mr. Kenny Kelch. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the invocation has been said, the anthem has been played, and we've got to know, are you ready for the Chili Bowl?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Race Night in Tulsa.
Thank you, Brian. We are happy to be here.
We are ready for Race Night in Tulsa. Whew. Brian Holbert saying the words down on the stage. Like he said, all of the pomp and circumstance other than driver intros for the A main event are done. We've got 4 races to go to figure out who the remaining 14 drivers will be in that A main event. 2 C's and 2 B's before tonight's 40-lap A main event for 1 Golden Driller. The pits from the Flying A Motorsports pit camp, jam-packed with people and still a whole bunch of race cars. We'll come back and start previewing your C main event. That's all coming up next here as you watch our coverage of the 39th Annual Chili Bowl Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink here on FloRacing.
When it comes to magneto ignition performance, there's only one name that you can trust, and that's BR Motorsports Ignitioneering. Servicing the racing industry for over 30 years, our state-of-the-art Magneto Dyno Test Lab facility is equipped with the most technically advanced equipment available. And that's why crew chiefs like Paul Silva and Philip Dietz choose BR for all their ignition needs. To learn more, visit us at brpromag.com.
From the innovators behind Stag Motorsports, Stagco, and Stag Insurance comes Wedge Carts by Stag Unlimited. Hand-built in the USA, our custom wedge frames deliver unmatched speed, agility, and pure driver skill. Wedge Carts, high performance, hand-built, American-made.
Flying A Motorsports has been providing the motorsports industry with the finest transportation equipment for over 35 years, offering an extensive range of new and pre-owned motor coaches, toter homes, race trailers, car haulers, and more. Flying A is proud to be a premier dealer for Renegade, Showhauler, Intech, T&E, Bravo, C-Tech, and more. Visit FlyingAMotorsports.com to view current and on-order inventory.
For 45 years of experience, Buzzy Racing has mastered the art of drivetrain specialties, spanning from dirt to asphalt tracks. You're not just a customer, but a valued member of our family, embraced by the tradition and passion embedded in every Buzzy build. We cover everything from rebuilding and selling drivetrain components, offering custom Buzzy parts, steering box services, and ensuring top-notch maintenance and support for braking systems. We are committed to excellence in helping racers maintain a competitive edge on the track. Get it Buzzy built.
Welcome to our world. A world of dirt, drift, and dodging fate. A world where all of motorsport collides. A world of digging deep, of grit, glory, and bitter defeat. Inhabited by the strong, the fearless, the barely sane. Welcome to our world. Welcome to the world of NOS.
Get ready for Texas-sized thrills.
NASCAR's brightest stars return to Texas Motor Speedway for the Texas Triple Header May 2nd through the 4th. And yes, the return of Kubota High Limit Racing at the Texas Motor Speedway dirt track will happen both Thursday and Saturday nights. Tickets are on sale now at texasmotorspeedway.com. Don't miss your chance to be a part of all of the action.
Let the games begin. Hello, Florida. Get ready for 6 straight nights of Winter Game 16 in February 2025. Barberville's Volusia Speedway Park presents the official kickoff to the USAC Amsoil Sprint Car National Championship season with a pair of days on February 10th and 11th. The action-packed racing week concludes with a trip back west to Ocala to finish strong with 4 consecutive nights at Ocala Speedway on February 12th, 13th, 14th, and 15th. Practice night at Ocala kicks off the week-long extravaganza on Sunday, February 9th. For more info, visit USACRacing.com. The countdown is on. The 2025 season is just around the corner. 6 February USAC National Sprint Car races await in Florida from February 10th through the 15th. Let's get after it in the Sunshine State in 2025.
Welcome back to the SageNet Center and FloRacing's live coverage of the 39th Annual Chili Bowl Midget Nationals powered by NOS Energy Drink. And Earl, it's that time of night. The last one of the week, buddy boy.
Last one, dude. I can't believe how the pit walk has taken off throughout the week.
Well,
It's a tradition now.
It is. We found a new tradition. Look at.
What?
Hey, Chris.
Bud. Hey,
Wake up, bud.
Hey, bud. Wake up. What are you doing?
Let's go for a walk. All right. Get stretched.
To give you perspective, we're at the rear of the SageNet Center. Here, everyone give us a wave. You're live on Flow. It's cold back here.
It's cold.
I
turn the
can't
heat
be
on.
back here. Turn the heat on. Or drink more. Do something. It's cold.
Hey, Chris,
back
I found
here.
your second favorite baseball team.
No, man,
they won the World Series and they beat the Yankees.
Sir,
so thank you.
Sir, that can't. No.
Thank you.
That's not nice.
On behalf of the rest of America.
That's not nice. Go Yankees. Okay,
Anyone but
keep
the
your
Yankees.
hands in there. That's not nice.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I know.
Shut up. As we
Ooh,
move,
you need one of those. You need one of those, Chris. You'd look good in one of those.
Chris needs bedazzled, period.
Let's get it done.
Let's get it
We
done.
can't let Earl talk to him.
Mike Hess is selling T-shirts, $20, by the way.
Yeah, we'll probably sell them out.
Yeah, it's for sale, $20.
We got. Okay.
There it is.
Where did you get? Where'd you get those?
Oh.
Oh, they're gonna go check that out. Check that out first.
Oh, Blake. Oh boy.
Where'd you guys get these fancy sweaters?
You can go to, yeah, you can get them rhinestones. You just get a hoodie and then you can get them rhinestones and
So,
stuff.
do you think Earl should get his shirt rhinestoned?
Yes.
Oh, that's unanimous.
That's
just get the F bedazzled. That's all.
Well, his favorite song is Rhinestone Cowboy.
That is incorrect.
He sings it at karaoke every night.
Okay,
All right,
maybe
who are
a
you
little.
rooting for, girls?
Yeah.
Logan Seavey. All right, Logan
he's
Seavey.
cute? No.
No,
Aw.
no. Hey, they got Flo on. We're on a commercial break.
Guys, I'm stepping over here. It's
Oh,
this
they
is
got
nice.
Look at this.
This is nice, huh?
Oh, this
a
is
little
the
heater
setup.
over here. Oh, this is.
She's got
this
gloves.
is nice.
She's
gloves.
next to the heater.
We got the game on.
Earl, this is what Chili Bowl veterans look like.
Yeah, Earl, don't forget your notes.
I won't
Nobody
forget
can
my
read.
notes, but it's nice back here. You guys
Yeah.
go back up there.
We'll give him the mic. We'll go.
Earl, you know there is an option to wear a little bit more.
Shut up, Chris. I'm enjoying the heat right now.
You can wear something under.
Don't mind him any. Don't pay him any attention, folks. We're an equal opportunity employer. Don't pay him any attention.
Yeah. All right, Earl, you
moving
warm
on.
up.
Here we go. I'm warmed up. Here we go.
All right. Dad's gonna get mad at us.
Hey,
You warm
just
up
so
this
you
way.
know, Buckwalter's pit area, the trailer's there for sale, right there.
It's Troy Betts, not Buckwalter McFly.
Well, they're all pitted together. They all flew out here together. They
Earl,
traveled
look, we're good.
together. Yeah, we're good.
We're good. Yeah, nothing moves anymore.
Where
We're
is
safe.
Stevie? Can you give Stevie the thumbs up? Hey, Stevie.
He's probably getting cap ready.
Chris just
Yeah.
looked over your left
We-
front. You said it's good to go.
We did a safety check on it. It's good.
Yeah, we're all good. What?
Yeah.
Get me in this race?
Yeah, we can get you in there. Yeah, go ahead and get direct. Earl's got to warm it up though.
Listen, if you take the left front shock off, I'll petition to get you in.
Let's do it.
Steve's not scared. Guy runs at Williams Grove most weeks. You got to be fearless to run there.
Earl, what kind of chassis is that?
That's a midget chassis. Can't fool me on that one.
Well, we did. You fooled yourself
Yeah.
like 2 days ago.
Well, shut up. No one
What else we got going? It kind of dies out back.
It dies a little bit back here.
I missed the kids that were playing football here earlier this week.
It dies back here.
Let's clarify this. You are getting a lot of people giving you flack about Iowa.
I know, it's usual. Because Iowa doesn't.
Did they
They're
lose
not
today?
playing sports anymore. We
Did
gave
they
up.
lose today?
We did beat Illinois in
Oh.
wrestling, though. We blanked them.
Hey,
blanked
little
them.
man.
They didn't even decide to.
Little
but I
man.
think they scored 6.
Hey, buddy. All right. He has no interest.
Frank's gonna spin him around.
Yeah. I'm trying to talk to you.
He
What's
doesn't
your
have time
name?
for you more?
That's good. You gonna drive a race car one day?
I wouldn't want to talk to Chris either.
He's
I don't
real
believe it.
chatty, guys. I don't know if we keep talking to him, we'll never get the microphone back. That's all right. I picture a future race car driver.
Yeah.
That's my guess.
It's Earl's model there. Hey, here's Mark Birch. Let's talk to Mark. Mark, we've been talking about all week with Team Jack Foundation. Mark, thank you for all you do. We appreciate it.
Hey, Blake, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, not too bad. It's been a trying week, but, you know, we had some really fast race cars. It's been really fun. You know, we had some trials and tribulations, but happy to bring really fast cars. Didn't get the greatest results, but we did move forward most of the time we were on the track. So
we'll try it again next year, right?
Well, we were thinking about just renting a house in Hawaii, and you know, all the people that have had enough of the.
Can Earl go?
Yeah, Earl can come. You want to go to Hawaii next year? We'll go. We're going to rent a house in Hawaii, get a big screen, fly everybody down there first class. Probably costs less.
I'm in.
Hey, that's fine. I'm happy. I've never been to Hawaii.
Yeah, you should go.
We're going to go. We're going.
We're in. All right, thank you, Mark.
All right, thanks for all you do. I appreciate you guys.
Mark Birch, ladies and gentlemen. 3 midgets for Mark this year.
Guys, I really want to, if we have the time, I really want to get up on the top of Bowman's trailer.
Well,
We're getting
Well,
close.
start-
over there.
start
Beat
walking
us.
over there then.
Get going.
All right,
Get going.
all
You
right.
walk ahead. No one's stopping you.
We'll see you when you get there.
Yeah. Well, do you think I'm going to get in trouble?
I don't think so. Just
No? All right.
Bowman's super friendly. He'll let anyone in.
Okay. All right.
It'll be all right.
You're making me feel better about this, Clinton.
heads up. Head on a swivel, Chris
Hey-o.
Moore. Head on a swivel.
Steven Snyder Jr. He's been known to knock down speed cams here at the expo. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, I found somebody I know. Maybe.
Oh, boy.
Briggs. There's Alex. Hey, what
Kevin?
are the odds I can go up there, sit in the couch?
You can do whatever the hell you want.
All right, I'm going, guys.
Alex, what about Earl? What about Earl?
Oh.
Y'all can do whatever you want.
Is it safety rated for him?
I'm not your mom. Don't fall off.
Well,
it's nice in here.
Just don't fall off.
I'll let
Can
you
you
know.
fly?
Out on Thursday night.
Who slid down it?
No, the roof will hold. When that pit party was, we were all up there.
Oh, it'll hold. You're good, Earl.
I made it.
He made it. All right.
Peekaboo.
I don't have enough insurance for that.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh boy. Oh boy. We about had another oh no situation.
There's a
Get
perfect
inside.
view.
Get inside the. Yeah. Thank
Yeah,
you.
You guys, Oh, these couches are
Yeah,
weird.
we lost him.
They're like blow-up mattresses, but they're couches. It's really weird.
Nice knowing you, Chris.
I'm out of breath, too.
Yeah, we know.
No.
What do you think the odds are Earl can catch the mic? I'm just kidding.
I'd like to see that.
Just kidding.
Earl looks like an athletic specimen.
Yeah, he a body of an athlete.
Body of an athlete.
Who are you rooting for tonight? One get. I'm going to guess once, but the camera can't.
Kyle Larson.
Oh, look at that hat. Did you go get his autograph?
Yeah.
Awesome. Got a Kyle autograph. I like that hat, Earl. You'd look good in that hat, Earl.
Well,
Huh?
you have to look very friendly.
What?
Clinton Boyles would actually look good now.
Clinton Wood.
Earl, I look good in everything.
Okay, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Kevin Dennis, Ernest Pagan. Hey, here's Mitchell Moles. Mitchell, how you doing?
Yeah, I made it down, guys.
Chris Moore made it off of the top of the trailer.
I know you're all sad to hear about it.
Yeah, he crawled up there. He's huffing and puffing, though.
Is he?
Yeah, you got any oxygen in your trailer?
No, but there's probably some land sharks over there if he wants one after.
Yeah, oh, he probably could use one. Yeah. Chris, I don't see him yet.
I'm here. I'm
Oh,
right
there
here.
he is. He's sweating.
Oh, man.
He's sweating. He's sweating, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm telling. Oh, you scared me.
Oh, look out.
I have a microphone, Blake. You don't need
I
to
know.
hold that one.
Well,
over
that's
for me.
true. You're sweating. I want to take care of you. You got to rest.
Listen, trying to close the door while you come down or go up, it's a bit of a challenge, but we made it.
Yeah, this is the final pit walk of the
Ever?
week. Not ever. We'll
I
talk
hope
about
not.
it next year.
I hope not. I got a cramp.
People, let us know on Flow if they want the pit walk back to return next year.
Let us know if you want Earl to come sit on your trailer.
Or get in your car.
Yeah, or get in your car.
Jeez, oh man.
I don't
We
know.
saw how well Mike Hess did after
We
that.
like the hat. Hey, here's Harry Stewart, the Queensland Speed Car Champion. That's what they call the midget series over there.
Get in there.
Right here. I can't. Nah, he's getting ready for his C-Main. He's dialed in.
Oh, jeez. It's all right. You're scared.
They're rolling. I don't want to bother the guy. He's got to get dialed in.
Look,
Hey,
I'm bleeding.
Jody.
Hey, how are you?
I'm literally bleeding. Literally bleeding.
Jody, this is Jody Rosenboom. He
more important.
The guy that loaned his car out, and now you're in the C-Main. Congratulations.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. I knew when my wife actually showed me the post where Mitch put that would happen that TJ didn't have a ride, and I met TJ a few years ago with KJ Snow, so I said, why not? He's going to do better than I am, so that's the car I was originally going to run, and yeah, I think he put us in a pretty good place.
And go Hawks, right?
And go Hawks.
Go Hawks. All right.
Literally
That's a
nobody
great way to
cares.
into pit walk. I can't think of any thank you, Jody. Any better way to into pit walk?
Literally nobody cares, Blake.
Yeah. We're back. We're so back.
Back to what?
Yeah, to what?
Our men's basketball team only got beat by 30 last night at UCLA.
practice?
Women's team's on a 4-game losing streak. The wrestling team, though, are number 2 in the country, going for the 25th national
Good
title.
news for you. Good
Which
news
one
for
flew
you
to
is
college?
Iowa State
Lost.
took an L today.
Yes, that is.
Country roads take me home.
Yes, thank you, Dale Blaney, West Virginia Hall of Famer. I already sent him a thank you.
Are we done? I gotta go get a first aid kit.
Yeah.
or something.
He's.
I showed
Kevin.
this already, Blake.
Oh man.
I'm telling you, man.
Maybe
It's rough
Bowman's
up there.
trailer insurance will cover that.
I think he spent enough on race cars.
Caleb and Wilner, I guess we got to get Chris to the first aid station. You got cars on the track.
Cars are on the track for the first of 2 C features.
Being a pit reporter is no easy business.
Yeah,
That's
thank you,
Not
Chris.
at all.
Thank you.
You're right. First C features coming out, and this is where the anxiousness, the anticipation, the nerves really start to hit in, because there are pretty much everyone that you will see from here on out is more than deserving to race in tonight's 40-lap A main. We just can't start those many cars.
Correct. So these are all drivers who finished between 9 and 14 in their preliminary night A main event, divided up between the 2 C features that we'll have out and on the racetrack, plus the 5 move-ups from each of the respective D main events. 20 cars, 15 laps, 5 transfer in each of these 2 C mains. As you get a look at the BR Motorsports Ignitioneering Speed Shot cars rolling down the ramp, and we will tell you who they all are in just a matter of mere seconds. C feature number 1 is Trey Marcham, and C is Sam Johnson on the front row. Kyle Cummins and Derek Hagar in row number 2. Brady Bacon and Tanner Carrick in row 3, TJ Smith and Steven Snyder Jr. in row number 4, Ricky Thornton Jr. and Dalton Gabbard in row number 5, row 6, Roger Crockett and Daniel Robinson. Moving on, row number 7 for this C feature number 1 is going to feature Colby Copeland and Billy V. Then Jeff Stassa and Ryan Timms. Timms the first move up from the D feature. Drake Edwards, Harry Stewart, KJ Snow, and CJ Leary. 20 cars, again, 15 laps the distance, and we're only moving 5 forward into the back of B main number 1.
KJ Snow and CJ Leary, the 2 drivers left with any sort of soup potential. They've gone E to D, and now at the back of this C feature.
Gets exponentially harder the further you're moving up these fields.
Hey, but both drivers, well, especially KJ Snow in that D feature, I thought he was out. He made 2 for 1 there at the very end and kept his dream run alive. So don't count out any of these drivers, but you're right, it's going to be awfully tough to get up through the field. As you take a look at Colby Copeland trying to add another Matt Wood Racing stable car into tonight's feature. They've got 3 locked in. Copeland's here in the C, and Darren Pittman will be front row of a B.
Yeah, Copeland the deepest in the field at the moment as he sits inside of row number 7. So in the C feature, pretty damn good weekend for Matt Wood Racing, and trying to make it even better from here. Copeland will fire off. He has got to advance up into the top 5 of this one, where Marcham, Johnson, Cummins, Hager, and Bacon are going to be defending their spots really hard. They can make it into the B main event. You get into a situation where you're not only going 5 more laps, but you're up into 7 transfers here. And Clinton, as opposed to years past, no major track rework there. I think they might have just tickled it a little bit, but otherwise, they're in a pretty good situation here. This should be a racing track for the guys in the back.
Yeah, to start off the C main right here is going to be full jam session, because we're basically going to see exactly what we just saw out of the pole shuffle qualifying. So we'll see if anyone's brave enough to try and go do what Dayson did, or replicate kind of what he was doing. Maybe a tick more water on the racetrack, but I give it 5 laps before everyone's up just banging the boards.
Yeah, it's not going to take super long for sure. It's just who's going to be the bravest to really let it eat here early in this C feature. But man, you look at the caliber. I mean, Trey Marcham has been in this position so many times, whether it's a B main or a Saturday C main like it is here this year, just so close to getting in. I mean, I could probably count at least 4 more Chili Bowl A mains he could have started if his prelim night would have gone just a little bit better, but in a good position. Sam Johnson's been great. There's Tanner Carrick. Many thought he was the Monday pick going into the Chili Bowl, and here he is sitting in a C main, going to start outside of row number 3. Macho Man Brady Bacon here as well. It's going to be intense, that's for sure. As you take a look at the rest of the field, Derek Hagar, Marion, Arkansas driver, Spike SR11. It's going to be dicey, that's for sure. So we'll keep an eye on the 5th and final transfer spot. Of course, we'll keep up with all the great battles here in this first of 2 C features, as problems for Roger Crockett.
To the point where Crockett's pulled his gloves off. You can see that, and he's reaching towards the back of his helmet. Almost like he was fiddling around with like a Hans.
Yeah, maybe you roll down there and you forget to clip your Hans, and you just want to stop and make sure you get it properly clipped before you take off.
So Crockett, who originally starting inside row number 6, one of the Johnny Herrera Racing cars, having a decent day, having a decent Chili Bowl for them. He'll look to continue their race forward. Originally out of California, then to Medford, and now right out here in Oklahoma in Manufacturers Row.
Clinton, if you're CJ or KJ, I mean, obviously you gotta go, but it's a difficult task with kind of what we saw in the D feature after the pole shuffle with kind of the rework a little bit. So how much do you temper being aggressive, but also probably going to pick off at least a few with maybe some attrition here.
Yeah, I think you got to be probably more on the aggressive side than not to start here. The track's going to be fast-paced, so if you're taking it easy, it's going to be, you know, these other guys are going to drive away from you. I just don't think you'll be able to make up ground if you're taking it too cautious. But you may be able to sneak a few here if you can just pick the empty lane, whether it's the bottom or the top, and hope that the other one bottles up a little bit. But man, we just haven't seen the bottom stick around at the start of these races very well all week long. So I don't think we'll be on the bottom here for more than maybe a lap or two before these guys are up hammering it.
About to find out how it plays out. Marcham and Johnson front row looking 4 spots into the B main event. They'll bring 3 more drivers with them. We're green on seat number 1. Down on the low side, Trey Marcham, lots of laps around the Expo, bringing Sia Sam with him up and around the top. See if Clinton's prediction pulls out right. Right now, you got a lot of them spread out side by side through the field with a lap in. Johnson, Marcham, Cummins, Hagar, and Bacon are your top 5.
Yep, going according to plan up to the top side. A lot of the drivers starting to migrate here on lap number 2 as take a look back at Tanner Carrick now going to do the bottom, trying to protect that spot. That's the 5th and final transfer spot, but there it goes. Kyle Cummins trying to add some insurance across the nose of Derek Hagar. They battle for position here from 3rd on back.
Hagar, the multi-time Monday night winner, having to scramble to make the show this year up through the C. Using the low groove and the multicolored number 98. Cummins up on top. The white and blue 3 car as they duke it out side by side. They are 3rd, 4th, and that is TJ Smith in the 14J sitting 5th right now. Yellow lights out around the track.
Ricky Thornton Jr. picked off 2 here early to get up to 8th. But you're right, TJ Smith up to 5th as we get another debris caution. Man, that's another wheel cover.
Yeah, bolt your wheel covers in harder, guys. Come on.
We had one fly off.
Off the Robert Bell car, I was told earlier. Somebody got a souvenir that's worth all of about $5 worth of sheet metal. Johnson and Marcham are 1 and 2. Cody Cordell taking a peek at it going, whose is that? Need to have a conversation. Cummins 3, Carrick 4. That was the battle you were watching on screen. And guys, it's been one of the best stories of the week. And TJ Smith taking a late ride from Rosenboom Racing as his car owner had to go home and address wildfires in LA situation. And Mitch Johnson. Smith now sitting here 5th in the C with a chance to advance to the B.
Yeah. Got to still be on attack mode for sure, though. Derek Hagar's been really fast. Brady's been coming up through there. Keep an eye on some of our transfer cars. KJ up 2 spots to 17th. CJ still back in 20th. Ryan Timms did pick off a couple as well to get up to 14th, but still plenty of time here with 11 to go.
Johnson will bring him back to restart with Marcham following him as yellow lights come back on. Saw Marcham reaching his hand out the window to give the signal to throttle down in behind him. So, field will stay.
Yeah, to the tail for, is it Cummins? Yeah, Kyle Cummins to the tail, guys. Right rear mud cover's gone.
There it is.
There's your offender.
Wow.
That hurts for Cummins.
Cummins inside the top 5, started the race in 3rd, and now has got his work cut out for him.
Give the position, the final transfer spot now to Derek Hagar and slide everybody else up 1 spot closer to it.
The mud covers have been something that's a hot topic for the last 5 years or so. And that is very clearly stated, you know, on each entry form sent out to these drivers and teams that you will not lose your mud covers inside here. That is not acceptable. And
came after a rash of them started flying out into the outdoor venues, right? And they changed the entirety of the rule behind it in terms of number of mounting points and how you were doing it.
Yep.
Lights are out, coming back to green with 11 laps to go. That'll move Derek Hagar to 5th. Brady Bacon 1 spot out as we're back to racing here in C feature number 1.
For that 5th and final transfer, Bacon down on the inside, looking for racing room underneath Hagar. Hagar gets back down low to make the block. Keep your eyes on Steven Snyder Jr. Starting to work the top to find a lane, as there goes Smith picking up another car. TJ Smith is up to 3rd. It's Marcham throwing out the anchor at the moment around the high groove.
Leading the groove on the bottom, TJ Smith making that Jody Rosenboom car absolutely dig. As you look a little farther back, RTJ starting to creep into the picture. He wants a shot at a top 5 and a chance to move on.
He is on the outside looking in right now as he's trying to rally up and in. He is in 6th, looking for 5th. Marcham strung out on the high groove by Hagar. Now Carrick moves up in front of him. The white blue 19 of Ricky Thornton Jr. and Brady Bacon right behind him, 6th and 7th, trying to keep their Chili Bowl rolling.
Ryan Timms from 17th up to 10th. He is on the charge now, starting to get that KKM 67 wound back up. We'll go double box. Battle for the lead on your left and battle for the transfer spot on your right.
On the right-hand side, Marcham continuing. He has been committed to the top now for a little bit of time. Hagar has not moved off the bottom of this raceway, and Thornton Jr. just trying to find a way to get past either one of them and keep racing. Marcham down off the cushion. What incredible launch for him. Hagar just steady around the low side, and Thornton Jr. is going to change to the high side to see if he can drive around Derek Hagar.
Look at Trey Marcham starting to use what Dason Pursley, Clinton Boyles was doing up and over the cushion, especially right here in turn 3, and use the ramp down the hill.
Yeah, he's starting to get it ran into where it's a little bit smoother and kind of cleaned off, not so crumbly. We're seeing a lot of guys getting their right rears up above it.
Now there's some distance created between Hagar and Thornton Jr., who did not have the best last lap, as it is Johnson with 2 to go, and TJ Smith still stalking him out front.
Yeah, TJ right now just trying to be patient. He knows he can't really make a Hail Mary move, but knows that he's got the field coming. As you continue to watch this torrid battle, here comes Derek Hagar looking for a little added insurance on Trey Marcham.
Those two just looking for one more clean lap where they don't collide into each other. They are 4th and 5th in the line. 1 through 3 will cross. 4th and 5th, it changes, but nobody from the outside gets in, as Marcham and Hagar will make their way through. Johnson wins. Smith 2, Carrick 3, Marcham 4, Hagar 5. They'll keep racing. Thornton Jr., Bacon, Timms all the way to 8th. Snyder Jr. and Copeland round out the top 10, but for anybody behind 5, pack on up and go home.
Yeah, valiant effort for Ryan Timms. He started to figure it out there late, just was mired back in traffic. The highest mover up from the D feature, but TJ Smith, that car looks stout on the bottom end of this racetrack.
Well done by him, providing one of the absolute best runs of all time for car owner Jody Rosenboom. TJ's looked great all weekend long, coming into that thing at the very last second, and that combination has just straight up worked from the time they hit the racetrack. So kudos to those guys.
And if you're Ryan Timms, you're going, if just last night didn't happen, I had a spot possibly racing Saturday night in the feature, and Chili Bowl comes to an end in a C main. The what could have been, as you look at this incredible crowd again, we are ramping up the energy as we await our second and final C feature to hit the racetrack. Although we still have cars just moving around. I think we've got a log jam at the top of the ramp, and indeed we do.
So we're talking there for a second about the wheel covers, Clinton, and amongst the texts that I have gotten in on my phone is, hey, I wonder what the material on those covers are, and as heavy and as hard as this cushion is, if it isn't collapsing the cover, that's breaking them out and shooting the thing off.
I mean, if you have a carbon wheel cover, it certainly could be, or even aluminum, but that is a nasty curve to just go smash into it and try to stay on there. And we talk about the three-point bolt versus 5-point Zeus, and maybe a situation where the 5-point Zeus is better because you have 5 supported backing spots around the outside of the mud cover as opposed to just 3.
Well, it came up to bite Kyle Cummins right there, as Cummins was running in a transfer spot and officially gets last place in that main event per the scoring. As let's go up top. He has been a great story all Chili Bowl long. Blake Anderson with the K1 Race Gear interview, and TJ Smith.
TJ Smith, how the heck are you doing this? I was talking to your car owner there, Jody Rosenboom. He's rolling up the ramp, and he goes, that guy can just flat out drive. You got this right about less than a week ago, and here you are, you're in the B main, 1 main short of dancing in the A main.
Man, he gave me one hell of a race car. Every time we've hit the track this week, we've been fast, and I knew it was going to be treacherous up top there, and a couple lanes opened up early. I was just hoping to pass 1 or 2 cars and squeak in, but man, we ran the leader down there for a minute, and I just knew I had to settle in, be smart. we'll make a couple small changes and get a little better for this B main.
A little S-slinger that could, right?
Yeah, man, this little old S-slinger runs really good.
It's working for TJ Smith. Pretty darn impressive, Chris Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Blake. Got Derek Hagar here. Man, you had to fight for your life down there on the bottom. How hard is it to stick the bottom, not make any mistakes, knowing what's on the line there?
Oh, man, it's really tough, especially with the cars that we have behind us. You know, I was telling AG that it just feels like it don't have enough gear for me to get up against the curb. It just bogs the motor down and wants to hike the front end up, so I was married to the bottom and just tried to be patient. Try to keep the guy in front of me to where somebody couldn't get a run and do a slide job on him and get me too. So just had to fight for it. You know, we had Brady Bacon, all them guys behind us. I know they're probably breathing down our neck, but we held on, got that final transfer, and go to the B main.
All right, good luck.
Appreciate it.
Hold on, Chris, real quick. Derek, 10 years ago you got shot. Now you're in the B main. Wild.
It is wild, man. Tulsa's full of all kind of surprises.
Oh, man, we were talking about it. He got shot in an establishment 10 years ago. The bullet went through the building, and here we go.
Establishment.
Hot lead.
What a cool story. Yeah, hot lead, exactly. Plenty hot.
So I have to ask Scotty Cook about that story.
Yeah, there you go. That's.
He must have been in there for dinner.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
Oh, we've
Eggs
got
are
the
good.
average
Eggs are
Joes
good.
there up there on top of the Rowdies.
Oh, look at that.
I wonder where Globo Jim's at.
The Cobras.
It's got to be the bottom rows.
Yeah.
Chris Wilner,
Yes.
I just gave a fist bump to Dylan Welch for you.
Thanks,
on your
buddy.
behalf. You got
Appreciate it.
You are completely allowed to be biased in this next
Oh,
coming
no,
race,
it's
Chris.
all good. I'm just happy
Allowed.
for him. Just happy for him that he's in the night program. It's been a tough couple years in this building.
Well, we'll see how he can do. He is inside row number 2 coming up in the second C feature. And again, 5 more drivers will move up to the back of B main number 2. Another 15 will go home after 15 laps of action. Traffic jam up at the top of the ramp at the Flying A Motorsports pit cam. Thank you guys for watching along, no matter where you may be watching along from all across the world here on FloRacing. Guys, C feature number 2 coming up next. And again, drivers that finished 9 through 14 on their preliminary A main nights. You have a lot of fan favorites in here, as well as talented race car drivers in and through the field as they start to make their way down into the ramp. A lot of guys that are make or break in whatever fantasy draft you ended up doing, if you dirt drafted or wherever it may be for the Soup Run or for the A's. This is going to come a long way towards not only the results for the rest of the night, but the results for all the gambling pools that are out there.
Yeah, now it's big money time, that's for sure. This is where your make or break are in those dirt draft pools. But I tell you what, I've been so impressed with just really just everything, but honestly the racetrack itself and what we've been treated to here thus far the whole week. But I was a little bit nervous. You know, obviously today is a day you have the most cars on the racetrack at one time. Besides practice, you've got all the different lengths of races and the breaks. But man, we are shaping this thing up to be real nice, and it is going to be cowboy up.
Clinton, that bottom held through that first C.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a viable option for sure, and I think that's because the top is so technical and tricky. And, you know, the easiest way to get guys off the top is make it hard to run. So, yeah, it's, you know, the bottom is still super narrow. You know, there's not like there's a lot of moisture down there that is just like, oh, wow, we need to be on the bottom. But, you know, we got definitely 2 lanes. If your car is good, if your balance is good, you can go forward. And I don't think you have to have the biggest engine right now, or you don't have to have, you know, the most horsepower, as we saw with TJ Smith in that last one.
Cars headed down the ramp as we were getting closer to the start of this one. You saw Cap Henry get the push down and onto the racetrack. Taking a look at the NOS Energy Drink ramp cam.
We have one driver on a small Soup Run here with coming into this one. Shelby Hinton looked awfully good coming through the C. He's going to have an opportunity here, or coming through the D into the C.
He was probably concerned with, you know, what track prep he was going to get before his C main, but man, just a technical, tricky cushion. This is exactly what he would have wanted.
Here's your lineup for C feature number 2. Jake Buback on the pole of this one, with Brody Fusen to his outside, Dylan Welch to the inside of row number 2, Andrew Felker to the outside in the 11A. Row number 3 is Jake Swanson and Jonathan Beeson. Row 4 making up with Chris Wyndham and Alex Sewell. Top 10 starting spots go to Hayden Reinbold and J.J. Yaley. Starting 11th tonight, Kevin Thomas Jr. in the ABR 55X, who was outside Matt Sherrill in the Second Opinion Auto 2D. Row number 6, Cap Henry, Public Ohio native on the inside of row number 7, who's outside the youngster, Dominic Gordon, out of Clovis, California. Rylan Gray and Spencer Basin, your first transfer car from the D. Also following Spencer, Michael Pickens, Shelby Hinton, Alex Bright, and Carter Sarv. Boy, some big-time movers here from the back of the field.
Yeah, Baston and Pickens have to be really excited, too, for the surface that we have out there at the moment. Now, those are two of the guys that in this field do have the screaming hitter killer motors, but at the same time, if they've got a maneuverable race car and can get that power down to the track right now, those two will be just fine, depending on how this sequence is out.
Cool to see Dominic Gordon back into a C-main. He didn't run the Chili Bowl last year, but the West Coast racer is back, and if he can finish higher than 14th in this one, he will have a career outing here at the Chili Bowl.
Is definitely a driver that knows how to capitalize on momentum. Came up to the Jim Raper Memorial Dirt Cup at Skagit and won the second night of the 3-night contest. And from there, in his trips back to California, and kind of swapped over for some 410 to 360 racing for a bit, but just started stringing wins together over the course of July. Gordon can get really hot, can get into a rhythm, has a chance to come up and make a B-main event here. However, you can say that about so many guys in this field. Jake Swanson, who has been a regular A-main driver in our events. We've seen Jake Buback up here 1,000,001 times. Chris Wyndham is a regular A-main car, as is Kevin Thomas Jr. and the likes of names that are kind of resurrecting a run in J.J. Yaley, who hasn't been this high up in a little while, but we know he's got the talent to do it.
It's absolutely thrilling for me to see J.J. Yaley up here in the night program in a C feature. He's really good. Those Avanti windows and doors entries, the Rossi camp, they've been probably one of my surprises of the Chili Bowl, just with all-out speed from all cars in their camp. We saw Justin Peck and what he was able to do on his prelim night, but got bit by some bad luck, but it's been fun to watch.
You know how many A-mains J.J. Yaley has made here on a Saturday night?
Well, I know way more than me, but probably several.
He's made 8.
Yeah.
You want to know the last time he made an A-main here?
I'm going to guess 2003?
6?
A little bit more recent than that.
12?
But it's been almost 10 years. 2015 since Yaley was in an A feature here at the Chili Bowl Nationals. So he has been searching for nights like tonight where he's given himself a chance to make his way into the field. Just got to get in the top 5 in this C, and then anything can happen in the Bs.
Andrew Felker trying to go for his 4th Chili Bowl A-main start. Kind of a guy we thought may have had a chance to lock in on his prelim night. And here he sits.
Felker has looked consistently good. Didn't have the A-main he was looking for. However, year before he was right up in the top 3, and we remember that finish with CV Timms and Felker. Felker just doing his Andrew Felker thing, sneaking up on the bottom, and boy, this racetrack should be fairly conducive to a good Andrew Felker run.
Yeah, he's got to like what he sees right here with how good the bottom appeared to be for certain guys in that last C main. So, man, the entire racetrack just looks so good right now. You have options, and I don't know what more you can ask for in these C mains going into the B mains other than have options to move around and try to maneuver your car past everyone around you.
Coming around this time, we'll keep an eye on Terry Maddox. The caution flag still is out, so it won't go green next time around. Kevin Thomas Jr. now has the banner for ABR for Alex Bowman Racing in this one. CJ Leary eliminated in the first C feature, trying to join, I believe, Jake Swanson in a B. Oh, never mind. Jake Swanson's here. What am I talking about? Come on, guys. Get it together. And by guys, I mean me. Swanson and KTJ. Gonna try to add 2 more for Alex Bowman.
There's your 1 for the night.
Yep.
It's all right.
My eyes are going all over this field right now. I'm looking at like, oh, I'm watching him. I'm watching him. Watching him. It's going to be fun, but the lights are out. We are going to look for 5 more to tag the tail of B feature number 2 and have 1 step closer to a Chili Bowl Nationals A-main start. Jake Buback, Brody Fusen, your front row. Lights are out. We're green. Fusen way up high around the top side of the cushion. There comes Dylan Welch looking for second to the inside. The John and Ken number 68. Caution flag is out, and we've got a parking lot down in turns number 2, and that's Michael Pickens, Rylan Gray, and couldn't see the
Cap
number.
Henry.
Cap Henry.
Ibach replay will show us how it all went down, Chris.
Yeah, just jockeying for position down here. It's going to be about middle of your screen. Oh.
Wow, look at how long Hayden Reinbold was stalled there.
And he got pushed back off courtesy of a little tap in the tail, but that could have been disastrous for Hayden Reinbold. That was happening around the 9th and 10th positions on the racetrack as Michael Pickens will look to get fired back off one of our D-main transfers.
So it's the inside lane from about 5th row back.
Not to interrupt you,
No,
Caleb,
you're
but
good.
Cap Henry has a Nerf bar into his right rear tire.
See how severe that is if
Edward, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's leaving a little bit of a Markland, but I don't know.
Yeah, nothing major. It just, that kind of upsets your race car because your tire's constantly trying to pull your right rear down.
Well, we'll get a complete restart. Again, no laps scored. As Brody Fusen gets his spot back in line on the front row.
Henry was 13, Gray was 15 in the starting order there. Pickens would have been tucked right in behind him in 17th, so not a lot of spots to be gained that happened at the back of the field, but a few to be had for some of those drivers who need a lot.
So we'll try this again. See feature number 2 with Buback and Fusen on the front row, Welch and Felker in row number 2, back under the green flag. Much better run through 1 and 2 for Brody Fusen's got second still, but now wants the lead away from Jake Buback. Who's going to lead lap number 1? Off of 4, it's going to be Fusen by nose.
Buback flew the front end in the air, got it settled back down, made some better turn number 2 as he comes back after Brody. Shuffle back a couple of positions in the field. Jonathan Beeson trying to knock the cushion down single-handedly. He is to the outside of Swanson, that's 4th and 5th. Felker on the outside looking in, 6 right now. He's worked his way to the inside. Carter Sarf.
Sarf had made it up to 14th after starting dead last in 20th, but now he's going to have to go back to where he started. Shelby Hinton, 13th after starting this race, 18th, 17th. So
made a few spots. Right ahead of him is Gordon and Yaley. They're 12 and 11. Right now, Fusen, Buback, Welch, Beeson, and Swanson with Felker, Wyndham, Reinbold, KTJ, and Sewell rounding out your top 10.
And remember, too, Carter Sarf wasn't even supposed to be in this race, but a penalty to Ethan Mitchell gave Carter new life. So if he can try to get back up on it here, single file restart, it's going to have a long way to try to get back up, but was picked off 6 spots already in the first handful of laps.
Which is the pace you kind of need to keep as it gets harder the further up the field you go. All the way back to the back. Yeah, he's got a long time, but it's not going to be easy.
Lights are out, going to come back to green as Terry Maddox has the one-to-go signal given to the field. Keep an eye on that transfer battle. Swanson has it. Felker, Wyndham, Reinbold, and KTJ's teammate would love to have it. Back to the green flag with 13 to go.
Brody Fusen absolutely sails it in above the cushion. Jonathan Beeson up there trying to make something happen with him.
Yeah, got Buback, Welch, and Swanson on the bottom. So to the top side goes Jonathan Beeson. He'll take over third from Dylan Welch there at the line, although Dylan's firing it back to the inside. He's going to get a good drive off of turn number 2. Beeson tied up on the cushion, way up over the lip. Kept it down.
Kept his foot in it, too, at the same time, which allows him to scamper forward. Now Welch is going to take to the top side. And he'll try to follow Beeson around, who's threatening for second now. Gets way up and over the top, but again, keeps his foot in it, and side by side with Buback for second.
Swanson got by Dylan Welch for that 4th spot, so moved Dylan back to 5th, and now Dylan's on the hot seat. Going to run the top side. Andrew Felker, their transfer battle. He's going to take that spot possibly away at the line. This time Dylan hangs on by just a nose.
I don't say this lightly, Clinton. We don't see these guys 4 over the cushion coming off of 4 at this arena.
Man, that's what I was just thinking is I don't know that I've ever seen these guys 4 wheels above it ever here inside the Tulsa Expo. This is a treat.
Swanson riding rim up and around the top, trying to hold 4. Felker down on the bottom in position number 5. From further on back, I think that's Wyndham who's taken to the top. Wyndham trying to come forward. He's sitting in 6 right now.
And Kevin Thomas Jr. is coming with him as well, so actually moved KTJ up to 6. So Kevin Thomas Jr. charging hard through the field, started in the mid-pack in the 6th row, and now looking for Andrew Felker. That's the battle for the 5th and final transfer spot. It's Fusen, Beeson, Buback, Swanson, Felker there on your screen, and KTJ with Wyndham waiting in the wings.
Bottom of turn number 2, not good to Andrew Felker. And to the high side, Kevin Thomas Jr. coming in with just a handful of laps to go, sneaking away the final transfer for the time being.
Oh, Felker with the slide job to the high side. Off the bottom, comes back down to block the move by KT.
Wow. Not something you see Felker pull out all that often. He is usually bottom committed, but doing whatever he can to hold the spot.
Yeah, what it did was just disrupt KT's momentum. It almost brought Chris Wyndham up to him, and that's what Felker needs.
Coming around this time, it's 2 laps to go for Brody Fusen and the rest of the field. Beeson, Swanson up to 3rd, Boo back to 4th, and Kevin Thomas Jr. got around Andrew Felker for that 5th and final transfer spot.
He's got to get that door closed on Felker, or he risks something happening just like that again to him, as we're down to the white flag lap.
One more time around. We'll keep an eye on the transfer battle. Brody Fusen up and over the cushions, going to walk away with this one. Beeson in 2nd. Here's that battle for the transfer spot. Kevin Thomas Jr. on the outside is going to hold off Andrew Felker and punch his ticket to the back of B feature number 2. So it's Brody Fusen, Jonathan Beeson, Jake Swanson, Jake Buback, and Kevin Thomas Jr. Your top 5 finishers. Felker 1 spot out. Valiant effort with Wyndham, Reinbold, Dylan Welch, and JJ Yaley, your top 10. D-main transfer cars. Carter Sarf got back up to 14th. Shelby Hinton behind in 15th, but tough sledding from the back of the field. Brody Fusen wins that one. And now there are 3 left.
Sending home a lot of talented race car drivers, but that's what it is here at the Chili Bowl Nationals.
Yeah.
So Brody Fusen, your winner of that one, and now moves into a 20-lap B feature coming up in just a bit. Chance for him to work on the race car for a minute, but they will turn him around and get these Bs on track. Won't take a whole lot of time. Donnie Ray Crawford Legacy Foundation 2-seater is out and on the speedway now, raising funds for the Legacy Foundation that providing scholarships for a lot of local area kids heading to school. Great way to remember Donnie Ray Crawford. And again, if you're ever coming down here to Tulsa for either the shootout or the Chili Bowl, cool thing to put your name in the hat for and try to get a ride in the 2-seater, as both Chris and I have done it, and it is an absolute blast.
Yep, can't confirm. A little weird for me. I like being in control. It was a little weird sitting in the back, but boy, what a thrill, though, for folks to get the opportunity to ride behind the wheel. Clinton, it's gnarly. You better be cowboy up if you're willing to move forward on the top. Earl Hoon Jr., top of the ramp. Who do you have, Earl, here with a K1 Race Gear interview?
KTJ, Kevin Thomas Jr., buddy, 11-5. You are able to get into that final transfer spot. Looking at the track, is the cushion maybe starting to get a little too tall out there, maybe a little too risky, or is it up to your liking?
It's not really up to my liking. You know, I had a choice there. You know, you got Felker on the bottom. He ain't coming off of it, so you got to go to the top. And, you know, we make a lot of changes. Alex kind of let me do some wild stuff, and it really felt good there. I felt real stable. I got a lot of drive. So I felt good from the start. I just knew I had to maneuver and, you know, not show my cards too early, especially the Andrew there. So if he can't get the bottom rolling, there was no way I was going to be able to roll by him on the bottom either. So, you know, I think we got a good car. You know, we'll see what we got here in the B. I know it's a bit treacherous right now, it is, but there's 2 fine lines, and if you can run them to perfection, you know, you can pass a lot of cars. But, you know, whenever you get a little bit antsy and you want to go a little bit faster, that's when the shit bites you. So we'll see what we got.
KTJ guys, moving on to the B main. Chris Moore, who do you have, my friend?
Yeah, thank you, Earl. Got Jonathan Beeson here. Jonathan, KTJ just talked about how tricky it is up top. You were up there, 4 wheels over what's like a little lip before kind of a curb. It looks kind of tricky to run out there.
Yeah, it very well is. I need Kyle Larson to come drive this thing for the B feature, but now the track is tricky. I mean, it's going to take some big kahunas to go up there and try to and do that. We were running on the wall, hitting the wall, whatever it took, but car felt good. If that's what we're going to run, we're going to make a few adjustments, but it's going to be hard coming from the back, but there's going to be some attrition, I know that.
Good luck. We wish you the best.
Thank you.
There you go, Jonathan Beeson. It's tricky and tough out there, guys.
Not all of them had to get all the way that high up,
Yeah.
but Beeson sure chose to, as we saw him again, 4 in the fluff. Not exactly fluff, but 4 up there, rolling around and moving forward to put himself in position to continue going forward. You had some other guys up on the top. Kevin Thomas Jr. got there, but he wasn't nearly as far up, and you saw how much he had to battle by not getting that much further up on the raceway.
Yeah, 100%. But like Jonathan said, you're going to need some big kahunas to really wrangle this racetrack. Watching it right now, we just have a little bit of a spray of water going down on the bottom side of the racetrack. The sweeper's out in 1 and 2 as well, so not necessarily going to work on it just yet with the 2B features still to come before we go feature racing here at the Chili Bowl. But watching Jonathan Beeson there on the entrance to turn number 3, it's like a BMX ramp, and just watching him go up and down, it's just unreal.
Yeah, it's nuts to watch these guys bounce around here, and it's just what these guys are capable of doing behind the wheel of a race car is, you know, unreal, and that's why this place is absolutely packed to the gills. And you know, we have so many of you great viewers back on Flow watching us live. So
I wonder how many of the shot guys on these teams right now are taking a look at what that racetrack just looked like and went, oh boy, now what?
yeah, I don't know how you really plan for that. It's something we've never seen here before. So you know, I think if you're in a position where you have to be making moves in these B mains, and you know that maybe getting above it is one of the only things that you can do to really create speed around here, is you just got to stiffen up your right side and really your right front, so that these guys can kind of enter with your right front above it and lead with that, as opposed to your right rear, so that your right front slips up above it. You can get your right rear to follow, and then you can throttle it all the way around. And when you start to throttle it, that stiffness of your right side will create spring rate and grip, and let you drive around it and turn and shoot down off the cushion at the exit of the corner. But if you're too soft on the right sides, when you go to hit that with your right front or your right rear, it's going to smash and compress the right side of your race car and create a biking sensation or a bouncing sensation that you really can't carry a lot of speed. But there is a fine line in there between being too stiff to where you just slide, death slide to it, and you don't have any grip up there at all, and too soft to where you bounce and don't create any speed.
So this might be over or even undersimplifying the question here, because a lot of our race fans out there are more familiar with the term tight and loose on the race car, oversteer versus understeer. If you're crew chiefing right now on one of these cars, what are you after? Are you looking to loosen the thing up, or are you looking to tighten the thing up?
I think you have to loosen the thing up. And, if it wasn't an option to go above the cushion, then I think you're going to try to, create grip underneath, so you'd be tightening up underneath the cushion. That way you're not sliding to it and bouncing and getting tight. But right now, if we're going to be going above the cushion, I think we need to free the car up so you have the freedom to go up there and do things like that and try to create speed within your race car.
Well, the track is going to be a topic of conversation in the pit area for a little while. Brian Ward's going to give an update on what the topic of conversation is in the infield about the track. Brian, what's up?
Sorry, I got distracted. I'm watching 2 tractors come right behind Daryl. I was making sure he wasn't going to get hit, but Clinton's been talking about this cushion. You guys have been talking about it in the booth, and it is almost up to the top of the K-rails here. I'm going to wait just a second before I go up to it, because Gravel's on one of the tractors. He's kind of knocking it down a little bit. He's going to come right into your screen here, and then we'll get a closer look as he comes by. But it is... I mean, it's almost like a beanbag up here. Like,
he's like
Brian. Look at Gravel up on the bank right there.
Yeah, it looks like he's on Talladega right there in turn 3.
He does have some impressive banking here. But even what he's knocking down, there's still that big cushion to compound right here. Put the right rears on it or roll up on it like we saw him, and then roll right back down the hill. And it's it's packed pretty dang solid right here. So it is something you can roll up on like we saw in those C features, and I expect to continue here in the B mains. Clinton, do you have anything else you need to see specifically down here?
No, you nailed it. You did a great job. The fact that that is packed really hard up against the wall allows those loose crumbles that he is tilling up to, you know, roll up there and create and just build it even bigger and bigger as the entire night goes on. As you see him come back, he's trying to knock down some of that packed cushion so that it doesn't just grow so ginormous that it eventually creates one big ramp, you know, up the side of the wall. But yeah, really tough task here because the guys are willing to just go hammer this cushion and, you know, lay it on the line and build it so big.
Yeah, nobody's scared to try, that's for sure. Like,
Yeah.
if it's there, it's there, but
Yeah,
man.
we've seen them in other days throughout the week. When there's this much material up high, they bring the skid steer and just scoop a lot of it out of here and clear it out, but they're leaving it all right now and just kind of breaking it up a bit.
Yeah, the difference in that, Brian, is that when they bring the skid steer out here, they're wanting to scoop off that, you know, completely compressed layer lower on the racetrack so that it keeps moving up and up and up. Right now, they don't want that thing to be any higher at all. They want to try to bring it back down so that there's a bit of forgiveness before it gets all the way back up to the wall. And, you know, guys are just bouncing off the K-rails all the way around the racetrack.
But we will keep an eye on it here as gravel just keeps going back and forth there in the center of the corner where it's really kind of compacted up against those K-rails. We're trying to break it up a little bit more. So we'll keep an eye on it, and when they finish up and decide they're ready to go, we'll see where it's at that point.
Thank you, Brian. It's a fascinating situation that we have had, that we have had, or are going to continue having to some extent, because like you said, Clinton, they're breaking it up. They're not moving it. There's a chance that this is just going to go back to exactly what it is. The drivers, in a lot of ways, race their own track in.
Yeah, I think there's a very, very high chance of that. You can only knock the cushion down so many times before it just starts to go right back to where it was. And these walls around the racetrack aren't going to change, so you're pretty limited to how far it can go. And we found that limit. So it's just trying to, you know, manage, you know, how much do we knock it down right now and how long does it take to build back up so they can get it just right for that 40-lap feature.
And again, a 40-lap A main to finish tonight off, not a 55 like in years past. That does change the equation a little bit on track prep leading up to it. We were expecting less time, although let's be fair, last year we had a relatively short track prep before the 55 lapper.
Yeah.
It kind of surprised all of us by how fast it went. It was still a little bit of time, 20, 30 minutes, but typically we look at an hour or so before the 55 lapper. Now we're having to put a decent amount of work in this facility here before the B main events go off before a shorter A main. So the equation is changing a lot in a lot of different ways prior to what we're going to see before the A main event tonight, and it brings lots of question marks with it, and a lot of question marks for your teams back there as well. Yeah, it's going to be something. Is those guys already on the ramp for B main number one?
I was about to say, they're anxious to go see what this looks like, and obviously you're going to have to roll this back in as well with some of that loose stuff that Brad Chandler has tore up on the top side of 1 and 2. But, I mean, you see Sunshine, Tyler Courtney there, of course, coming up here in just a few minutes. I believe Sunshine's going to start to close a little bit toward the mid-pack, I should say. Actually, I don't even see him. Oh, that's second guy. He's going to be on the outside, too, so depending on what the start looks like, I'm going to have to get after it. But there's a good shot from the BR Motorsports speed shot now that we've repositioned it at just what Brian and Clinton, you guys were talking about.
So how about this? Your first 3 starters in that first B main that's coming out, Chris?
Yeah.
Cannon McIntosh, Tyler Courtney, Corey Day. If anybody's going to be able to attack a racing surface early, those 3 are going to give us a really good look at what they think they're going to be capable of.
Yeah, and Corbin Ruschenberg, the gasser we saw on his prelim night, just finished outside of a locking spot, is there as well. So, Brian Ward, what more do you have?
Yeah, we've moseyed over here to turn number 3 now, and Gravel has brought the tractor around. He's continuing to knock down this side now, and I'm going to talk to a couple drivers who are looking at everything that's going on. Darren, you've been in this building a lot of times. You've seen a lot of different styles of tracks, a lot of changes. What are your thoughts on how it's been throughout the week and what you're looking at, what they're doing right now?
I mean, truthfully, all week long, I think it's been probably one of the best Chili Bowls
it's going to be there for a while. So, yeah.
Starting on the front row outside and knowing how this track is right now and seeing what you're seeing, can you tell us what your thoughts are going into what you're going to do when that green flag waves going into turn number 1?
I mean, I think I'm going to the top. So I think that's a pretty safe bet no matter what the track looks like. But yeah, it's I'm glad I get to watch this first B to see how this curve develops in turn 3, what the top looks like on corner exit. The thing is with the dirt on the wall, the more people run it, the more packed in it gets, the more stable that your car is going to get, the more comfortable it's going to be. So, yeah, I think that's going to be a popular move.
All right, a lot of interesting things to talk about. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Absolutely.
Clinton, I'm sure you can continue and add on to that what Seabell had to say.
Yeah, I mean, he's exactly right. The more guys that get up there and try to hammer it, as you see Buddy and Chris look at each other, it's just going to pack itself in and get a little bit smoother and, seemingly easier to run. And that gives these guys confidence to go up there and rip it, and everything's all good till it's not. And that's the tricky part of running up there like that. And we're about to see the best in the country absolutely on display in these B mains and on into the A main.
I don't think it was a subtle difference in attitude, but did you guys catch the difference in attitude between Darren Pittman and Christopher Bell? One was, oh boy, this racetrack, and the other was, oh boy, this racetrack.
Yeah. And I think that's going to be a similar feeling across the board. You're going to have several drivers that are licking their chops, and others are going, all right, gut check time. How bad do I want it, right?
Well, you look at this first B main, right? And between Cannon McIntosh, Tyler Courtney, Corey Day, there's 3 guys that will absolutely go hammer it, especially in Cannon and Corey Day. Then you have Matt Westfall. And I don't think we're going to see Matt Westfall up above it just knocking it down.
Well, just
like
look
those
at your
guys.
Bottom worked in his prelim night. He was good.
Look at your top 6
Yeah.
in that main event. Matt starting inside row number 3. Outside row 2 is Corbin Ruschenberg, and outside row 3 is Ashton Torgerson. One of those things is not like the other. Matt is wants to go down and roll the bottom like he's been so good here doing the years. Those other 5, and with Corbin and Ashton really having nothing to lose here, you might see him running up on the wall.
Yeah.
It's very possible.
I love TJ Smith right here just bopping. That's a vibe. Like he's getting himself absolutely psyched up in England.
So psyched up with friends in low places playing over the PA system.
Oh.
Yeah,
hey, if they played that when I rolled down the ramp, I'd be just as fired up.
Yeah, but then they go to the Village people, and 30 years ago.
Hey, it's still a beat. He's still bopping. But this place is a vibe, guys. There are beach balls everywhere. People have not sat down for a while. They're doing the YMCA right now.
We got roughly, 16,000-ish people doing the YMCA right now?
Yeah, what do we see? 20-ish in and around the building? You're saying 75%, 80% of them are YMCA?
I feel like we're pretty good. The whole front stretch is participating.
All right.
The turn 2, the back stretch, they're in their own.
Distracted by beach balls.
Yeah, they've got their own thing.
Krabby Patties flying through the air.
Oh, yeah.
He's got the average Joes up there.
Yep.
The only person I would trust to beat the average Joes in dodgeball is Billy Madison.
I was going to say, wouldn't those be dodgeballs then that are flying around up there?
I saw there. Yeah, there was one Krabby Patty going.
Nice. Well, again, we are in track prep right now before our B features get up and underway. They are 20-lap B features in which 7 cars advance from each of them. Your 7 finishers in B number 1 who go 1 through 7. They make the inside up of the back 14 spots. So they'll go 11, 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, and 23. B2 goes to the outside row from there. So 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, and 24. And again, very interesting and adventurous track conditions at the end of that C. They have done a lot out here up in the upper reaches of the 5th Mile Expo Raceway to change what we saw at the end of that feature, but how long will it last amongst the many questions that these guys will have? So we're getting the thumbs up from Steve Hahn in the water truck. That is good news.
Yeah, these guys are ready to rip. It's a bit of the Tulare Thunderbolt here in Tulsa, Oklahoma almost. I don't know where else you go that you just get that ramp up the wall style racing that you get out in Tulare, California.
Tulare's its own unique monster, right? Like every time you go to Tulare, you expect it to be up on the wall, but I think you expect it to be up on the wall for different reasons than what we have here at the Chili Bowl Nationals tonight.
Yeah, I don't know that anyone would have guessed that's where we're going to land, with all this. And I mean, it's incredible to watch. It's made for a lot of fun.
Certainly didn't expect it to end there in the shootout, let alone
here
in the Chili Bowl.
That insanity that was the last 5 laps of the Tulsa Shootout 2025. God, look at the angle that the four-wheelers are going around on when they come off the top of this corner.
Yeah, pretty gnarly as these drivers all going to look at it.
Well, I was going to say, and there's a couple guys right there, including Brent Cruz, that you know where he's going.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I shouldn't leave out Millbridge, right? Millbridge always has a cushion up the wall. Sometimes they get there, sometimes they don't, but it's always there and up the wall.
Yeah, and, while sometimes that's the only place to run around, I tell you what is the best place to learn how to run the top is Millbridge. I mean, if you can run the top at Millbridge, you can run the top anywhere.
How much did that pay in endorsement money? Just checking.
Well, I don't know because she's here, Ashley Burnett, like her and Jeremy over there in the Rowdies.
All right.
So
well, they're having a good time.
Yeah,
then, right?
They're not tuned in to us one bit because they're here in the building.
No, Millbridge is when it's all the way up and around the lip. So you imagine too. Speaking on a local perspective, Port City's got some pretty extreme banking too that you could see being way, way up on the wall for their Winged Outlaw division once they get up there too. And there's a number of drivers here who have got a lot of experience with that. So guys are going to give her a shot as Brian's really playing the hits up in the PA at the moment, right?
Trying to keep the crowd energized. Yeah. We're just moments away from getting cars on the racetrack as these side-by-sides and other official vehicles begin to finish rolling in the racetrack. Caleb's over here doing the Sweet Caroline, so we'll let him dig.
Normally this is normally in the gap between the B and the A main event that we get most of this, and it's your audience karaoke and sing along time. I imagine with this going on, we won't see a horrifically long break in between B and A, just because let's power on through is. Yeah, that's an interesting shot, is it not, Clinton?
Yeah, I like what we see right here from our BR Motorsports ignitioneering shot. The moisture's quite a ways further down the racetrack than we saw in that last rework, and I think the goal is to not just completely send this thing to the fence in the first 2 laps and, hopefully work our way back up to the top. I just kind of wonder, rolling in this moisture, though, is one, taking it away. It's just going to dry it out a little bit as these guys roll and roll more and more. And 2, rolling it in, just allows these guys to get above it even faster and quicker to move up towards that wall.
Well, coming into our last 3 events of the Dirt Draft. And Dirt Draft, by the way, is closed for participation here at the Chili Bowl. So you are locked in. You have what it is. There is no bonus contest coming up.
I do have
there will be. Oh, I'm sorry. There will. Okay. So there's going to be a bonus contest coming up, but for all of the normal Dirt Draft stuff, we are closed off and done. This was heading into today with the cheater Kyler Hope up in the very front and Tyler McKim in his rightful place, trailing him behind for just about a couple
That's all right.
points.
My A main tonight is going to vault me from 173 to the top 5.
Chris Wilner.
Yes.
I have some breaking news from Dirt Draft.
Yes.
So they have added an A-main only drivers contest.
Okay.
And it's not associated with any leaderboard. It will open after the last B main and will stay open until the green flag drops in the A main. And it's an opportunity for new users to kind of check things out if you join tonight on Dirt Draft and us. And speaking of us, with our broadcasters challenge that we have there, they had an anonymous donor reach out, $200 for us broadcasters to win that. Just amongst us, someone donated $200, but that opened up after the B.
Well, if Kyler wins, he just has to buy us all Chick-fil-A breakfast.
No, the broadcast. You're broadcasters.
Oh,
I said broadcast team. So,
well,
I think that means there's 7 of us that are eligible for this.
Yeah, I'm going to need clarification because I like my odds much better against you scrubs than the guys in the trailer.
If it's talent, then boys, watch out because I'm pretty confident here tonight, and I'm sitting pretty.
You're not going to mess that
If you haven't joined
up.
Dirt Draft, join, and that will open after the B main. And,
all right.
So, something
I could be convinced to do this.
Thank you, Blake. Boy, my ears perked
Don't
up.
thank me. Thank Clint Dahl. Clint just texted me that owns Dirt Draft.
Thank you, Clint.
I'm just the messenger here.
I appreciate it.
Well, boy, I sat up in my seat here.
How bad do I need to embarrass you guys at Dirt Draft tonight?
All right, we'll see.
I've never lost.
Well, you never played.
I've never lost.
Batting 1,000.
20 laps of B feature number 1. Hell's Bells cranked on the PA here in the arena. And we are ready to go as cars roll down to the racetrack. 7 drivers will make their way into the A main event tonight. Their chance at immortality is just 20 laps away. Let's see what they can do. The BR Motorsports Ignitioneering speed shot in the corner leads us into our starting lineup with Cannon McIntosh and Tyler Courtney making up row number 1. Corey Day and Corbin Ruschenberg are in row number 2. Matt Westphal and Ashton Torgerson in row number 3. Justin Grant and Cale Drake make up row 4. Cousin Cameron Key, and Frank Flood are in row 5. Our 6th row is Joe B. Miller and Michael Facinto, Missouri and California, represented in that row. The 7th row is Mitchell Moles and Kaylee Bryson. Shane Cottle, the last of the lock-ins to the B main for this first B feature. The throttle goes next to C mains, Sia Sam Johnson, TJ Smith and Tanner Carrick, Trey Marcham and Derek Hagar. 20 cars, 20 laps, 7 to the show, 13 going home. Guys, these are drivers that finished in positions 3 through 8 on their preliminary night.
This poor track official has been trying for no less than 5 minutes.
Ashton Torgerson tried to hit it.
He cannot get this thing over the fence.
That's not going to do it. Maybe you can give her the old Pele kick up and over the... No.
Oh, no.
Yep.
Guys, I'm telling you.
We'll be here all night, unfortunately. That's not Daniel. I met Daniel the other day. He celebrated his 44th birthday. He said, I've been celebrating 32 birthdays here at the Bowl.
Oh, no.
But that's not Daniel. Oh, come on.
Oh, that one's getting...
Maybe we need a rocket car. There you go. Was that Joe B?
That was Joe B.
Boy.
Rocket League.
Yeah, Rocket League. Did I say Rocket Power?
Rocket car.
Oh, Rocket. Okay.
Hey, we got you.
Yeah,
we got you.
You know, I'm not in with the times, apparently.
Yeah, we'll just take it around the fence.
Yeah.
Fun time's over, boys.
Yeah, we got to go race.
I was kind of hoping a couple cars would get it going.
Still, we'll get it in the grandstand area.
Yeah.
It's right over by Todd and his shiny silver helmet. Todd Hardesty from Finish Line Graphics. That's the guy with the silver helmet. He's also got a wonderful little beer, not dirtier thing.
And a tuxedo t-shirt.
Nothing says classy like a tuxedo t-shirt. The approved attire of Cedro Woolley, Washington. All right. Crowd's ready.
Yeah.
Lineups being announced. They're juiced up just like this track is and ready to go. We'll fire engines here in just a couple of seconds. You guys watching live broadcast here on Flow of the 39th Annual Chili Bowl Nationals. We are powered by NOS Energy Drink. Huge thank you to all of our sponsors and everybody who brings this broadcast to you. And there it is, guys. Motors are lit. Time to go race.
The energy is certainly building up, and I think these drivers now are going to start to go to home, get their homework done, right, Clinton?
Yeah.
They took a look at the racetrack. Now that they're going to have the engines fired, some motor heat going on, they're going to be taking a look at every square inch of this racetrack because now's the time to realize, where do I need to be and anticipating where it's going to go.
Yeah, here's what I'm interested to see is that all eyes are going to be on the top side of this Expo Raceway. They're going to be, absolutely checking it out. When do we go? How high do we go? How hard do we go? What is that going to open up for a guy like Matt Westphal on the bottom of this racetrack with maybe some clean lane because everyone's over anxious to get to the top? We could be bouncing around, left and right on the high side of the racetrack. Matt Westphal could roll some hot bottom right by these guys.
Absolutely, 100%. As we await the formation signal as the rest of the field gets lined back up, but an opportunity to learn more about your race car when you're Tyler Courtney, Cannon McIntosh, Corey Day at the front of the field, Corbin Ruschenberg, the youngster, looking for a career outing at the Chili Bowl Nationals. As you look at Sunshine, we saw teammate Kyle Larson looking at the racetrack. We'll see him obviously on the pole in the A main. Going to watch his teammate try to advance to the back of the B main. Kaylee Bryson's going to come from deep in this one. Haven't talked much about her. What an outdoor season she had, and looking for her third Chili Bowl A main start.
Corey Day, they swapped engines on this race car.
They did.
They're both, neither of the engines within this team that Willie and Cole Kane have are what you would call new. Most of them are Corey's age or even slightly they're older, but one of them was 15 pounds lighter than the other. That's what they tried to run for Race of Champions and run for preliminary night here. And they have made the swap back to the other engine for tonight's tonight's B main event.
And the other engine is the one that won the prelim last year. That was under the hood.
We talked a little bit earlier about, you know, this having your left front up in the air, flying the front end. That's not how you create speed around here. And the racetrack's just a bit different this year for whatever reason. And so having that extra weight up there could be good for these guys to help keep that nose down, you know, keep Corey's hands in play. That way the front wheels aren't flying around. And you know, when he buries it in the cushion, that weight's going to hold your left front corner down, which is all really good things. And if we have to get up here and go absolutely rip above the cushion, that extra weight is going to be Corey's best friend.
Balance and grip, again, the two words the teams always seem to be seeking here within the Expo. It's not, I need my horsepower, I need that. It's how do I get down into the racetrack and how do I get the weight transferring when I want it to transfer the right way here around a 5th Mile racetrack. It's not like, and you see the in-car videos of these guys running, their throttle time is minimal. 30% of the racetrack at a max, maybe 40 when it's slick, gets slick.
Yeah, you spend, you know, a lot more time in throttle around the corners here than you do the straightaways. You can run, you know, almost wide open all the way through the corner. When you get to the straightaway, you're going to have to backpedal because the straightaways are so slick, but it's for a short amount of time. It's not that big a deal. You're not trying to build speed down the straightaways. You got to build your speed through the corner and carry that down the straightaways.
Some of the best at doing it are up in the front of this B feature in McIntosh, the former multiple-time winner on Monday night. Tyler Courtney, that car really came alive in the A main event last night after putting it through the works and having to find some of that grip and speed during the week. We'll see how this all plays out as Chris Wilner lights out in B main number 1.
Time to find out who's going to tag the tail of tonight's 40-lap A main event. One more opportunity to get yourself in the show. McIntosh, Courtney, your front row, we're green.
Through the exit at turn number 2, give it to Courtney. Up on the high side, he's bringing Ruschenberg with him as McIntosh misses the bottom. Day is underneath him. Your opening 7, Courtney and Ruschenberg, Day and McIntosh, Torgerson, Drake, and Flood.
Oh, we have absolutely no doubt in our minds that Corbin Ruschenberg's going to throw bombs at your lead, and he did on Tyler Courtney, lap number 1. Now they circle to the top side of the racetrack, Clinton Boyles. Quickly, they're going to start to really run the top end.
Yeah, 2-3 laps. These guys are absolutely flying. Everyone so far underneath the cushion, but how long before the first guy tries to go up above it?
That was Torgerson, I think a little bit farther back. They tried to go 2 in the fluff back there. Following there is Justin Grant and then NOS Energy Drink 87. But the entire top 10 is ripping around. First car on the bottom, surprise, surprise, Matt Westphal.
Westphal just sticking to the battle plan.
Big bomb by Corey Day right there on Corbin Ruschenberg.
Day up to the 2nd spot, trying to race down Tyler Courtney. You watch Cannon McIntosh show his hand here. Here comes Ruschenberg up and over the berm, cross the nose of Corey Day in 1 and 2. Caution waves.
Sam Johnson from the C main is the one stopped in the corner. Johnson, at the time, was running in the 15th position. So we have got a yellow 5 laps in of this 20-lap main event. Courtney and Day, Ruschenberg and McIntosh, Drake, Flood, and Torgerson are your 7 when we're going to be coming back to green.
This is where it gets really critical on running this high side and how these guys roll us in as we get a look at a iBox Springs instant replay. See Sam just, you know, must have missed his mark on corner entry and just backed it up to the cushion. Luckily didn't collect anyone else, but how you roll up on this cushion right now is going to be really important. See Kenan McIntosh rolling into it early.
Yeah.
He got up in it, you know, at corner entry, not in the middle, not, you know, on exit, and that's going to create just a little bit of a flatter spot that you can drive in on that part and not have to bounce up over the cushion as you're trying to get above it. So you can manipulate a lot right here. See Cannon rolling that in, just trying to keep it flat so that you can have the option to get up there, and then he chooses to come down point to, you know, drop back underneath the cushion.
On starts and restarts, Ruschenberg's been pretty aggressive. Traditionally, we've seen him swing out of line, try some different things. That could open up opportunity not only for him, but the guys behind him for some passing. So keep your eyes on the car in the third running order here. That might be the go spot on this restart.
I think it'd be smart to fire on the top side of the racetrack.
Yeah, they all do right
That's
there.
the common thing.
Back under the green flag, and already here goes Corey Day to the bottom of the racetrack to challenge Tyler Courtney. The two high rollers for Kubota High Limit getting after it here in B feature number 1 as Courtney will continue to lead, but here comes Corey Day closing ever so close to the lead.
He's got the car speed to keep throwing bombs at him if he wants to go that way. Rides the ledge in the back straightaway. Door open for Ruschenberg to make the move for second, and he'll complete it.
Battle for the transfer spot's about to start heating up. Cameron Key on the back bumper.
Oh
Frank
man,
Flood and
contact for the lead, or for the second.
Yeah.
One's around though, and that's gonna halt things as Trey Marcham sits backwards. But yeah, you're right. We had the battle for the transfer battle. We've had battles in 4th and 5th, and also now with Corbin Ruschenberg and Corey Day getting after it.
And those two need to be careful because it is tricky on the exits here. If they're going to get to the point where they're trading bumper tag, that could ruin one or both of their races in a big hurry because your margin for error is very small.
Cameron Key, one spot out in that 8th position. Clinton, boy,
Cameron's trying to take the battle with Frank Flood, and meanwhile Justin Grant's trying to take the battle with Cameron. I really think it would probably be in Justin's best interest to let Cameron, you know, have his way with Frank Flood. Both of those guys seem faster than Frank. You don't really have to worry about pressure from Matt Westphal from behind. You know, opens up a gap to Mitchell behind him. So, man, it's just, you know, it's so tough to stay patient, right? But we do have 13 laps to go.
Coming to the 1 to go signal, 7 down, 13 to go. Still plenty of time, but battles are absolutely raging here inside the Expo Center with Tyler Courtney, Corbin Ruschenberg, your top 2, with Corey Day, Cannon McIntosh, Cale Drake, the top 5. Final 2 in for now, Ashton Torgerson and Frank Flood as Courtney leads the field around the outside. Down the hill we go, back under the green flag.
It's an interesting choice for Courtney on the restart as Day trying to take second back away from Ruschenberg. Ruschenberg's going to get away from him, and now it's Corbin Ruschenberg's turn to run up on the back of Tyler Courtney for the lead.
He's going to stalk Courtney here, following his tire tracks in 1 and 2. Meanwhile, how about Cameron Key?
Slide job for the transfer spot around Flood. Flood crosses him back over. Return serve in 3 and 4.
Key and Flood absolutely getting after it for 7th right now as we go double box. Battle up front as Corbin Ruschenberg got around Tyler Courtney, but here comes the battle for the transfer spot. Justin Grant, Frank Flood trying to catch Cameron Key. Here goes Grant for a big slider in 3 and 4.
Not afraid to throw the bomb as Justin Grant. Return service coming from Key in 1 and 2. Westfall starting to poke a nose in. Flood lingering as well. 4 cars, 1 spot.
What a
Grant
move
with
for
the
Cameron
Kokomo
Key.
turn down line in 1 and 2. Cameron back to the bottom. Things are still dicey. These guys got to sort it out, and man.
Justin Grant credited with 7th on that last lap will take over the final transfer spot. But yeah, he and Cameron Key absolutely all out war at this point.
Yeah. I mean, multiple guys right there involved, and I don't know how you beat this racing right now. We just need to stay green.
Yes. Brian Ward on the scene for Marcham.
Yeah, he got up over the back end of another car, made some contact, and it got the right side nerf bar pushed back into the right rear tire. I heard you talk, and it's punctured. It's got a hole in it, so even if he is able to continue, they're going to have to change the right rear tire.
We talked about it. Matt Westfall's not going to leave the bottom much. Clinton Boyles, those two getting after it. He just started to poke his nose into that battle as well.
Starts to close right back in. It doesn't take long, and the top's only going to get, you know, trickier.
We've seen a couple of guys dip to the bottom for just a start and a restart, but the only guy consistently down there is Westfall, and he's making it work. Yes, he's backed up just a little bit, but he's in it. He's in the fight still.
Off to the work area goes Trey Marcham.
Guys, on the last completed lap.
Yep. Corbin Ruschenberg did take the lead. We called it.
Wow.
We called it in the side-by-side. We were watching Cameron Key put the slider on Tyler
You
Courtney.
just don't know where to watch on the racetrack. There's so much stuff going on.
Luckily, it was in my peripheral vision here in the Brian Kabinski broadcast booth. As again, Marcham, I don't even think they have a tire ready, so up the ramp he's going to go. And Trey Marcham's Chili Bowl comes to a close.
Been a pretty successful one for him, too.
9-lap shootout here in B feature number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, pull those belts tight because this one's far from over. Keep an eye on that final transfer spot as now Corbin Ruschenberg has the point with Tyler Courtney and Corey Day in tow.
Corey Day is going to try to sneak past Courtney on the restart. Down to the bottom, can't build enough speed to get by him. Courtney holds second over Day, 3 wide in a spot. Coming forward, Torgerson, contact with Grant. Down around the bottom, that's Flood making a move.
Beep, beep coming through. Ashton Torgerson, his elbows up ahead of him here. He's got a whole host of characters. Cale Drake, Cannon McIntosh trying to run away, but Frank Flood on the bottom of that 81 holding on the transfer spot. Here comes Justin Grant.
Grant's on the outside looking in. The My Race Pass 81 of Flood trying to get underneath Torgerson and hold the spot. Grant coming downstairs, trying to split the difference. 2 for 1, Justin Grant.
He's going to bounce off the cushion, but Frank Flood got a good run on the bottom too, so it's not over yet as Grant's credited with 7. He's going to have to rip the lip here as there's contact behind. And now the caution's out and sitting atop turn number 1 and 2. I think that's Tanner Carrick. It is.
3 laps at a time of the best racing you'll ever see.
Man,
my
if it could
God.
just go green.
Carrick was running back in the 15th position at the time of the caution. We'll take a look at the iBox Springs instant replay coming at you here on the speed shot. Just locked it up.
So your slight development out of that one is you saw a couple more drivers down around the bottom, Clinton.
Yeah, these guys get racing and throwing slide jobs around the top, and that's when you can make time on bottom. We're definitely getting to that point. 6 to go.
Westfall had started sneaking in there, but Flood consistently downstairs. He took 6th on the last time that we scored him by. So Ruschenberg, Courtney, and Day, McIntosh, Drake, now Flood 6, Grant 7, and it's Ashton Torgerson in 8 on the outside looking in with Key and Westfall still knocking on the door and trying to find their way through.
It's got to be smart on these restarts if you're, around that transfer position that you don't slide the guy in front of you just to be sliding them and, open up yourself to the guys behind you.
If you're from 7th to 10th, you are certainly still in this thing because you are absolutely going to have to get up after it here as the lights go out. 6 laps to go. Justin Grant in the hot seat in 7th.
Realistically, only your top 4 are safe right now because Drake was getting run up on amongst that group too.
Terry Maddox has the furled up green flag ready to go. 6 to go, be feature number 1.
McIntosh pulling to the bottom and slinging himself upstairs. Here's Drake trying to slide to 3rd.
Wow.
Cale Drake gets himself out of trouble in a hurry. And Frank Flood looking to take advantage as well. Flood on the bottom moving forward. McIntosh lost a bunch of spots.
Power move, and Cale Drake's not done either. Corey Day is now the victim as Day is going to run the top side behind Cale Drake in that 4th spot. Look out, here comes Frank Flood, though, going to capitalize.
We're down to 4 to go. It's McIntosh on the bubble in the 71.
McIntosh bounced off the cushion in 1 and 2. He's way out of the bubble. He's 9th right now.
Westfall had gotten him, but it's Torgerson running the slider line, trying to close him down. McIntosh trying to rally back. Slide job for the final transfer from the 71.
Ashton Torgerson had it. Here comes McIntosh back around. Matt Westfall enters the chat on the bottom of the racetrack. It's a 3-car duking it out here. 2 laps to go for the B feature.
Westfall down low, showing his veteran guile as the youngsters throw bombs at each other, coming around the top. This time by, we're down to 1 lap to go for 1 spot in the A main. McIntosh has it for the time being.
Corbin Ruschenberg walking away with this one, but all eyes on the 7th and final transfer spot. Cannon McIntosh has it. Good run off at turn number 2 into turn number 3 and 4 for the final time. How about this run? McIntosh will save it in. And how about Frank Flood? Wow! McIntosh gets 2 for 1.
Cannon and Ross Chastain on the final corner. Holy smokes.
Corbin Ruschenberg takes it over Cale Drake, Corey Day, Tyler Courtney, Justin Grant, your top 5. McIntosh, Hail Mary last lap gets to 6th. Frank Flood, your final transfer. Ashton Torgerson, Matt Westphal, torrid battle, but they come up just short.
Frank made the A.
Yeah.
Hell yes.
The GOAT of the micros here in this building. Finally, back to the A main here at the Chili Bowl.
Guys, before we totally settle in here, there was a mud cover that went absolutely flying off with about 2 or 3 to go, and the track officials are heavily looking at that, trying to decipher who it is, and we've seen penalties assessed for mud covers coming off, so
Flood is
nothing
never
official till it's official.
Flood has never made an A main, Chris. Here at the Chili Bowl.
Taking a look from our top of the ramp camera. Corbin Ruschenberg, your winner. A lot of emotions, mostly happy up there.
Making his first A main.
Yeah. Doesn't have a lot of Chili Bowl appearances. If I remember correctly, he's only probably been to the Chili Bowl at least twice. Corbin Ruschenberg, a young gasser.
It'll be Courtney's 7th A main start. Be Corey Day's 3rd. Cannon McIntosh.
While you look up the rest of our starters, Chris Moore is at the top of the ramp. Chris Moore, what a B feature. You're here with Cannon McIntosh.
Yeah, that was wild. This guy drove his tail off, made the show, and then got out very unhappy. First of all, what were you unhappy about?
Yeah, I mean, Cale just fires off on the restart and tries to slide the whole field. I mean, we're all in a transfer, and not to mention we're teammates. About junks Corey in front of me, and then, I mean, I fall out of a transfer right there with like 5 to go. Yeah, just not using his head. I mean, it's one thing if you're right there on the bubble, but he's running 5th. I mean, we're both well in, just not very smart. But yeah, hats off to the KKM crew. We were able to fight back. I mean, I just started riding the wall there at the end and made it work. So, yeah, big thanks to this group, Mobile One, Toyota Racing, everyone on board. We're going to go get them in the feature.
I was going to say, tell me about that battle, that fight. You were back to 9th at one point. You had to split the middle of Matt Westphal and your teammate, Ashton Torgerson. You guys were really going at it. What kind of, I'd imagine you had a fire lit under you when you fell back to 9th there.
Yeah, for sure. You know, there for a brief moment, I thought it was over, and I just stayed in it. You know, this race means a lot to me, and you can't win it if you're not even in it. So did everything we could to fight and get back in and got it back in position. So, yeah, we're going to go give it all in this feature, and I'm not going to leave anything out there.
Great job.
Thank you.
Cannon McIntosh fights his way into the show. Blake Anderson has a young man who drove his tail off as well.
Yeah, did he ever. Corbin Ruschenberg, you're in the show, and not only that, do you think you made a statement there pulling away from the teams that you just pulled away from?
I hope I did. I feel like I'm one of the most underrated people coming in here. Not trying to be cocky or anything, but just the speed I've had this last season with the midgets, and you know, I've honestly felt super great this season. So, you know, thankfully the Tanner and the whole team, and you know, they gave me a stellar car, and I think it just showed right there. But can't thank the whole team enough.
Making some changes on this for the A-main. I heard maybe some shock changes getting you even more dialed.
Yeah, that last lap, I think I broke a shock, just pushing it too hard, and I felt like, you know, we got a lot of talent behind us, so I felt like I had to keep it going, just keep my momentum going. And but obviously, I guess they said I pulled away a lot, and now just maybe cost us some parts. So not good, but hey, we're in the A.
Nice shot of confidence for you to be able to do that. I mean, you pulled away from multiple USAC National Midget Champions there.
Yeah, I felt pretty good, but you know, hopefully we can show what we have in the A.
All right, Corbin Ruschenberg's in, guys. He's feeling very confident.
As he should be.
Absolutely.
So it is 5 A-mains now for McIntosh and 2 in a row for Cale Drake because he made it last year.
Guys, I'm sorry, I'd like to butt in here. I do apologize. I was talking to officials out there because you guys recognize that there was a mud cover out trackside, correct?
Yes.
So there will be no penalty assessed because there was no caution for that debris. He said if there was a caution that was going to be thrown because of that, that driver that was missing a mud cover would have been penalized. But since there was no caution for that debris, no one is going to get penalized.
Thank you, Earl, for that update. Good clarification. Here's the IBOC instant replay. We'll see if
I really like how Cale Drake fires off right there. I mean, you just set yourself up for the opportunity to slide Cannon.
Well, you got Cannon and Corey.
Yeah, I mean, he cleared them both pretty big. I don't know what more do you want out of the kid. That phenomenal restart, really, if you ask me. He picked a different line to fire off, and
I mean, it's the B man at the Chili Bowl, Clinton. Like,
yeah, we've seen
go.
a lot worse for a lot less this week.
Yes, we have.
I understand Cannon's frustrations, and you know that sequence of events didn't play out how he wanted it. But I don't think you can blame Cale there for anything, because he never even came close to touching anyone or doing anything wrong in my eyes.
But going back up front, Corbin Ruschenberg, you hear him say, I'm probably one of the most underrated drivers. And certainly I thought his performance on his prelim night shocked a lot of people. It certainly wasn't without some excitement, but he maintained that energy in this building. You get put in the front row of a B feature in a late race restart, and you drive away from those drivers. For a guy who's making his second Chili Bowl appearance in his first Chili Bowl A-main, that's pretty impressive.
Absolutely. Let's check in with Earl with K1 Race Gear interview.
Yeah, I got Cale Drake here with me, dude, and walk me through that race. That was a wild one out there.
Man, it sure was. I had a bad, fast race car. Caleb Wyrick had this thing on rails. Huge thanks to the entire Keith Kunz Motorsports team for giving me this opportunity. You know, we started 8th there. I got into a transfer spot first lap, and I kind of was riding, and then the people behind me started pressuring me, and I was like, I guess we got to go. I'm sitting here off the gas like it's go time. And so after that last restart, just believing in my car 100%, we started going, and we were able to work our way up to second, you know. Man, that was badass. I love this place. I love this team, and I love these race cars.
How about that, guys? Cale Drake moving on, and we said it, emotions. This is the time of the night. Emotions are most certainly going to boil over at the end of these B mains.
Cale got to a point that I was going to get to, but he took it out of my mouth. Up until that last caution, we had seen Drake getting pressured. I think he felt the need to go. He did it clean.
That's how race car drivers recognize that, right, Clinton? When you're in a situation and you're like, okay, clearly there's some antsy people behind me. It must be go time.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's just understanding the position you're in, and you know, being able to feel that pressure is exactly what you're supposed to do inside the seat of that race car, and having the ability to go is worth it all.
Good racecraft from Cale.
Yep.
B feature 2, Buddy Kofoid versus Christopher Bell. Brent Cruz and Darren Pittman, Tim Buckwalter and Gunnar Setzer make up the first 3 rows. Jacob Denny and Jerry Coons Jr., Tyler Edwards and Blake Hahn in the all-Oklahoman 5th row. Hank Davis and Kyle Spence behind them in row number 6. Back at the field, Justin Peck from Monrovia, Indiana, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with Chet Yant as the final of the lock-ins. Brody Fusen, Jonathan Beeson, Jake Swanson, Jake Bubak, and Kevin Thomas Jr., the final 5 of our 20-car field, 20 laps. And once again, the top 7 are going for the outside of the back of the A-main event. Spots 12 through 24, all the even numbers.
Well, this is going to be just as, if not even more exciting. I mean, when you look at this field and up front, I mean, Buddy Kofoid's fired up. He has waited quite a little bit this week to get back behind the wheel of his Mobil 1 Toyota. And Christopher Bell back in the building for the first time in 3 years, looking to make the show. And there's a whole host of others looking to make tonight's A-main event. Our second and final B feature is underway.
Advantage Buddy coming off the bottom of the second turn. The swap line's going into 3 with Bell going to the bottom. Kofoid up on the ledge. It's almost too close to call, but give it to Kofoid on lap 1 with Bell, Cruz, Buckwalter, Pittman, Denny, and Edwards currently in the transfer spots.
Bell looking like he did on Thursday night, just absolutely hounding over that inside berm. Really good drive off the corner. Bell leads that lap as Kofoid gets tied up on the cushion.
Bell leading Kofoid for now. Split screen for you for the transfer battle in and behind. Last time by, it was the red and black 21 of Pittman who had it. Coming after him is Hank Davis. Gunnar Setzer's the guy who is way up on the high side, but it's Davis getting it from Pittman that time around.
Hank Davis from 11th already to 7th inside a transfer spot as Pittman gets tied up over the cushion. Again, battle for the lead up to your left, and on your right, here comes Jerry Coons Jr. up to 9th, looking for Pittman in 8th.
Edwards now has the 7th and final transfer as he's working upstairs around this racetrack. Great battles all over the place.
Slider for your lead there, guys. Christopher Bell's got it figured out in this Ream 71. Absolutely been cruising the last few corners.
Christopher Bell denied on his prelim night for the first time in over a decade, looking to get back to the A feature and looking really sporty. But how about Hank Davis? Here comes Jacob Denny into the mix as well. Hank Davis, this is right at the tail end of the lock-in spots as you watch Tyler Edwards in that 7th position, rolling the bottom, trying to get around Jacob Denny.
Those 3 drivers are all in. Davis, Edwards, and Denny. It's Coons Jr. on the outside looking in, who's not in your screen at the moment. Denny bikes her up, settles her back down. Coons Jr. a little ways in and behind them and trying to catch up. Now, it is 4th place coming into the screen.
Buddy Kofoid launched one from Catoosa, Oklahoma there, trying to get around Christopher Bell. Couldn't get it done that time around as Bell will slide himself to protect the lead. We continue to watch the battle for 7th on the right side.
On the right side, 7th and in, though. That is 6th and 7th you're seeing in your screen. With Edwards down low and Denny up high, just trying to get further away from the rest of the field. Up front for your lead. This race is the kind of thing dreams are made of in a midget. Bell and Kofoid just absolutely working each other over.
I feel like this is the Chili Bowl Nationals A main. This is the B main, folks. Here comes Buddy Kofoid with a big run into turns 3 and 4. He'll go to the top side, and once again, Christopher Bell running the slider line to protect, but Buddy's there.
He's got the slider line figured out where he can slide his right rear over the cushion right there. Oh, missed it that time. Picked up some speed, though.
Here comes Kofoid diving to the bottom, gonna run all the way around the low side of the racetrack. Trying to figure out down on the berm is Buddy Kofoid. Slingshots back up and around the top to try to reel in Christopher Bell down the back straightaway over halfway through.
Justin Peck got up to 8th, but now he's got quite a bit of a gap, about a half straightaway up to Tyler Edwards in that 7th and final transfer spot. You're watching inside the transfer spot on your right. You're looking at Hank Davis in 4th, Timmy Buckwalter. Here comes Tyler Edwards there holding on to 7th.
Guys, Justin Peck starting to get involved in the battle for the final transfer spot. Peck has rolled his way up to 8th on the bottom of the racetrack. He's not right there on Edwards and Denny yet, but he's creeping ever so closer with just a few laps to go.
That's Jonathan Beeson. That was absolutely rim riding the cushion, got around Peck for 8th, and this is going to bunch the field back up. You saw that.
Yeah, you saw it too. Beeson was absolutely committed to right sides up the concrete wall over the cushion, trying to make speed around this racetrack.
To the point where he was around Peck apparently on the last time by the scoring
last
loop.
Couple back laps. Jet Yantis stopped on the inside of the racetrack as a shot cover gets picked up.
And but what's going to change now is Tyler Edwards had a half second on 8th, and now that's going to be completely vanished.
Something to think about here, guys. These right rear tires have been working really hard. They got heat in them. Cool outside with the vents on inside this building. It's going to cool these tires off, and they're going to lose a little bit of air pressure. That's going to tighten everyone back up on the right rear corner.
Flashback 24 hours ago to Logan Seavey on that restart where he dropped a spot to Pittman.
Yeah, it makes a big difference, especially if we string 2-3 cautions here together. You could lose, a pound and a half, 2 pounds, no problem.
It's going to be a 5-lap shootout as the lights go out around the Expo Raceway between Christopher Bell and Michael Buddy Kofoid for the lead. Hank Davis up to 3rd, Brent Cruz 4th, Timmy Buckwalter holding on that 5th spot, Jacob Denny and Tyler Edwards in the top 7 transfer positions with Beeson, Peck, and Gunnar Setzer, the rookie, in 10th.
Again, Edwards could be in big trouble here on this restart. They were coming before the yellow flag. We'll bring him back to this race. Just 25% of it left to go. And Bell's going to start him off on the bottom, going into 1 with Kofoid, going to the cushion to chase him.
Look at Kofoid and also Hank Davis back there. Right rear open over the cushion, built some speed into 3 and 4. How about this?
Yeah, piece into the outside of Edwards for the final transfer spot. He's got it that time by.
He said you're going to need big cojones to run the wall here at the Expo. And look at Jonathan Beeson with a full head of steam. He's got Timmy Buckwalter up ahead. That's for position number 5.
Trying to prove that it is indeed Beeson's season inside the Expo. Jonathan Beeson rim riding to the max. Slingshots his way down around the outside of Buckwalter.
This is unreal. Up ahead, Jacob Denny into Brent Cruz. Cruz into Beeson. Brent Cruz upside down. He was inside a transfer spot.
After going 17 to the top 5 on his preliminary night, after running the soup to do it. Heartbreak for Cruz with 2 laps to go before tonight's A main.
All started on the entrance to turn 3. He and Jacob Denny were battling inside the transfer position. Brent Cruz put back on all 4. Safety crews on the scene. Heartbreak, though, for the hard charger of his prelim night. C to B to A and all the way to fifth. But good news is that Brent Cruz is out of the race car.
Guys, this might be the gift that Tyler Edwards needs. We're going to get a look at the IBOC replay, a couple different angles at this. So you watch Beeson going way up top. Denny and Cruz together. Beeson no letting off as you're coming through. And Cruz gets the absolute worst of it here coming off the corner.
Yeah, just to the left of your screen, you see Denny and Cruz.
Yeah, Cruz had actually slid Denny going into turn 3 and got above the cushion. Denny turned underneath him, and they had contact coming out of turn 4 right there. And that's what really slowed Brent Cruz down.
So guys, in all of his appearances here in the building, Tyler Edwards been here for a very long time. Now restarting in the 7th position.
Brian Ward is on the back of the wrecker. Brian Ward, I can't imagine Brent Cruz is a happy camper.
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping his cool right now, but obviously frustrated and disappointed. He's not even going to take the helmet off right now. There was a line that came off and put a lot of fluid on the racetrack there. It didn't really look like oil, but it was pretty dirty. I'm not sure if it was some dirty water or some really thin oil. But there was a lot of it that they're going to have to run through. I'm seeing a stream of it behind the car as we pull into the work area here.
It looks like antifreeze to me coming out.
And Clinton,
maybe
the 9U of Kyle Spence, their team's pulling him into the work area here. Team was pointing him in, and they're going right to the right rear of the 9U.
Gonna lift up on it. Appears to be maybe just cranking some weight right there, Blake. Tough to tell.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're doing. Just cranking weight back there.
Last ditch effort, I guess, with 2 laps to go to pick up what you can.
All right, guys, so 7th place Edwards has been here since 2010 at minimum and has never made a Saturday night amen.
Wow.
Could be huge for him.
Imagine the nerves riding around right now if you're Tyler Edwards. If you're Justin Peck behind him, what do you do? I mean, you have to try to go earn this thing, right? Hold on. Where's Peck at? He's falling back. Sorry. Peck's back a few positions. We have Gunnar Setzer right behind
the rookie,
Tyler Edwards.
Gunnar Setzer going for his first A-main start, and Tyler Edwards, as Caleb mentioned, looking to break a long drought for his first trip.
Well, Gunnar Setzer, you wanted the stage. It's yours.
Yeah.
No better time than the present to go make something happen right here.
Christopher Bell, Buddy Kofoid, Hank Davis, Jacob Denny, Timmy Buckwalter, Beeson, and Edwards back under the green flag with 2 to go.
Can the Hoosier take it from the Sooner as they fan out into turn number 1? Down the back straightaway, Bell having to work at it. Gets back to her. Kofoid up top, down low. It's Davis as we're down to 1 to go. For the final transfer, that's Stenhouse?
Yeah, Stenhouse by Setzer on that restart, trying to make something happen in the final corner.
He's going to have one opportunity. Stenhouse going to wholesale into 3 and 4 off of corner number 4, but Edwards hangs on for the 7th and final transfer spot. But what an effort for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Christopher Bell wins B feature number 2.
Hold on, guys. Lap counter off. That was the white. Coming into it. They're still racing out here. Something is up. That might have been the checkered.
Terry Max just threw the checkered flag back. I don't know.
So some confusion. We thought we were down to 2 to go. Counter set it.
Yeah.
We had her on.
Lineup didn't change as far as your front 6.
7.
Bell, Kofoid, Davis, Denny, Beeson, Buckwalter, and Edwards in. Stenhouse still 1 spot out, missing the show with Peck Setzer, your top 10. What a run for the rookie, though, Gunnar Setzer. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just caught fire there as of late. Just a little too late in the going. But Jonathan Beeson, wow. He called his shot.
I mean, yeah.
He said he was going to have to go up there and do it, and Beeson goes from the 9th row to lock into another A-main.
Catch our breath for a second as the drivers make their way up the ramp in our field. Our 24-car A-main event field is now set. You can hear it in the background of those who are celebrating.
Hank Davis climbing out.
But Jonathan Beeson, C to B to A, not unheard of, but still, I mean,
hard.
That's a big run.
Bell, Kofoid, Davis, Denny, Beeson, Buckwalter, Edwards. Davis extremely happy amongst everybody in that top 7. Got to watch an epic duel between Bell and Kofoid up in front of the field as well, and fireworks for 7th.
Happy too for Timmy Buckwalter, both he and Hank Davis, the 2 Matt Seymour cars in the show. Tyler Edwards, though, I can't imagine the elation finally getting over that hump and going to be a part of tonight's 40-lap feature event.
All right, well, the guy who gets to 5th place overall in the B main and is back into the A main event, Jonathan Beeson up top in our K1 Race Gear interview.
C to B to 17th to 5th, and the B into the A. Jonathan Beeson putting on a show. How about that?
Yeah, it's fun. It's been a couple years since I made the A, and I was didn't think that was going to happen earlier from the C, but we made a few adjustments from that B, and I was running a lot of line that not very many people were running, and it just paid off. And man, that was exciting. I mean, to make to not wad it up in 12 laps I put together on the top was pretty neat, and glad to have Ferguson Superstore back on board. Hesslinger gave me another powerful motor. And Panther City, hydrostatic pipe and supply. I couldn't have been here without them.
For a guy that races so little, so these guys can race throughout the summer, how the heck do you get in one of these things and do what you just did? That was incredible.
My dad always said a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while, but that proved to me I still got it, so I got to keep racing. You know, there's times when I think about, why I'm wasting my time, but I think I proved myself wrong right there.
JJ, you learned a few tricks from Dad there?
Yes, very much.
JJ Beeson, he was fun to watch at the shootout. The Beesons are in. It's Beeson season inside the Expo Center. And EHJ, Earl Hoon Jr., you got another guy that's going to be ecstatic.
Yeah, no doubt about it. How about this? This guy has been coming here for over 10 years, and finally, Tyler Edwards, you are able to make your first A main event. Congratulations.
Yeah, man, I just want to thank these guys for giving me a hell of a race car all week, and we've worked our ass off to get good this year, and it's paid off, so I can't be more proud, man. I've tried for years to make this damn thing, and we finally did it, so.
You've been coming here a lot. You've seen a lot. You've seen different kind of track surfaces here. This thing has been its best, so maybe within 10 years, if you will, right? What kind of changes are you going to have to make to this machine come the 40-lapper a little bit later on?
Man, we definitely need to find a little more grip. I was losing a little bit on the bottom there, but I didn't want to leave it. I've been good down there all week, so I just stuck with it. I don't have the confidence to really run the top, but maybe in this main we're going to go up there and have some fun and blast her down a little bit, but hopefully find a little more grip. We should be good.
Enjoy this moment, and good luck in the A main.
Thank you, guys. And I want to thank all the fans and everybody else out here. I just love this place so much, so this is awesome.
Guys, this is exactly what the Chili Bowl is. This is where dreams are made of. This is where legends are made, and Tyler Edwards is in tonight's 40-lapper.
So cool, and I'm sure the track prep guys aren't watching right now, but just do that again.
Yeah.
Please?
Yeah. Okay, just run it back, do the same exact thing.
15 more laps, and it'll be epic. Hey, want to let you guys know you're all watching right now on the YouTube stream on the FloRacing channel. The YouTube stream is going to stay up for the rest of the night. We're not closing that down. This is the way that you guys are going to have it. We apologize for the technical malfunction within the Flow Sports app and such like that. The YouTube stream will be up the rest of the night. You do not need to change the channel from where you are. So, again, our apologies for what's gone on, but we're happy to bring it to you guys live on YouTube.
Yep, absolutely.
We've got another one up top, K1 Race Gear interview.
Yeah, how about it? Another year. Second time in the last 3 years, Matt Seymour Racing has locked both of their race cars in. Hank Davis with a drive from deep, and Timmy Buckwalter doing what you do, man, just plugging around the bottom.
Yeah, man, that's just where I feel comfortable, and that's where Matt gets me good. So that's what we're going to play, I'm going to have to get some practice to run that top. Just not good at it, like I said the other night, but we're going to plug away at it. We're going to make some adjustments for this feature, and starting this deep, anything can happen, but we can work off of our package for next year, just try to get things stuck a little better on entry, and I think we can drive past them coming off.
you've been coming here for several years, obviously with Steve and everything, and you came here from the beginning with Matt when it wasn't all that great. How cool is it now for the two of you and Hank, both to be really legitimate contenders to make the A-Main every year?
Ah, man, it's insane. You know, what Matt and his dad and the whole team and all the sponsors behind us have done is unreal in the last 8 or 9 years. My first year here with Matt, I was in the Volkswagen engine, and now we got SR11s, and we're putting them in the show and winning preliminary nights and stuff like that with Hank. So hats off to them guys. We're going to go back, get to work, and see what 40 laps brings us tonight.
All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Timmy Buckwalter puts it in the show, the Douglasville, PA native.
Thank you, Chris. We got lots coming to you. We're going to stay here on, like I said, we're going to stay here on YouTube with the Flying A Motorsports Pit Cam. And the battle plan, guys, is to go. We're just going to continue bringing you live content as much as we can. We do have some pre-recorded pieces that we can get to at some point in time. But being as that some of you every once in a blue moon are having to deal with 30 seconds of not hearing me talk for the first time in a while, I guess you could probably be fairly happy. But we are going to keep her here as absolutely much as we possibly can for you guys. So
yeah, and we're going to keep rolling too, because you know they're already getting the inflatable out for driver intros.
Yep.
You know, we're especially the track prep that we saw before the Bs, I would expect about the same, so it shouldn't be too long, and the drivers are already getting a chance to look at what we're doing out here.
It feels like, and you said this in the booth, we just had an A-Main.
Yeah.
On top of an A-Main right before that.
Yeah, we just called 2 A-Mains, and yet we have the actual A-Main still to come.
We still haven't seen the Larsons, Pursleys, Seavies, Thorsons, Axums, Golubics, and more of the world go tonight, other than some time trial runs.
Yeah.
And now we're going to pile in 14 more drivers who have absolutely earned it to get in there with them.
This is going to be, an absolutely electric 40 laps. I mean, what more could you ever ask for out of a build-up to this moment right now?
Not much. That's for damn sure.
I can't think of anything.
Well, excited that you guys are still in with us. We appreciate it. You will start to see cars anytime now start making their way down. Quicker turnaround than what they're going to be used to, which is definitely something for the crews to adjust to. Although, again, coming in, we knew by splitting opening ceremonies and the flag ceremony, and when they've done these track preps, that this could be a real situation where crews won't have a whole long time to tinker on it. Let's go up top. Chris Moore, is that you again?
It is. Sorry to disappoint you, but
Hey, buddy.
is me.
No.
Frank Flood. Frank, you know, we had a little drama at the end of yours and didn't get a chance to talk to you. You were the final transfer there. You're the GOAT in this building in micros. How's it feel to get in the A and a midget?
I still don't believe it, honestly. I kept checking my race pass 100 times. I kept asking, are we really in? Are we really in? Because I don't know. It's unreal. You know, Jody gave me an amazing piece to run this week, and it's been a dream to run with them and actually make the feature. From here, who cares how we do? We made the A-Main at the Chili Bowl, man.
Tell me about that B-Main, because it was between the yellow flags and Slide Job City, and you kind of had to commit to what you were going to do, whether you were going to try and get after it on the top there or roll the bottom. And I think about halfway you switched to the bottom and it paid dividends.
Yeah, definitely. I followed Matt Westfall around all my prelim nights, so I kind of took some notes, but I got up on the top, and they definitely out-experienced me and out-drove me up there, and I just said, I'm going to go play it safe, and they all got to throw in the slides, and I just actually started passing cars and hung in there. It kind of come back around, and the yellows really helped me because it took them a few laps to get wound up, so I just kind of just stuck in there. I'll take it, though.
Well, you're no stranger to success around this building. What do you think, though, now 40 laps in a midget here? What do you think? What can we kind of expect, and what would you walk out? I know you're happy to be in the A, but now you're in, right? You're a race car driver. I know you want to go forward.
I definitely. I mean, I'm going to take the approach of just one car at a time, one bite at a time, and if I can get a few of them, hell yeah. If I don't pass anything, I'm just going to be cheering for Dason.
There you go. Great job, Frank.
Thank you.
Frank Flood puts it in the show here at the Chili Bowl, guys.
I love that, because Frank Flood, think of all he's accomplished in his dirt racing career in micros.
Yep.
And to sit here and say, I'm just happy I'm here and made the Chili. I mean, like, you put that in perspective, because if this is a micro show, you're disappointed that you had to run a B. Oh, we're in the back of an A.
Yeah.
But the Chili Bowl means more, and to not have done it and this being his first time, pretty cool.
So look at that, too. We were deprived of the Flood versus Larson battle that we were looking forward to at the shootout when he pulled off before the green flag even started with a mechanical problem. Now we get Larson versus Flood, just in a very different environment and different starting spots.
Yeah.
But we still get Frank Flood, and for Frank, how cool is that, coming off of ultimate disappointment to, guys, we're in. We made it for the first time in a while. Him and Ted. This is a gigantic win for a bunch of Oklahomans who have been here for a long time trying to get into this A main.
It's got to be a huge relief off their shoulders just to be in. And I think these guys got to be, no nerves essentially going into this, because there's no expectations. I don't think they, expected to be here. So they're in the A main. They can go have fun with it. And it seems like when you can go have fun with your race car, that's when really good things happen.
8 drivers will start tonight's A main from the state of Oklahoma. 8 from California. So we're dead even between Oklahoma and California. 2 drivers from Indiana, 2 from Pennsylvania, and then single drivers from Nevada, Texas, Arizona, and Ohio. That makes up our 24-car starting field.
I got a tweet just a few minutes ago, 55 laps or we riot. And at the same time, tonight I feel like we could do her. I'm excited for 40.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Oh, for sure.
At the same
for
time.
Sure.
Earl Hoon Jr.?
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's crunch time up here for the A main starters. Got Justin Grant here with me. Dude, you are a veteran of this event. Got to start a little deep here in this one, and now they trimmed the laps back from 55 to 40. So you got to make your moves early. As a veteran, how aggressive do you have to be out there?
I mean, yeah, you got to go. You got to go early and put away as many as you can. Early, hopefully you catch some guys that are a little tight and you can attack and fill some holes and get up, towards the top 10 by halfway, and then this thing will get crazy and widen out on the curb. And if you can be top 10 with 15 to go, anything can happen in here. So just try and put some away early. I'd have liked to have made a little more progress in that B main. I got kind of mired in the quicksand there on the start, and it took me a while to get some of those guys put away and get rolling and to get driving the thing the way I needed to drive it. But got feeling good there, so we'll go to work.
Were you able to learn anything last night in your qualifying night? I mean, it looks like you tried to run the cushion. You always just kept getting tight each time you get the right rear up there. Were you able to put anything to that knowledge to tonight, to the A main essentially?
Yeah. I mean, last night I kept getting tight against curb, and talked to Chad for a long time about like what we could do to help that. And then Dason went out in the pole shuffle, and so if you're tight, just get above it and gas the thing. So they come back, and I told Chad, I think I've figured it out. It's probably a butterfly angle issue, and I'll just work on the throttle pedal and give me what Dason's got, and I'll figure out how to drive it.
You heard him, guys. Justin Grant going for a golden driller in just a few moments.
All right. Thank you very much, Earl Hoon Jr. Blake Anderson, do you have a copy by chance? You up there, Blake? Are you awake still? Just checking.
The coffee. We're here in the trailer. Chloe Boat's just digging on a puzzle, and she's got all the snacks.
Oh, nice. I like it.
She's living the life.
I like it. I was just making sure that you didn't go to bed early like Chris Moore.
No. Chloe Boat's just hanging out. We're just getting a kick out of her.
I need you to remind all of these people out there that we have that Dirt Draft special contest.
We do. And you get your lineup set, and I'll have to set it here and come down to the trailer. But yes, new to Dirt Draft, set your Dirt Draft lineup. The A main drives, you have until the A main goes green to set your Dirt Draft lineup.
And you've got yours set so that you can lose Willer, right?
My phone's in the trailer right now.
Okay, you need to hustle.
Yeah, because it pays $200 to win. So
Blake, make sure you put yours in so I can beat you.
Yeah, you'll beat me, promise you.
Excellent. We got to say a huge thank you to Dirt Draft, who has been with us the entire way from hot laps all the way through in your contest all the way today. Again, special A-Main contest going on dirtdraft.com, or you can pick it up in either the Google or Apple Play store at the moment. NOS Energy Drink has brought to you guys the entirety of this coverage. We have powered this whole thing by NOS. They're also our RamCam sponsor. A huge thank you to K1 Race Gear, our pit report for everything that's gone up there. Eibach has been our instant replay sponsor. BR Motorsports with the Speed Shot, Flying A with the pit camera, and of course our past winners have been brought to you by Winners Performance. Big thank you as well to Hyper Racing, race car engineering, competition suspension, rod end supply, impact race gear, wedge carts, TJ Forged and Buzzy Racing. Without all these guys, we wouldn't be able to do this to you as we push the broadcast down YouTube tonight. And again, the YouTube stream is going to stay up the whole time, even when the Flow Sports apps get fixed. You guys are set. You're here. You're in. You don't have to touch the dial from here forward. We're going to go all the way through the end here on YouTube.
Yeah, and I appreciate a lot of media members. I know on the NASCAR side, Bob Pockers, Jeff Gluck have been telling folks where to watch. A lot of first-time listeners and viewers checking us out here on Flow Racing on YouTube for the Chili Bowl Nationals. So on behalf of all of us, thank you if you're new, just tuning in and checking us out. Boy, you're about to be in for a good show.
Indeed you are. Blake, up top, you have got a very nervous car owner, I imagine.
No, he's calm. And Chloe Boat. Chloe's smiling now. She's not being shy. And Chad, what? I've known you for a long time. You've gone from a driver that's locked into the A main, now building an operation that is contending to win the Chili Bowl. Man, it's got to be so cool. You've got multiple cars locked in the A main. Tensions feel good. You seem calm.
Yeah, no, we're excited. Been close before with Christopher and kind of been through these emotions. So, you know, Dace and I raced a lot together this year. We're in some pressure-packed situations. You know, went down to the line at Ventura with the championship. So I feel like all that battle tested us for this moment. And we're going to let it hang out 40 laps, see what we got.
This operation, how has it come about? You're winning drillers at the shootout to now contending for drillers at the Chili Bowl.
Yeah, you know, it's awesome. And it all starts with great partners and great people. NOS Energy Drink, Pristine Auction, KNC Drywall, you know, the guys that I have at the shop, my family, you know, Casey taking care of the girls at home, Chloe and Carter. You know, without every single person, it's not possible. So, you know, it's exciting to be in this position. This is what you dream about, right? You come here last Sunday hoping to have a shot come Saturday night, and I think we got a shot, so we'll see what happens.
Is there any chance we can nudge you back into one of these things?
That's very unlikely. More likely you'll see Chloe at the shootout before you see me in the car again.
All right, well, we'll take that then. Congrats, Chad, and we're looking forward to tonight's main event.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Chad Boat with Chad Boat Industries, CBI. They've knocked multiple cars into tonight's main event, and guys, over the night, Dason personally put on a show in that CBI entry.
Oh, he sure did. Pole shuffle qualifying was absolutely fantastic. And one for a empty fuel tank. Clinton Boyles, I think he may have had a shot at pole.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you'd beat him, but I'd have loved seeing him and Kyle absolutely go at it. And judging off the lap times that Kyle put down on his run, I think Dason would have had him covered by about a half second. So, yeah, we are absolutely in for a treat on these next 40 laps.
Taking a look at the BR Motorsports Ignitioneering.
Ignitioneering.
That's a big word.
Yes.
Speed shot. See the track equipment out on the racetrack. And again, Clinton, we're starting to almost kind of look at what we saw before the B features, having the Lele Rotel out there to kind of scratch the surface, get some of that material loosened back up, moving the moisture back down the racetrack. Although you see the skid steer out here. I'm not sure if I saw it taking some of that material. It's over by us here in 3 and 4. But boy, it's looking primed and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, definitely more work than we saw before those B mains, but you know, these guys have been doing their homework. I got no reason to doubt them. They've been on it all, you know, week long this week, all week back at the shootout, and everything we've seen has been phenomenal. So I don't know why I would see anything else tonight.
And 40 laps, again, the distance for the feature event. We saw 2 B features totaling 40 laps. So
yeah,
we're going to have the same distance here, just one race versus 2. So hopefully they have anticipation kind of what the transition is going to be like over the course of 40 laps.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously we've seen it be such a top dominant racetrack for most of the week. And then, you know, today we've seen the bottom be just right there, you know, with the top. And guys have been able to maneuver wherever their car needs to go and be fast doing that as long as their car handles well.
We're getting closer. The inflatable tunnel is up for drivers' introduction. Stage has been set up. You don't see any of them rolling that way yet. And at that point in time, we know we'll be getting awfully close as we do driver intros, 24 through 1. Turn the lights out in the rain, a kind of a cool moment that comes up here. So driver intros to come, and then the 40-lap A main event. And to your point, guys, they've kept an extensive notebook this entire time. So they have had a plan. They've executed on the plan the whole way. And hopefully we get the absolute best of what they can offer us for 40 times around the expo here, because, again, it's been so good up until now.
Yeah, I mean, what we've seen up until now is honestly some of the best racing I think anyone has ever seen in their entire lives. If you can just off memory call out, you know, a handful of races that were better than that, I'd call you a liar. So, man, it's just, the Chili Bowl's so special, so magical, and it's not every day you get to see stuff like this that you get to see inside this Tulsa Expo building.
That's a busy pit area back there from the Flying A Motorsports pit cam. You see the gap in the middle, that's kind of the lane for the staging lane, and as soon as we see cars begin to make their way down, that is that moment where it's gut check time, because you know something special is about to happen. Speaking of all the track prep that's going on out on the racetrack, the guy who has probably the best view from the infield, Brian Ward, what can you tell us about what's going on?
A lot of what we saw before the B features, they came and tilled this top up a lot, trying to knock that cushion down some. Gravel's been going forward, going backwards. Get a good view of some of the smoke from the fog machines that are going to be going off when the cars roll out here. But standing up here, taking a look at the track, Emerson Axum, you got to watch a little bit there. What are your thoughts on this track, and what can we expect your car to be doing in the A main?
Yeah, we weren't very good in that Polish shuffle. We were good in the Polish shuffle hot laps when it was still soft, but when the curb was still soft. But as soon as it kind of lipped up and got hard, we struggled a little bit. And, you know, you've seen Dayson was able to go above it, and Buddy was able to go above it in that last B main. But Keith and I just kind of struggle when it gets like that. So, you know, we either better figure it out for this feature or, you know, hopefully the track comes to us. But either way, I'm sure we'll still be good. It's just, you know, if we want a shot to win it, hopefully it's not like that B main. And, you know, a little bit higher up down here, and because it's like there's a lip, and then you can go above it and run a kind of ramp on the wall. So, you know, if they just took the lip away, I'd be all right. But no, I'm sure we'll be good. It's just, yeah, we'll see what happens.
That team back there has such a thick notebook, so much data, so much information to look back and see, hey, the track was like this, so our setup went this way. How much input do you have on the clicks and the shocks and turns in the torsion arms or whatever you need to do, you know, or in the coilovers up front? How much input do you have on that, or does the team just go off what they know works?
I mean, I kind of just tell him how I feel, and he kind of has a notebook for that feeling, you know what I mean? Like if, you know, on my prelim night, I had a little bit too much right rear drive on exit, and the car was kind of driving around itself with right rear grip. So, you know, I kind of told Keith I needed my left rear caught up to the right rear, and so we could get down the straightaway straight. And, you know, that's the kind of stuff I have input on. And, you know, obviously I have, I think, 5 shock adjusters in the car. You know, Keith kind of puts them where he wants them. And then from there, you know, a guy that's been doing it long enough can make adjustments as the race goes on and as the track changes. So, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot of input. I just kind of tell Keith how I feel, and whether he listens or not, he acts like he does. So, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, who knows?
Well, I have a question. You mentioned you have 5 shock adjusters, and that's been kind of a topic I've seen a lot of people raise questions about on social media, the dual shocks there on the right rear. When you say you have 5 adjusters, is that for both of the shocks on the right rear?
I'm actually one of the only guys over there with 1 shock on the right rear. You know, I told Keith before we won Wednesday, he'd won this race 36 times without it. I'm 0 with it. So, I mean, obviously this is the first year with it. So, but I just told Keith he's obviously got the best package in the building. Just give me what he knows works, and you know, I'll do the rest. But I have 5 shock adjusters because compression and rebound on the right rear shock, not because of the fist shock. I think some of them guys over there got 8 because of the freaking fist shock on there. So, yeah, mine's just for the single shock.
That's a lot to keep up with when you have 8 adjusters in the cockpit. So 5 seems like it might be a little simpler for you. We're going to let you continue checking the racetrack out and then go make any of those adjustments in your race car.
Yeah, thank you.
Emerson Axum, and if we got some time, we will just mosey on over. A few more drivers have made their way down here. Some of the Matt Wood drivers. Yeah, let's just.
You're good, Brian.
I'm
Keep
cross,
going. Yeah,
cross
you're
right
all good.
back in front of Emerson
this
here.
This is Brian
Here
Ward's
comes a
pit
water
walk.
truck about to run Daryl over. Brian, you've been on the racetrack. You got to run a few hot laps and then a couple laps on the clock. The track has evolved a little bit. What are your thoughts from what you hit earlier to what you're looking at right now?
Well, I liked what I saw at it personally. I liked it, both right sides above the cushion. That looked fun. It looked scary. 40 laps of that might not be too bad for the fans, but I don't know. They've had the track great all week. I mean, it's been a long week, but they've had the track really good. Our cars have been really good. I'm just really excited to have the opportunity to run 40 laps of the best of the best.
There's been a lot of talk about your camp and how successful they've been this week. There's been a lot of interviews up there in the camp with Matt Wood and the drivers. So it's probably been hit on a little bit, but tell us again the vibe in that pit with so much success. I mean, there's got to be so much positivity spread amongst all those cars in that trailer back there.
Yeah, you know what? We love it. It's been incredible. Shane and Dustin dusted the cars off a couple weeks before Chili Bowl, unfortunately Dustin wasn't able to make it, but it was a good thing. His son was born, so Gunner's here watching us. But man, I can't say enough about what Shane has done with this race team and the opportunity Matt Wood, NOS Energy Drink gives us to come out here and do this. It's been a blast. Morale's been high. We're here at 8:30 every morning. We're here till midnight every night, and every driver's back in the pit 8:30 in the morning doing maintenance on everybody's race cars. So morale's high. We're having fun. Just a bunch of California kids having a good time, and results are showing.
Now a fun question for you. If we do the driver intros like in the past, when y'all walk across the stage, someone else is in the car pushing it out onto the racetrack, is there a fight over who gets to be the one behind the steering wheel when the car rolls through the tunnel?
We're fighting to find guys to just get all of our race cars down. We have 3 cars in the show. We don't have that many crew guys, so we've had to rally a couple of the outsiders on different teams to help us out tonight. But man, it's super cool to be here. This atmosphere is amazing. Chili Bowl, there's nothing like it. We're just really excited.
Thank you, Ryan. A lot of good info there for you guys to discuss down in the booth.
Good job, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Yep.
Hey, we have glorious news, Chris.
Yeah.
The Flow Sports app's back up and working. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Kudos to everybody involved in that. I cannot imagine something like that happening on the biggest night of the week.
Stress on that one, I can't
thanks
imagine.
to everybody for being patient. I know a lot of you here on YouTube have been locked and loaded, but we're back on the website.
If you've got YouTube Premium and it's not bringing up the 30-second random ads every once in a while, you're good. We're leaving this up. It's staying up for the rest of the night. You can hang here. If you don't have that, you want to skip that random 30-second pause every once in a while, the Flow Sports app are back up and going once again. So you can stay here on YouTube with us. We're keeping it up the whole way. Otherwise, you can go back to the Flow Sports app. It is up and running.
Perfect. Awesome. Earl Hoon Jr. back up top in the pit area. We're getting close, buddy.
Thank you, Chris, and ensure we are, boys. The electricity inside this building is ramping up. And how about this? If you build it, they will come. And this is exactly what I mean. This pit area is absolutely jam-packed with race fans. The beautiful thing about the Chili Bowl is the access you racing fans have. You come in, they never sell out. They may sell out of reserved seating, but you can always come here and buy a pit pass. And the great thing about this event, fellas, as I mentioned, how close you can get to the drivers and the cars, right? Yeah, you got drivers right now getting ready to go down the ramp for driver intros for the upcoming 40-lap A main event. But just the accessibility that the race fans have, right? You go right down Center Main Street, go down to your favorite driver, get your autograph, get your picture. But that is just one amazing thing that you can get when you come down here to the Chili Bowl, is just the access you can get up close and personal to the drivers, boys.
And Earl, right in front of us, Keith Kunz Motorsports, they brought a record 16 cars to them. 16 cars, impressive operation. Just talked to Pete Willoughby, part of the ownership group over there. 7 of their cars locked into the A main, a record for KKM, beating the record they set last year with 6. And Pete said their goal was 8 this year, trying to get a third of the field. A goal for next year is what he told me.
Almost got half their cars.
I was going to say, that's
good enough.
I said 7 and 16. He said, what do you mean? I said, Pete, So you got almost half of your cars locked into the A main. He said, well, the goal was 8 because we wanted a third of the field.
Oh, my goodness.
all right.
Well, we'll try again next year.
I told him, I guess that means we'll see you next year, right?
Yeah, 100%. 7 from KKM, and obviously by a long shot, that is the most in the field. But 3 from Matt Wood Racing, still a fantastic story. And then you have multiple entries from Paul Silva with both of his cars, Kyle Larson and Sunshine Tyler Courtney. 2 from Chad Boat, you heard from him. 2 from Matt Seymour. But the heartwarming stories for the single entries, Caleb Hart. Jody Rosenboom finally gets one in.
How cool is that? They have been here forever, and to finally put one in, and to have it be Frank Flood, too.
Oh,
that
yeah.
is so cool. Congratulations to Jody and the Rosie's Raceland team, and putting a car on the show. That is badass.
Scott Ruschenberg, I believe, getting his first in, obviously with Corbin behind the wheel, with Corbin making his first feature start as well. Hard 8 Motorsport, Hard 8 Racing with Jonathan Beeson. Jonathan Beeson's 8th A main start.
Awesome. Awesome for a guy that spends most of his year in Oklahoma. You know, ventures out once in a while, but he has made this arena his personal proving ground.
Yeah, I mean, spends every day selling lawnmowers. So
right?
Selling and working on lawnmowers. So yeah, for him to you know, kind of be the working man's guy, he comes in here and he's pretty dang good.
We've got a lot to cover still. They're still working the racetrack, although they did give the air horn and say, hey guys, start moving your cars into the lane. And you can see them personally is staged and ready to come down and start inside row number 2 on the A main event. You can see them backing out of their pit stall. I believe Logan Seavey starting to roll his way down. Seavey is going for his 3rd Chili Bowl Nationals in a row. He is going outside row number 2 in the contest. Now, Logan has had the benefit of starting up front in the first couple that he went and really being in a position to control the pace. You remember 2 years ago, that was the CV show. Almost from start to back, he controlled that one all race long. Last year, had to keep Buddy Kofoid at bay early and then ran away and hung onto it late. This year, he's going to have to pick up about 3 spots before he gets up to the top of the field. It's a different task for Logan this year, and considering the 3 guys he's got to get around.
Yeah, 100%. But again, much like we saw on his prelim night last year and this year, it hasn't been an easy week. We haven't seen a dominant Logan CV week on his way to a Chili Bowl yet. So it just shows you that they continue to fight, continue to build. And the best of Logan CV, I think, always shows up Saturday night.
He was undefeated up until this point last year, right? Because he won the Race of Champions, came out, didn't get to the lead until late in his preliminary night last year, but he got there and we were watching him do it. That run was in doubt for a minute this year, again, when he backed it up on that restart late in the race, but got there at the end. You're not going to learn a lot during that pole shuffle, and especially considering what the racetrack was and what Pursley was doing. But Logan has always saved his best for Saturday night, just like what you saw. And we'll see if the combination of him driving on a car co-owned and wrenched by Kevin Swindell with support from Tim Bertrand is going to be able to do 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Like has been said, once you get 1, it seems to cascade into at least another, if not more, and this would be 3 for him, really putting a stamp on how good he has been.
Yeah, it's going to be the true test, too, because I think Kyle Larson has put his stamp back on this building after a couple years. And the coolest part of this picture we're showing you right now is seeing Frank Flood with his son. His son may not understand the magnitude at this point of what Dad just did, and also Jonathan Beeson with his kids. We heard from JJ Beeson back in the pit area, but this is what it's all about right here, because 24 of the very best, whittled down from 392 entries that were submitted here before the week began, are about to take the racetrack.
Before they turn the lights off, I want to roll some numbers out for you guys. We are, as of right now, 109 3/4 hours of broadcasting here at Tulsa since the beginning of the Tulsa Shootout.
Wow.
109 3/4 on the air.
That's a little while.
We are 511 individual races down with 1 to go.
Ugh.
That means, minus these, add in the 40 laps that we're going to have, by the time we're done with this, barring a lap or 2 over, 5,111 laps worth of coverage here on FloRacing since the green flag of the first heat race of the Tulsa Shootout.
That's
The
it?
only thing that I didn't count was the pole shuffle, any of the hot laps for the pole shuffle, or the Race of Champions qualifying. Didn't count any of that. Didn't count any of the pole shuffle stuff. Like, that's all it is.
Hearing that just makes me tired.
Hearing that makes me really proud
Yeah.
of the production staff, the guys in the trailer, the guys on the cameras, the guys in the pits running around, following them with cameras, the guys in the infield, and our production assistants who have gotten the job done with anything that we have needed all week. So
Absolutely.
from the three of us here in the broadcast booth to all of you guys, yeoman's duty, congratulations. We are about to pay it all off with the best 40 laps of the week, of the year.
100%. Couldn't have said it any better. Myself, well, they called the drivers to the infield. We are getting close to driver introductions, or the stage will be set for 40 laps as the final cars get pushed to staging. You see at the bottom of your screen, Christopher Bell's ream, number 71. Many were thrilled when Joe Gibbs lifted the shackles of the restrictions for his drivers to compete in extracurricular racing activities, and Christopher Bell has taken full advantage of that, returning to the Tulsa Shootout in an absolute thriller with Kyle Larson. And then, of course, now back at the Chili Bowl, trying to go for his 4th A-Main win here in this decade. Cannot wait to see what happens.
I'm stoked. And, you know, the guys that we talked about at the beginning of the week, they got there. The Big Five all made it. Corey Day, kind of your Big Six, all ended up making it in the show. Larson and Bell, Seavey, Thorson, Kofoid, and Day are all here, plus another 18 drivers who have all earned it. And all, if things break right, you can see any of them in victory lane. We're about to find out who the 24 are. Most of you know them already, but this is their chance to shine in the spotlight, because we're about to have the lights go out in the arena. It's this last little bit of thunder before we truly get thunderstruck here at the Chili Bowl.
Absolutely. Hey, and shout out to Cale Drake, too. Back-to-back Chili Bowl A-Main appearances as well. And we documented, too, him being on the wrenches, too, being a crew guy for the rest of his teammates. I think that goes worth another mention as well, just the fact that he has been there to help his teammates and then get behind the wheel and put it in the show.
Yeah, I mean, hats off to anyone that, you know, works on these things throughout the week and drives them. And, you know, Cale Drake earning his opportunity, definitely, you know, kind of the old school way.
Well, you can see the last of the drivers are walking their way into the infield. The cars will come down the ramp. The drivers will cross the stage and get their applause in most cases. We've seen some drivers booed over the years. I'm fascinated to see what the crowd reaction is going to be tonight for some of them, as
I don't know who you boo. I mean, how do you boo anybody tonight?
considering those B features, nah. I think they all deserve their roses.
Yep. Doesn't feel like we have any villains this year.
Nobody cleaned anybody out to get that last spot. It was close. There was some physical racing, but
the physical racing was actually for the top positions or the positions within the transfer battles. It's like everybody knew we were in a transfer spot, but every row could be the difference of maybe being close to being there at the end. And one row back, it just makes it that much tougher with the amount of, you know, quality cars and quality drivers that are here getting ready to compete.
We are ever so close. Like, they told us 2.5 minutes ago, so we're over budget. It's fine.
Yeah.
However, we will get to driver introductions coming up any second now.
I did put out on social media, too, a little while ago, the official lineup, so I know a lot of you have been chiming in. We're going to get to our picks. Don't worry about that, what's coming up in the pre-race program, but start thinking about who you're going to take, who's going to capture the 39th Chili Bowl Nationals powered by NOS Energy Drink here in 2025 as we wrap up indoor season and look forward to what should be an incredible 2025 season across the board of motorsports. I mean, we talked about earlier in the show, we had Scott McLaughlin tuned in from the Roar at Daytona for leading into the Rolex 24. We've had several other drivers. We have sprint car drivers that are getting their stuff ready. Nick Hoffman is getting ready for his outdoor season. Clinton Boyles, if you're not here, you are tuned in.
Yeah,
that's for
you're
sure.
Watching.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone, and we appreciate everyone tuned in, spending your Saturday night with us. It's been a long journey to get here, and
Dealing
there's been
with
a few of you that watched every hour of the shootout.
Oh, dear goodness, yeah. Dealing with the small technical hiccup that we just had there for a little while and sticking with us all the way to the move to YouTube and now back up on the FloRacing app. So major thank yous.
100%.
Hey, lights go out in 10 seconds. We're going to
Perfect.
shush up. It's opening ceremonies time.
Let's go.
It's driver intros time at the Chili Bowl.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for tonight's lineup for the 39th running of the Chili Bowl Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink. Starting with the 24th position. Making his first appearance in Chili Bowl National Championship competition. He comes to you out of Salina, Oklahoma. Driver of the Mount Stout Motorsports, Rockwell Securities, Vit Titanium, tops up here, Bud Quality Threads, number 56, Tyler Edwards.
Another driver making his first Chili Bowl main event start. From Pryor, Oklahoma, he drives the MyRacePass.com Rosie's Raceland number 81F, Frank Flood.
Going to the right of row number 11. Making his third appearance in championship competition out of Douglasville, Pennsylvania, the Matt Seymour Racing Spike SR11X. K-Tron Incorporated, Bentley Saloon, number 29, Tim Buckwalter.
Starting on the inside of the 11th row, in the Mobile 1, Toyota TRD Curb Records, number 71K, the Extreme Midget Champion from Bixby, Oklahoma, Cannon McIntosh.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the 20th starting position, from the C to the B to the A main event, he's out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Driving the Beeson Hard 8 Ferguson Superstore BA Lawn and Garden number 8J, it's Beeson season, Jonathan Beeson!
Moving to the inside of row number 10, to CB Industries entry, NOS Energy Drink, TRD, pristineauction.com. The driver making his 8th A main start appearance from Ione, California, the 87. Let's hear it for Justin Grant.
Going to the outside of your 9th row. Making his first appearance in Chili Bowl Championship competition, driver the KKM, Kerbagajanian, Lake Speedway Toyota, Mobile 1, TRD, number 67W out of Galloway, Ohio, Jacob Denny.
Inside of that 9th row, to Silva Motorsports, NOS Energy Drink, KNC Drywall, JVI Group, for the Midweek Money Series champion out of Indianapolis, Indiana, number 23C, Tyler Courtney.
Lining up 16th tonight. He's from right down the road in Sand Springs, Oklahoma, the Matt Seymour owns Spike SR11X. K-Tron, Bentley Saloon, John Chambers Racing, number 29S. It's Hammerin' Hank Davis.
Starting in the 15th position, Sander Engineering, 4Cs Construction on the side of the race car for the Turkey Night champion out of Clovis, California. Number 41 is Corey Day.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, he is your 2024 Kevin Gobrek Rookie of the Year with the World of Outlaws NOS Energy Drink Sprint Cars out of Pink Grove, California. Driving the KKM Curb Speedway Toyota Mobile 1 TRD Curb Records number 71, Buddy Kofoy.
Inside of the 7th row, KKM Curb Agajanian race car. Ibach Toyota TRD Mobile 1 on the machine for last year's Chili Bowl Rookie of the Year. And he's in the main event again from Collinsville, Oklahoma. Number 97K, Cale Drake.
Your next starter comes to you from down the road in Norman, Oklahoma. He drives the Speedway Toyota KKM Curb Agajanian Ream Toyota Mobile 1 Curb Records at number 71W. He is a 3-time Chili Bowl Nationals champion, Christopher Bell.
Starting on the inside of row number 6. CBC Steel Building CHI garage door for the 15-year-old making his first Chili Bowl main event start out of Mesa, Arizona, number 26, Corbin Ruschenberg.
To the 10th starting spot, the former champion of the Interstate Racing Association, driving the Crouch Motorsports Link SR11 Horizon Whiskey Indy Performance Composites, number 1C, his first appearance in Chili Bowl Championship competition, ladies and gentlemen, Brenham Crouch.
Next up, a driver making his 4th A main start here at the Chili Bowl. He's in a Matt Wood Racing entry with NOS Energy Drink on the side. Out of the state of California, the 87W, Ryan Burnell.
Appearing next in the lineup. This makes a dozen times he has been in championship feature competition out of Fremont, California. Driving the Matt Wood Racing, Stanton SR11X, NOS Energy Drink, number 17W, Shane Gallabay.
Driver starting in the 7th position tonight. It's a KKM race car. Sound Gear TRD Toyota Mobile 1 on the side. The driver making his first A main start here at the Chili Bowl out of Allentown, Pennsylvania, the 97, Gavin Miller.
Rolling off from the 6th starting position out of Franklin, Indiana. His 3rd appearance in championship competition. Driving the KKM Curb Agajanian Link Speedway Toyota Curb Records Mobile 1, number 68K, Emerson Exum.
Starting to his inside. The driver who now calls Broken Arrow, Oklahoma his home. He's a 2022 Chili Bowl champion in the 88, Tanner Thorson.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the 4th starting spot, he is the 2-time and defending champion of the Chili Bowl Nationals. Driving the Kevin and Jordan Swindell, Mike Kerr, Bertram Motorsports, Victory Fuel, Spike Stanton SR11, number 39. Ladies and gentlemen, Logan Seavey.
Starting in your 3rd position, it's a CB Industries race car, pristineauction.com, NOS Energy Drink. The driver is your 2024 USAC Midget Champion out of Locust Grove, Oklahoma, the 86, Dason Pursley.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to your front row. Lining up to the right, out of Rio Oso, California, driver of the Matt Wood Racing, Stanton SR11X, Factory QRC Craft Builders, Western Featherlight number 57W, making his first start in Chili Bowl National Championship competition, ladies and gentlemen, Landon Brooks.
And the driver who has earned the pole position for tonight's event in a Silva Motorsports, FloRacing, HendrickCars.com, JVI Group. He's a two-time champion of the Chili Bowl Nationals from California of the 1K, Kyle Larson.
Ladies and gentlemen, the field has been announced. It's time to get hyped for the 2025 Chili Bowl Nationals.
It all started with a bowl of chili. First sponsored by the Chili Bowl Food Company of Bob Berryhill in 1987, the name stuck. But what makes this race different than all the rest? For starters, it takes place in a nearly 450,000 square foot building in Oklahoma known as the SageNet Center. Constructed in 1966, you can't miss the 76-foot golden driller that guards its entrance. This state monument is dedicated to the men of the petroleum industry who, by their vision and daring, have created from God's abundance a better life for mankind. For the purest form of motorsports in the world, it means something even more. Winning a golden driller solidifies you as one of the best. There is no other race on earth that brings every discipline together to compete in one place quite like this. Sprint cars, late models, modified, stock cars, you name it. The champions list reads as a who's who in American motorsports. From Vogler to Blaney, Boat, Borst, Cruzman, Drake, McCready, Stewart, Gardner, and of course, Sammy. Kevin won 4 in a row before BC finally broke through in 2014. Rico, Bell, Larson, Thorson all got theirs. And now, Logan Seavey sits atop the throne. The tradition continues in 2025 for the 39th time, and the stakes are even higher. It's 350 plus cars. It's slide or die. Make it through your qualifying night, take no prisoners, and maybe, just maybe, you can get yourself a driller. Welcome to Tulsa. Welcome to the Chili Bowl Nationals.
The win here is the biggest it gets. I mean, plain and simple.
I like being Winston Cup races, and I hope Joe Gibbs doesn't take his personal with it. This kicks ass.
This has been my whole life coming, man. I've come here for so long, and for me to be able to win here is it's a dream come true.
I'm sorry, NASCAR. I'm sorry, Daytona, but this is the biggest effing race I've ever won.
Just to be here is, mind-blowing for me, and to win is, man, I don't even know how to explain it yet.
I want it more and more and more. I want to get closer and closer and closer to that driller.
It is truly our honor to bring you the 39th annual Chili Bowl Nationals, powered by NOS Energy Drink, live here on FloRacing. Caleb Hart, Chris Wilner, Clinton Boyles will be the three in the booth who get the challenge to tell the story that you're going to watch with your eyes coming up for the 39th Chili Bowl Championship that is coming up, and the fantastic field of drivers that are doing it. Guys, you ready?
Oh, born ready. I mean, this is what we waited all week for. 5,000 laps since we started the Tulsa Shootout. It all leads down to this, the final event in this building, before we have to wait a whole nother year, Clinton Boyles, to come back in. It is a star-studded field, 24 of the best to ever do it. We're about to have an absolute blast.
I'm not worried about waiting a whole nother year. We're here right now. We waited all year for this day. This day, every day of the year, is my absolute favorite day. It does not get any better than this. It's us, 20,000 of our best friends. We're about to watch midgets do battle for 40 laps.
We've got 4 of our best friends sitting in the infield waiting to give us our picks. Guys, it's time. To the infield, Brian Ward, Blake Anderson, Chris Moore, and Earl Hoon. Who you got tonight?
Well, first off, happy holidays, fellas. Christmas about to get rolling. The Rowdies are ready to rumble. All right, I'm not taking a layup. I'm going to take a guy that's going to win his first Chili Bowl tonight. The USAC National Midget Champion. He shined during the pole shootout. Give me Dason Pursley.
Cute pick. I respect that. But boys, it's go time here in Tulsa. It does not get any better than this. Goosebumps right now. Got him. Check. You know what else is going to be checked? All these rowdies are having fun as hell right now. Check. And here's the third check. Buddy Kofoid is going to win his driller, boys. He came from deep and is qualifying to be in the hunt. Give me Michael Buddy Kofoid.
Well, Blake said he did not want to take the layup. I want to take the layup of the guy on the pole in the 1K, but I'm not going to take the layup. I'm going to take the slam dunk. The guy that has got 2 of them in the bag already. He did it in the red and white car. He did it in the red and yellow car. This year, the Victory Fuel car is going back to Victory Lane in black and purple. I'm going Logan Seavey.
You're all wrong.
Oh, boy.
You're all wrong. The fastest camp here all week has been Matt Wood Racing. And the leader of that group is Shane Golobic. And you know what he said in his prelim night runner-up interview? We're going to get one in this building, and I think it's going to be this week. Well, damn it, that means it's tonight. Guys, give me Shane Golobic. We love you. We can't wait to get this thing going.
Well done, guys. That was a lot of words, Earl. Here we go. Clinton Boyles, take the honors, sir.
I mean, Brian. Brian, you are the layup guy.
Yeah.
That was your move. Since you took my slam dunk, I'll take the layup. I mean, how do you go against the guy? He's in here, he's getting booed at driver intros. That's how you know he is damn good in this building. I'm taking Young Money, Kyle Larson, to win tonight's 40-lap feature.
It's a solid pick, Clinton Boyles. I think a lot of folks in here saw kind of vintage Kyle Larson in this building this week, back to his old routine, starting on the pole. But I tell you what, I am going with his rival, the driver that held him off to win the non-wing finale for the Tulsa Shootout. His return to the building for the first time in 3 years. I have never seen Christopher Bell happier behind the wheel of a race car and in this building. He told me he's having some of the most fun he's had in years, and Christopher Bell's right at home back at the Chili Bowl Nationals. Give me Christopher Bell for his 4th Chili Bowl Nationals trophy, coming from 15th.
All right, well, you've left me a great field of drivers to choose from. We've talked a little bit about streaks and how guys tend to put together multiple wins in a row in this one. From the streak that the Swindells were on, briefly interrupted by the late Brian Clausen, the streak that Rico Abreu went on, the winning streak that followed with Bell, and then Kyle Larson. And here in the last couple of years, Logan Seavey. There's one outlier in this, and I know it's bugging this guy that he didn't put one together before it or one together after it. It might get interrupted by a couple of years by one of his biggest competitors, but I'll take Tanner Thorson to pick up his 2nd Chili Bowl win. He's got a good starting spot, he's got good motivation, he's got a great race car, and he's got the talent. Thorson for me of the guys that are left.
Absolutely.
Now, that being said, anybody can win this thing. I think this is our arguably most talented field from diverse backgrounds that we have had for an A-main in a long time.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for anybody. I don't care if your name's Larson or your last name's Brooks and you're sitting here on the front row of your first ever Chili Bowl Nationals. It doesn't matter. It is an absolutely incredible atmosphere, but I really do think experience, Clinton Boyles, pays off. Yes, it's not 55 laps, it's 40 laps. Doesn't matter. It's how you're going to maintain this race pace if you're up front, and it's how you're going to really, really dip and dive your way through the field if you're a little bit farther back. I think tonight, no matter what, how fast your car is, experience is going to pay off. That's why I'm looking at the Bells, the Larsons, the Thorsons, and the Seavies that maybe come up front here. And the cream always rises to the top, right?
I couldn't agree with you more. This is the Chili Bowl. You get to see all these people around you. You get to have all these fans here, and you're gonna be nervous. I don't care who you are. We talk about the ramp. If you have experience here in this A-main, you're gonna be better off than these rookies for the first time. That's why I agree with you. I think the veterans of this race are going to dominate.
I'll tell you what, though, you saw Tanner Thorson, and that's why I loved your pick, Caleb Hart, because he drives with a lot of emotion. He takes a lot of pride in his equipment, builds his own cars, works on his own cars. And you're right, he kind of always seems to always race with a little chip on his shoulder. And boy, racing Christopher Bell on his prelim night showed that.
There's not a bad pick in the field again, guys. And now they are settling into 2x2 formation for this 40-lap A-main event. It has been decades since we went less than 50, much less 55. Tonight, a new curveball in the game. It's been a beautiful racetrack all the way in and through since the drop of the green at the shootout, all the way into now. We're going to finish it off with 40 from the best in the world.
Well, I got goosebumps. I don't know about you.
Always do, right?
Yep.
This is the point in time that all those years that we didn't get to be live at this, we would still sit here and watch the hair stand up on end on our shoulder, and now we get to do it with all of the rest of you in America. Crack a beer, hug your best buddy, grab some grub, and get ready to enjoy the best main event you're ever going to see.
Absolutely. Double up signal has been given behind the Patriot Auto Group pace truck, the official pace truck of the Chili Bowl Nationals. This is when it all comes down to it. 40 laps separating a driver from the ultimate glory in auto racing. Will it be a repeat winner? Will we have a first-time winner? 6 first-time Chili Bowl A-main starters in the field. Oh, man, I'm excited and I'm ready to go. A lot of good storylines from the young talents to the old wily veterans.
Guys, a couple things to note here. This is the first time all week we've seen them till the bottom of the racetrack before any sort of feature or a race. That's something that's going to definitely play a factor into this. And we already saw after 2 hot laps, the bottom has looked better down there than we've seen at any sort of point in this week. So look for these guys to be around the bottom side of the racetrack here for a few laps, guaranteed. Definitely more than we've seen in those B mains or C mains.
The question has always been, how many laps does it take for somebody to go exploring the high groove? And it's an excellent point, Clinton Boyles. They did just make the bottom better. We don't see a heavy lockdown surface at the moment. They've left some slick in it, but at the same time, about to find out, like, a lot of guess out there.
Yeah, normally the guess is when do we go high. Right now, I think the guess is how long do we stay low. I know it's kind of the same thing, but the bottom's the curveball. Every prelim feature this week, it was the first guy that got to the top was the best guy for it, and usually it was happening by lap 2 or 3. Now I think we're going to spend some laps on the bottom of the racetrack. We're going to spend some time down there fighting for the bottom before the top really comes in and becomes that dominant groove. And when it does come in, boy, how long before we're riding the wall?
Caleb Hart, the lights have gone out for the final time. The pace truck's going to dip off into the infield. 24 of the best racers ready to go for the 39th running of the Chili Bowl Nationals.
It's Larson and Brooks into turn number 3 and out of corner number 4. Green flag. We're racing at the Chili Bowl. Larson smooth through the bottom of 1. Brooks in pursuit around the high groove. They both go to the bottom of 3 and 4. Lap number 1 at the 39th Chili Bowl belongs to Kyle Larson.
Logan Seavey wasting no time in that 4th starting position to go to the top side, trying to follow Landon Brooks there at 1 and 2. But here goes Dason Pursley. Lane change now to cut the line away from Logan Seavey. That's Thorson that got caught through the middle. Thorson trying to throw his hat in the ring for a top 3.
Yeah, Thorson doesn't want to be late to this party at all. He wanted to get ahead and stay ahead of Seavey. Using the high side, front end flies in the air. Seavey back to the bottom Carpenter trying to take third from Dason, who's after Landon Brooks, and second as Larson distances.
Time to settle in, but got to keep Larson in striking distance. Can't let him run away with this one here early as you continue to watch Tanner Thorson try to track down Logan Seavey. That's for the 4th spot. Emerson Axum still back there in the wings in 6th.
Thorson trying to close up on Seavey as they get into the 3rd corner. Half a car length in and behind him, half a groove lower than him. Coming off the turn to the bottom goes Thorson as they are even at the apex of the corner. Thorson looks like he's got 4th from Seavey here.
Massive drive. Clint Boyles off the bottom for Thorson. It seems like that groove you mentioned, it was tilled on the bottom. It's got a lot of moisture in it.
Everyone's still trying to figure out where their car is really good. Slider line for Seavey in 1 and 2. The bottom of 1 and 2 seems to be good. Top at 3 and 4 already starting to curve up where guys can build some momentum.
A little bit dirty in the middle though at the moment, right, Clinton?
Yeah, so dirty in the middle. You can't lollygag right through the middle. There's no grip right there. You got to commit to the bottom, commit to the top with speed. You can't be bouncing back and forth.
Dason Persley and Landon Brooks have been sizing each other up for the last several laps as Logan Seavey now is going to go to the outside around Tanner Thorson for the 4th spot, but Thorson gets him back off at turn number 2. Those drivers, though, starting to lose touch with the drivers ahead, including Dason Persley and Landon Brooks, but the caution waves for the first time here on lap number 9.
Jonathan Beeson.
And Jonathan Beeson, the wall rider hero from the B main, ends up upside down in turn 2.
Well, the wall riding is what bit him, guys. He tried to get the right rear up on the cushion. It got over it, and he rode along the wall sideways until it landed on its lid.
Chris Moore with the voice coming from the corner as the crew gets to Jonathan Beeson.
Take a look at the IBOC instant replay for the first time here in the A feature. What happened to Jonathan Beeson from the infield cam? And you see him, wow. Yep, went for a ride.
Yeah, front ends all tore up, guys. The right front axles bent back, radius rods. Jonathan Beeson's going to need a hook from the front. His chili bowl's going to be done.
And I don't know if Jonathan was really trying to get up on the cushion. It almost seemed like he biked up and just landed there, got tight and landed there more than was attempting to get up on the wall.
So we've been all over the top 5, haven't had a chance to really look backwards yet. Of movers, Bell from 12th to 9th?
Yeah,
okay.
15th to 9th. So Christopher Bell on the move. Golovik's picked up 1.
Kofoid's kind of staying in place at the moment.
Yeah.
So are Davis and Day.
Bell from 12th, Dave from 15th has only made up 2 spots. Looking at our B main transfer cars as well. Cale Drake inside the top 15.
Just not much yet.
Yeah. Everybody, like Clinton Boyles was saying, just trying to figure out where their race car is working. We've seen multiple line changes. A lot of moisture throughout this racetrack, but I have a feeling, Clinton, about if we get back to green and get a solid 5-6 laps in, this thing's going to start changing.
Yeah, absolutely. And this yellow is a good time for track change because it's going to clean off that middle groove. We see kind of the dirty part it just disappears, right? Especially down in 3 and 4 where these guys are able to spin their tires. So that cleans up the middle groove, throws all that dust up to the top and dirties it up, opens that bottom lane back up on this restart for a corner or two before these guys can get going again and clean that top side up.
It seems weird to say that we're 25% of the way through this race already, a traditional 55 lapper, but now we are. We're a quarter of the way done, and yeah, you've had 9, almost 10 laps to experiment, figure out where your car like to be. This is also the first real opportunity for those drivers under yellow to grab on the adjustments and make their cars better.
Yeah, track's already started to change. You want to get ahead of the game on your shocks and set yourself up for the next 10, 15 laps if you are dialed back a little bit at the start. So yeah, great opportunity for these guys to communicate with their crew chiefs or crew guys around the racetrack, give some signals, let you know, take a deep breath, settle back in, and go back to war.
There's not supposed to be any two-way communication, but we know there is one-way communication from those guys on the ramp and in the pits, and they're using whatever hand signals they've worked out in advance about telling those guys, twist the shock knob this way, move your lane this way, whatever it's going to be.
Yeah.
We'll see how that plays out over the next green flag run.
We talked about a couple of the movers, but man, Corbin Ruschenberg would have loved to have that start of the race back. He dropped all the way to 20th after starting 11th. But the lights are out with 9 laps in the book, still 31 to go. It's Kyle Larson leading the field back to the green flag, and we're back underway.
Good start for Larson. It goes all the way from the top of 4 to the bottom of turn number 1 and begins stretching it again on Landon Brooks. That is Thorson and Seavey for 4th with a cameo appearance by Emerson Axum. And in the position of Logan Seavey for now, although Thorson back after him on the bottom to try to take it.
Seavey's car didn't seem to really take off on that start. He tried to shoot to the high side and almost sputtered trying to fire off to the top side. Him and Thorson absolutely going to war. That's the best battle on the racetrack.
They're losing touch with third, and here comes Emerson Axum. Axum down low on Seavey trying to take fifth away.
Larson's already running the high line. He's up above the cushion carrying speed. We're seeing everyone commit to it early here in this 40-lap feature.
Yeah, watch Larson here on the bottom in 1 and 2. He'll set up the top side, kind of run in up over the cushion, angle it up on the hill, and then back down over the fluff. And there goes Dason Pursley doing what he did in pole shuffle qualifying here with Landon Brooks in tow.
He's got Kyle in vision, can see what he was doing up there, and Dason, no slouch, no dummy, goes to do the same thing. That way Kyle cannot just get ramped out and gone on him before he has a chance to adjust.
Now Kyle's doing it in 1 and 2 as well, and he's brought the whole field nice, way up high up on the racetrack. 4 in the fluff for Kyle Larson here with 25 to go.
We used to call it the hog line. It's getting renamed now. All the way up and above the cushion as Larson pacing this field. Axum in and behind, trying to work his way forward as that's Shane Golovic starting to pick his way forward.
Yeah, Shane's doing a nice job. Kind of fell back at the start a little bit, back up to 6. He's now got his sights set on Logan Seavey, but Tanner Thorson's starting to find a little bit of rhythm in that 88 car, going to pull up to the back bumper of Landon Brooks.
Thorson able to make speed just a hair down from that line. That's different from everybody else.
Yeah, it's really hard to pass right now because you're carrying so much entry speed, just sailing it off in above the cushion. Lap traffic's really going to be what makes this race good.
Larson now going to start to negotiate. Wow, look at that move.
Larson on the bottom.
Absolutely, and Larson now is going to have all sorts of company with Dason Pursley, who's now closed the gap here as Pursley's now within 3 car lengths.
Pursley gets to play Predator here, although getting that lap car in between them going to be a huge deal for Kyle Larson. Larson gets in and underneath Ruschenberg. Will come off and start putting some distance between them. Pursley's got to match him really quick or else Kyle's going to get gone.
Yeah, miscue by Pursley there to not just completely slide Ruschenberg and stay paced lap car-wise with Kyle Larson. That cost him a ton of time. Still not by Corbin Ruschenberg.
Now the good news for Dason Pursley is Larson's got side-by-side traffic here at the halfway point.
Just beyond, in fact, as you were watching Landon Brooks trying to hold off Tanner Thorson, and they're catching Pursley.
Here's the flip side of running above the cushion. Now it's getting so heavy and so dirty up there that you can't really make speed. We see guys starting to migrate back all over the racetrack and run underneath the cushion, not necessarily up above it.
Larson's really, really tight behind Jacob Denny. Now he's going to go through the middle, splitting lap traffic. Tyler Edwards on the bottom, Jacob Denny on the outside. And Kyle Larson's got to be really, really careful here. Oh, there's contact ahead of him. Larson's caught up in it, but he keeps going. Nearly avoids disaster.
Caution lights are on. The question is, did that bend or break anything on the front of Kyle?
Oh my goodness. I told you guys, got to be careful. Side-by-side lap traffic as Brenham Crouch has got the worst end of that one as Brenham was running in the 18th spot.
So far, so good on the Larson car. Here's the up top view of it. Let's look on the right side. Radius rods together. Axle looks straight-ish. Ibach replay coming up to watch it again. Coming into traffic, that's Denny getting up and over Crouch.
Crouch seemed off the pace.
Hit pretty friendly there for Kyle. We get another look at it right here.
And it was Justin Grant actually made contact with Brenham Crouch that got Crouch out of sorts.
And so now Kyle's up there feeling what that fluff is,
They're
right?
trying to just pack that fluff back in. That fluff is crumbly and slick up there. You spin your tires in it super easily. So if you can get that rolled in, you can really carry speed. Kyle wants that line ran in because if he's up there carrying that speed, be able to carry entry speed up on that bank, you're not going to catch him. I mean, it's like driving a wing sprint car around here at Mach 30. He can just be so precise and so good. As soon as that thing slows down underneath the cushion, that's when everyone's cars kind of come back into play. And Kyle talked about how he didn't think he had the best car. They needed to go to work. Obviously, they found something, but Kyle's running a hero line right here where your car only does so much for you. Him just being a phenomenal talent is carrying this thing right now.
Let's reset it for you before we go back under green. Larson, Pursley, Brooks, Thorson, and Seavey are top 5 with Golovic, Bernal, Miller, Axum, and Christopher Bell, the top 10. 17 laps to go. We're back under the green flag,
Yellow came on very quick. In fact, it came on literally right as Kyle hit the hammer.
Guys, I think they were having lineup issues. Brenham Crouch and Jacob Denny were side by side. Obviously, supposed to be a single file restart.
No,
there
bunch of fluid all over in the bottom of turn number 4 and through the middle, off the high side of 3 to the middle of 4. fluid all over the racetrack.
Any idea if any of you guys seen anybody pull off that we missed or?
Not yet.
We'll keep an eye on it. Maybe if this car's still out there on the racetrack. But the lights have gone back out. So again, 17 laps to go. Reg at the top 10. Buddy Kofoid right outside the top 10 in 11th. Drake and Day follow him. But it's Larson, Persley, and Brooks as the green flag now is back out with 17 laps to go.
Persley's going to go way upstairs. There's Brooks, first one on the bottom in behind him. Side by side for a second, coming off of turn number 2. As there goes Kyle back in, up and around the top. Persley going to follow him. Brooks follows suit as your top 3 running similar lines through 3 and 4.
I could see Dason Persley's right rear tire, Clinton Boyles, when he came by. Look at them both just absolutely hounding the top side of this racetrack in 3 and 4. Persley got a little tight there and got crossed up as here comes Shane Golobic now challenging Tanner Thorson for position.
Golobic picks up 4th after the restart. He was 6th, so he got by Seavey and Thorson on the restart, finding something down low that nobody else has picked up on yet, at least within the top 4 cars.
Persley starting to run back in. Kyle Larson, although lost a ton of time off in turn 2, gonna slide himself to try to build some speed. But Larson's able to pull back away. It's about a 6-car length advantage from Larson way back to Dason Persley.
Persley, boy, that's the 2nd straight time he's had a problem coming off of 2 and getting down the back straightaway. He arguably had been making a better launch off of 4, but that race car is hard to handle right now for Persley. See if Brooks can close in and do anything about it.
Yeah, Landon Brooks was showing the nose on the inside. He'll go back to the top in the tire tracks of Dason Persley this time around. 12 laps to go here in the championship finale. Brooks now with the slider, not going to get there on Dason Persley. He holds on to that 2nd spot.
Wonder if he shouldn't have waited just like about 1 more lap before throwing that move. Brooks trying to close back in, squaring the corner off to follow Persley. But going in the middle again, that's going to cost him a bunch of ground. Persley bobbles off the back straightaway though. Here's Brooks for the runner-up across the nose and makes the pass.
What a hero move for Landon Brooks. The narrowest of margins got it done. Persley's going to try to rebound, but Landon Brooks got to 2nd.
Kyle's not that far in front of him. Kyle's caught the back of your field right here, and Landon Brooks, if he can be smooth, will run him down.
He's actually found a nice little run, just almost kissing the wall in the center of the straightaway and burying the car down to the bottom of turn number 1. Here's Larson up top with Brooks, sniffing around at the back, working up on the high side. It is Kyle Larson making his way up and around slower traffic.
Oh, he's got all sorts of slower traffic because here comes Dason Persley and Landon Brooks going to catch up. Larson doesn't know where to go. The gap's starting to shrink now as the battle for 2nd heats up with Brooks and Persley as Dason Persley will go try to take a peek to the inside.
Persley wants 2nd back in the worst way as we're down to 5 to go. Hunting Brooks up and around the top. Brooks trying to close on Larson, slider through the corner. Welcome back to 2nd. Dason Persley with a rocket.
Meanwhile, Larson puts a big old move on Ruschenberg to put him another lap down, but Dason Persley's cleared. Landon Brooks as they're in the wall. The banner has actually been ripped down on the front straightaways. The cars continue to roll over it, but it's now 4 to go.
It is Larson pacing around the top. He hasn't had to move in a little bit. Oh, Larson in the wall! Gets sideways. Persley up to the top. This is for the lead.
They threw yellow, but it had to be for Kyle.
You would think it had to be for Kyle, but also the front straightaway signage is littered across the front straightaway.
Oh my goodness.
So that was on lap 37, and now what do they do?
Look at that.
Oh my.
Shredded the NOS energy drink sign.
Yeah.
How? I mean, Kyle Larson runs over a crash lap car, stays going. Kyle Larson basically crashes on the front stretch, keeps going, and gets a yellow.
Thorson on the ramp, by the way.
So Tanner Thorson, who started to fall back, is up the ramp. Here's a look at the IBOC replay. Watch Larson here off the corner. Wow.
Wild sequence of events.
And
Here
look
it is
at where
again.
Persley came through right around the outside.
Yeah, you struggle to think, but I feel like Dason was just going to run right around him in 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Guys, I just wanted to give you heads up that Tanner Thorson has done this one. He went up the ramp.
I wonder if that fluid earlier was from Tanner Thorson. I saw some smoke out of his car in 1 and 2, and yeah, word on top that Tanner was spewing fluids. But even for Kyle Larson, how many lives do you have?
Clint, the other night, Thorson was pushing oil late in that feature, smoking a lot, and I just wonder if he doesn't have a breather on there. That's why I was talking to a couple crew guys down there saying maybe not running a breather and a little overfill.
The lights are out with Larson, Persley, Brooks your top 3, Golobic to 4th, Bernal, Seavey, Miller, Axum, and Michael Kofoid. As here we go, 3-lap shootout in the Chili Bowl.
Persley goes up and rides the wall before into the corner. Big move, can't make it stick. Persley going for it down the back straightaway, but Larson a little bit of breathing room with 2 to go.
Here comes Dason Persley back to the whip here. He's going to have one more opportunity. He's going to follow Larson, but the caution flag waves. We've got one around in turn 3. Cale Drake. Do you like that, Clinton? Like the slider attempt and then having to get back to the top?
Yeah, because, you know, Dason did not have a good start down the front stretch, so I think that was a bit of a Hail Mary deal. If he can keep up on a restart here and Kyle doesn't slide himself, then, yeah, Dason is going to absolutely blow his doors off.
Clayton,
Go ahead, Blake.
I'm not sorry, I couldn't hear. I'm not wondering if they give you a replay in the start. Watch Dason start. He got up high into the cushion, really bogged it down.
Yeah.
To the point where he was on the wall in 4. I swear to you, those tires were coming off concrete there. Down the front straightaway. And here is the IBOC replay. Watch this, guys. Persley coming through, touches it. Yeah, he is riding concrete in 3 on that start.
You look how far back he is and then throws a slider and gets, you know, fairly close to Kyle. The good thing for Kyle is when he goes up that wall, he can turn down the hill really easily if he needs to.
Guys, we've talked about losing mud covers a lot today and throughout the week. Check out the right front on Cale Drake's car from hanging that cushion. It is peeled back and barely hanging on at one of the 3 points of contact there.
Yeah, he clobbered that mud cover on the right front. We're down to 2 left. It's Larson, Persley, Brooks, Golobic, Bernal, Seavey, Miller, Axum, Kofoid, and Bell. Your running order here late. They rolled it back, so we'll still have 3 laps to go.
I just think if you're Dason Persley, you have to absolutely get a good restart. I understand maybe thought he had a better of a run on the slider line, but almost you need to just follow Kyle on the top, get that big old run, and set something up in turn 3.
Let's just look at mentality.
I don't know that you need to fire above the cushion right here if you're Dason. Like, just keep it simple. I don't think you have to have a hero restart, and hopefully he realized that on the last one. If he just maintains somewhat close to Kyle, he can throw a bomb.
Coming to green, 3 laps to go for Larson, Persley, and Brooks at the Chili Bowl.
It's a better start for Persley. He'll dive low in 1 and 2. Comes up short, and there's Kyle adding all that space back. Kyle right in the back straightaway. Persley again. Short off the corner. Down to 2 to go for Larson.
He's going to have one more shot. Dason Persley has got to nail 1 and 2. They're going to ride the ramp off the corner. Persley's going to set his sights on Larson into turn 3. Both 4 in the fluff here in turns 3 and 4. Dason Persley closing in with 1 to go.
Can Persley pull the upset, or is this going to be number 3 for the guy who may be the best in the world? Into 3 and off of 4. Kyle Larson does it again at the Chili Bowl.
3-time champion Kyle Larson gets it done in absolute spectacular fashion. Dason Persley and Shane Golobic, your podium finishers. What a run for Shane. Sugar Shane to 3rd, Ryan Bernal a 3rd, and 2 cars in the top 5 for Matt Wood.
3.
Landon Brooks completes the top 5. What a night.
Wow. Kofoid to 6th. Seavey never got rolling. 7th for him. Gavin Miller 8. Axum 9, Bell 10. You've earned your roses at this place, Kyle Larson. Burn it down with some donuts. You've got 3 Chili Bowl wins.
It's just another example of Kyle Larson doing Kyle Larson things. We're so lucky to get here to watch this.
You asked how many lives he might have left. He only needed 1.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Dason Persley made him sweat a couple of times there in the last lap. And look at the career path. We're going to celebrate Kyle a lot. For Dason Persley, who was nearly a quadriplegic at one point in time, to come back and be this damn good here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Nothing to hang your head on if you're Dason Persley, as Kyle Larson almost gave the Jordan shrug. Unreal. Taking home a third driller in 2025 with 2 at the shootout and 1 here at the Chili Bowl. Not too bad.
We are so spoiled to be able to watch a guy like him race still. And again, all this talent around him, making him use all the talent he has to perform like he does.
100%. What a Chili Bowl. This racetrack, Clinton Boyles, has a ramp around the entire base in all 4 corners and both straightaways. And boy, these drivers figured out how to use all of them.
Yeah, absolutely insane racetrack. They used every inch of it.
Owen and Audrey there, and oh man.
Can officially say track prep crew killed it.
Yep.
Yeah, they did it.
What a night. What a culmination of a fantastic week of racing as the confetti begins to fly in the infield. Kyle Larson making his way back to the top of the podium and the Chili Bowl Nationals victory lane. What a moment.
Gets the last piece of the safety equipment taken off. He gets his first of the newly enhanced Golden Drillers.
And an also big welcome back to Paul Silva. How about that?
Dude's a genius when it comes to wrenching on cars.
We know Kyle came back late last year to run for Keith, but brought back his own stuff with Paul, and Paul just picking up right where they left off. As we'll send it down to the house for your winner's interview.
Your 2025 Chili Bowl champion, Young Money Kyle Larson. Boy, howdy. Well, relatively uncontested outside of a bomb that Dason couldn't make stick late, but it wasn't without some scary moments, no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. It was, it was just a very difficult racetrack, you know, to run the line that I was running. It was, you know, comes with a lot of reward with the risk that you're taking. So, yeah, I messed up on the straightaway a couple times. Honestly, I'm glad I kept going there because that caution really saved me and, allowed it to be a little bit easier run to the finish. I think if we stayed in traffic, Jason would have had a lot of opportunities to get throwing stuff at me. And then, when Grant ran over, I think it was Grant ran over Crouch, I had nowhere to go, ran over him and stalled. And when I landed, I'm like, please refire. And it refired. And we got a couple lucky breaks there, but a great race car. Paul Silva has been working really, really hard on the midget, really the last 3 years. And for as bad as we were here in 2022 with the same car, to come away with a Chili Bowl win feels great, especially with how difficult Monday was. So huge thank you to him, Paul, Trevor, Doug, FloRacing, HinderCars.com, everybody, Phil Durst, he's here this weekend. So yeah, really cool. Love being back here.
You were able to come in here planned, announced, unlike last year that was a mad thrash and scramble to get here, free of mind, able to put yourself in position. Yet another driller to take home. How does this stack up with the others?
Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, obviously all of them have been very meaningful, and they've all, came with different challenges along the way. It took me 13 years to win that first one. Just mentally was tough to get over that hill, and I feel like since winning that first Chili Bowl, it's really helped my career out and staying calm in moments like that. So that was a good one, and then the second one we won, we were on defense really the whole race, and then this one, the track was just so unique that it was a challenge, just to run, laps by yourself. So was happy that I felt like I put somewhat clean laps together, and I could, glance at the big screen, and they weren't really showing us too much, but still just, you can make a mistake and it'll cost you 2 seconds. So I just was trying to limit that.
Well, they had that old berm tapered up just like you like, and I tell you what, I think if the old late great Jesse Lester Hockett were here, he'd give you a 10 out of 10 on those donuts afterwards.
Yeah, thanks. I'm finally seeing straight after that. So, no, that was cool. Thank all you fans for coming out. It's the atmosphere is always amazing here in the Expo Center. The whole Expo crew too for what they do to keep building this race, to be bigger and bigger, and the track prep, crew as well. I mean, they had a solid couple weeks of racing here between the shootout and the Chili Bowl. Every race on track was exciting. So hats off to everybody involved. Thank all you fans too for coming out, and we'll look forward to seeing you next year.
Huge win, congratulations, and good luck in Daytona, my friend.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Young Money Kyle Larson, your 2025 Chili Bowl champion.
Well, he said it in an interview before. This is the coolest you-know-what race.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So,
Absolutely.
I mean, good luck in Daytona, but you already made your year.
And you know, I bet you not long after this moment in victory lane, he's going to start thinking about number 4 because, you know, it's Kyle Larson.
24-hour rule?
Yep.
Right?
I think so. 100%. 100%.
That's why he's so good. One of the many reasons.
Right.
That he is so good. Earl Hoon Jr., you are with third place. Shane Golobic, what a night for him.
Rounding out the podium, Sugar Shane Golobic, how about that? Matt Wood Racing, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Man, that's crazy. I would have never guessed we'd be taking up 60% of the top 5. That's freaking really, really cool for Matt, especially, and NOS Energy Drink. Everybody on these cars. Everybody knows Matt loves his midgets, but I don't think people really realize how much he does for the sport of racing, for the sport of midget racing. So it's so cool to get him 3 in the top 5. Obviously, 2 spots better would have been great, but man, to have such a solid run for all of our cars all week, it's just it's something to be really proud of. So we're really excited about it. We just dusted these things off a couple weeks ago, and it just shows that these guys, Gary and T-Light, they're my sprint car guys from California, and my brother's not here. He just had a baby, so they had to really step up, and we had a couple other guys with Kyle and Seth helping out. And, it's kind of a little bit of a low deal team. Like it's not our usual guys. We don't usually race midgets, and for us to do this, it's pretty awesome.
Was this a kind of track that the more out of control you were, the faster you would be?
Yeah, it kind of seemed that way. You had to be finessed a little bit because you don't want to wreck, but it's definitely not exactly my cup of tea. The bottom was there for me to be able to use, and I was using it on restarts really well. So I kind of just sold out to run the bottom and hoping those guys would get to racing each other out front. It turned out we just ended up racing all of our teammates together there. It was pretty cool to race with Landon and Ryan. They both did an awesome job, and luckily we all were able to get to the checkered and run top 5. It's pretty special.
Guys, Shane Golobic finishes P3.
All right, Earl, thank you very much. While we wait for second place to get ready, the unofficial finish, Kyle Larson, Dason Pursley, Shane Golobic, Ryan Burnell, Landon Brooks, Buddy Kofoid, Logan Seavey, Gavin Miller, Emerson Axum, and Christopher Bell. Corey Day, 11. Hank Davis, 12. Timmy Buckwalter, Kenan McIntosh to 14th. That's a decent run up the field. Sunshine Tyler Courtney, 15. Frank Flood, Jacob Denny, Justin Grant, Brenham Crouch, Corbin Ruschenberg, Tyler Edwards, Cale Drake, Tanner Thorson, and Jonathan Beeson. Second place, ready to go.
Dason Pursley, man, what a run. I mean, that was incredible. You had one of the greatest race car drivers that we've seen in the world. You had him on his toes, and you pushed him to the ragged edge. I think you got a lot to be proud of. Man, if you look back at that race, what do you run back thinking, man, if I just could have got this to go right, maybe we're staying at the top of the podium?
Yeah, I mean, who knows? There's a lot of, what ifs all the way from, I feel like it goes back to the qualifying stuff. Unfortunately, running out of fuel, we just, anytime you give Larson the front row, it's going to be hard to catch him. So he just controls the race really good, and that's what makes him, good. So it was going to be hard. I felt like once he got out to lead and he builds that rhythm, it's hard to get him off of it. So yeah, once we didn't get to try to battle him for the pole position, I knew it was going to be tough. But yeah, it was a hard, grueling 40 laps there. I felt like had another opportunity when he made that mistake and ripped the banner off, and I felt like that was my time to pounce. And then unfortunately they had to throw the yellow. So yeah, there's a lot of coulda, shoulda, wouldas, but yeah, nothing to hang our heads about. We just it sucks finishing second in this building in literally every race we've been in. So we'll try again next year. This CB Industries Pristine Auction NOS Energy Drink Toyota racing car was fast all week. I just felt like it's technical up there running against the cushion like that, and it's not about when you make a mistake. It's just how many you can not make. So we just made a little bit too many and let Larson slip away there in the closing laps.
That last restart, were you happy to get that last restart to get another shot at it? Because the one previous to that, it looked like kind of bogged down on the high side, and maybe you got a pretty good run, but maybe didn't get as good a run as you maybe could have.
Yeah, like I seen him get tight. Honestly, both restarts into one, and I knew it was my time to pounce. So just tried to, and then I honestly felt like I got a good enough front down the back straightaway to slide him again, and I felt like I was, had a good enough speed to the center, and then he just squeaked by just a little bit. When you give him that much room, he's gonna take it and run with it. So yeah, just unfortunately came up a little bit short. But we'll try again next year.
This young man has a lot to be proud of. Dason Pursley comes home in second.
Certainly does. And, like you talked about, Caleb, what an amazing story. And that is certainly not going to be the last time we hear about Dason Persley, he is going to hoist multiple, I'm going to call it now, multiple Golden Drillers in his career. It's just a matter of when, not if.
They only need to be a hair better.
Yeah.
Now, here's the thing. That hair is the difference between where they are right now and where a guy like Kyle Larson is. It is the toughest step to take, but they're that close. As we're going to kick things down, Chris Moore, you get the man tonight.
Guys, best way to start an interview. Brother and sister are down here fighting. You still got to beat dad. Tell me, first 8 laps or so, the first green flag run, you were running around the bottom. Then that first yellow, I don't know if it was always your plan, but you got the idea to go up under yellow and start packing that stuff down. What point was that kind of a game plan of thought for you?
Well, yeah, I ran the bottom for a little while, and then, yeah, I could see Dason was running the top in 3 and 4, so I went up there, and it felt really good. Then we got a caution shortly after, and I was like, well, I'll just pack it and, enter above it here for a couple laps, and it felt really good, and continued to be good for a while. So, yeah, I just tried to stay committed to it. I felt like I could make less mistakes, with my right rear above it. I still made a lot of mistakes, mostly when I would get to exit, especially when I would catch traffic, just because your pace slows down and on entry, and then you try to make up for it on exit, and I'm sliding and slamming the curb. So, yeah, caught some breaks, but my car felt really good too. Like even early on the bottom, I felt really strong, and then I felt like I moved up at the right time, and just ran some nice consistent laps up there.
Now Monday, right, I know you won, but you talked a lot about how your race car wasn't very good. I know Tyler wasn't very happy with where he was at. How big of a step was it for your team, for Tyler, to have the run he did last night, I believe 12th to 3rd? How much did that play a factor in this one?
Yeah, that was big, I think, for all of our confidence last night, especially Tyler. He's been struggling in the 23C midget with us, and yeah, it was good for him to get a confident run in there. And then, yeah, once we got in the pole shuffle, the hot lap thing, I felt really different than what I felt on Monday, and felt like I could carry more throttle up there, so I was pleased by that. And then, yeah, the track just kind of fell into my hand, being out in the front and being comfortable kind of running up above it against the wall. So, yeah, that was fun, though. I mean, it was 40 challenging laps, especially when you caught traffic. So the brakes just kind of worked out for me, and, yeah, cool that I didn't really have to fight anybody off.
I got one more for you. Your career has changed a lot since the last time you won one of these. I asked you off camera, I'm going to ask you on. Are these still as cool to get?
Yeah, for sure. And they all mean something different, right? Like, it took me 13 years to win my first one, so that felt like a huge weight lifted off me, and I felt like mentally it really helped me take the next step in my career and be calm. So then the next year I definitely did not have the best car, but we were able to beat everybody and play defense. And then this one, the track was just crazy, so it was a lot of fun and challenging. So yeah, these Chili Bowl races are hard to win. 400 cars, a lot can go wrong. You gotta execute every time you hit the track. And thankfully, I got Paul Silva on the wrenches too, which when we're off on Sunday or Monday, I have the confidence in him that he'll fix it.
Congratulations, go be dad again.
Yeah, thank you.
There you go, Kyle Larson wins Chili Bowl number 3, guys.
Chris, well done.
Yeah.
The man. As let's take a look at how it all went down. Your race recap now here on FloRacing for the A-Main, the one we'd all been waiting for. From the drop of the hat, it was Larson. Larson would lead every lap of this main event as he outduels Landon Brooks in the early stages of this race. Good side-by-side action for 4th. Seavey and Thorson spent a lot of time around each other in the early stages.
They said they did. They were duking it out, and then we had our first yellow with car upside down of Jonathan Beeson, but then it was back to the whip, and it was more Logan Seavey versus Tanner Thorson. I mean, these two put on a show. They're inside the top 5 for much of the first third of this race, but then it was Dason Persley who started to catch fire, sliding here Landon Brooks as that really monster curve really began to build, and then trouble, almost disaster for Larson. You heard him, nearly stalled it, got through that contact, and then it was back under the green flag.
That was lap number 23 in which that happened. 17 to go from there. Persley having to deal with Brooks for a little while, and Brooks would not go away, coming after Persley time and again before Dason in traffic would get Landon back and start his late pursuit of Kyle Larson.
Yeah, and it was just the Dason trying to chase Kyle, and you see the banner starting to get knocked down. Kyle Larson nearly had a big moment that could have ended his race. We're talking about this one right here as he got up off the wall, almost spun it a complete spin out there, ripped the banner off, caused the yellow, but then it was a late race restart. Dason tried everything he could, throwing sliders, trying to get back to him, just wasn't enough.
down the back straightaway. They rolled in. And again, you see more action there with Shane Golobic piling into position number 3.
3 Matt Wood cars racing it out there in the top 5.
Yep. Down to 1 to go. It is Larson, it's Pursley, and Kyle Larson gets the job done, comes all the way around to the win, leading all 40 laps of tonight's A main event. The win tonight, taking a quick look at him, pulls him ahead of Logan Seavey in their tie with 2 apiece, ties him with Christopher Bell. Each of them now have 3 A main event wins. It puts him ahead of Rico Abreu, so past some contemporaries. Still 1 short of Kevin Swindell and a few short of Sammy Swindell, but ahead of the other guys that are sitting in that 2-win run. So big win for Kyle Larson tonight. Just as far as the history goes, we know how great he is, but again, having all those markers to check off and in the box just makes for an even better story when the day comes we won't get to watch him race anymore, which I hope never happens.
Absolutely. Complete top 5. We went through that. And, of course, how about Timmy Buckwalter, 22nd to 13th? Unofficially, at least in my book, would be hard charger of this one. Well, the boys of the infield had quite the night to watch some absolute awesome racing up and over the wall. Boys, I don't know how you put this one into words, but it sure was fun.
I think
Those
we put it in words right here.
It's been a blast these past 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever you want to call it with you guys. Has been awesome. So much fun, as always. Thing I'll take away with this, hats off to Chili Bowl Gravel. We all know the whole story. Tire doping has been a thing throughout the past couple of weeks and the past couple of years. The second they cracked down on it, the racing surface that we've had over all of Tulsa Shootout, all of Chili Bowl was phenomenal. We got a great race every single time we hit the track, and what can you say, man? He's the greatest of all time. He got some breaks tonight, and he knows it. That banner coming up the front stretch wall is probably the difference between Kyle Larson and Dason Pursley winning the Chili Bowl.
All I know is that I should have taken that layup instead of the slam dunk. That was an incredible race again. I was watching Kyle here around 3 and 4. I know you can see it on the screen, but just standing right here, watching it, 30 yards from me was just incredible. Watching him get up on the wall and ramp down going towards the front straightaway, just so impressive, just in awe of his skill and ability behind the wheel of a race car. And I just feel so honored to be able to sit here and be in the presence of it.
Man, one of the things that will stick out to me was standing off the stage and just watching Dason Pursley roll in and the emotion. You could see the emotion. I mean, immediately just hands over the head into the steering wheel, what it meant to him. It was Earl and I standing there watching him, and that kid, I told him when he hopped out of the car, I said, you tempted the lion there. I mean, you were poking him and you pushed him to the ragged edge for the Chili Bowl, and you got a lot to be proud of. What a race, though. I mean, as you guys hit it, phenomenal surface. Shootout, great surfaces. Chili Bowl, great surfaces. They hit home runs every night. Just fantastic, incredible crowds, the energy. Chili Bowl is very much alive. That was phenomenal.
And too, right, guys? The storylines were plentiful. We even said it at the end of the shootout. If they get a great track surface like they did for the shootout, we're going to be in for a treat. And boys, we were in for a treat tonight, and we hope all of you at home watching on FloRacing enjoyed it as much as we did. Guys, this has been probably the best 2 weeks of my life. The camaraderie between all of us, all the fans that have been coming up to us, just absolutely been watching the past 2 weeks, have nothing but good news. If you had a great time with the broadcast, let us know on social media. And guys, it's time to get ready for next year.
Yeah, we already got to get your shirts prepped.
Yeah. They're in print is the word I heard on the street.
Gentlemen, Blake Anderson, go Hawks.
Yes, go Hawks.
Brian Ward for your wife, Boomer Sooner.
There you go.
Earl, one's in the air for you, buddy. Chris Moore, what else?
Well, Birds, that's what else.
That's right. Go Birds. Love you guys. Wow. Great job.
Yeah.
Chris Wilner and Clinton Boyles as we wrap up another 111 hours spent together over 3 weeks. I don't know what else I could say to you two, but my appreciation for the job you guys both do, and what a cool couple of weeks of racing between the shootout and, again, we said best shootout ever. This one's going to be right in line for best Chili Bowl ever.
Yeah,
front to back.
Certainly is up there for sure, Caleb. And likewise, it's been a pleasure to share this booth with you guys for many a times. And boy, it's been a lot. I mean, we've gone through a lot in this building between all the heat races and the qualifiers, and even when you talked about the shootout. But, you know, the thing I'm taking away from this year is grateful we get to witness what we get to witness, because I think we had a really, really talented field of drivers here in this feature. Clinton, I even think, 1 through 24. Sometimes you get some awesome guys that sneak in, which is great, but like the talent from 1 to 24, bar none, was some of the best we've ever seen. And a pleasure to get to watch it. The track was great. The crowd was great. And I'm already ready for next year.
Man, I'm right there with you. The honor is very high to be in here with you guys. I appreciate you opening up the broadcast booth, everyone at FloRacing, for allowing me to come in and bounce back and forth like I did the last couple of weeks. So it's truly my favorite couple weeks of the year, getting to be in here with you guys. And I will plan to be here as long as anyone will let me, because I don't want to be anywhere else.
Chris, get back to Charlotte safe.
Thank you.
Clinton, go throw away the simple green, and we should be good to go, right?
Should be good to go.
I got the
good after that
that was the one dig. That was all. To all the production staff and the camera guys, you're awesome. Thank you very much. We appreciate everything you do to make us look better here at the Chili Bowl Nationals. And congratulations to Kyle Larson. It's his world. We're just living in it here at this point in time, as we are going to show you the highlights of everything that happened here on Driller Saturday before we get out of here for the final time until Shootout 2025/26 coming up, I don't know, 11 months from now. Earl Hoon trying to squeeze into the car, and oh, look out, headbutting the machine. Wow, that hat. Ruschenberg, and there's
turned into quite a meme.
There's Chris getting ran over.
It's Remy.
5 great nights of preliminary night action. A very early Saturday morning with Catherine Legg saying hello, Gravity. Gravity check ended up in the mid-60s, by the way, if you were interested. Earl Hoon dude check ended up at 23, I believe.
Wow.
I would have hammered the over on that.
Yeah.
It was higher than that.
Dad check was 25, by the way. As we watch more cars getting upside down here in a busy day of wrecks at the Chili Bowl Nationals. 64 gravity checks, your official flip count here at the Chili Bowl Nationals. Zach Dahm during the prelim nights, and boy, it got antsy.
Chaos.
With just a few seconds left before we sign off again, once again, for the entire production crew, for the camera guys, the PAs, the air staff of Brian Ward, Clinton Boyles, Chris Wilner, Earl Hoon, Chris Moore, and Blake Anderson. I'm Caleb Hart. We'll see you in Tulsa next year for our coverage of the NOS Energy Drink Chili Bowl Nationals on FloRacing. Good night, everybody.